I have finally returned. A rift in space tore open above Konoha village, and a single foot stepped out from within. In the cultivation world, Qin Feng had painstakingly cultivated for 500 years, at last achieving the Nascent Soul realm. Eager beyond restraint, he forged the void-breaking sword solely to shatter the void and return to Earth where his attachments still remained. 500 years of cultivation, 500 years of hiding in the shadows, and at long last he had returned. As the void-breaking sword shattered the void, it too crumbled apart. His defensive treasure robe hung in tatters, yet fortunately, he had lost neither arm nor leg. The 10 spatial rings on his fingers were all still present, and his cultivation realm had not fallen. It felt rather satisfactory. He changed into a 1,000 illusion treasure robe, which transformed into ordinary modern casual clothing. Yet when he saw the two-dimensional anime-style buildings before him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity arose. On the distant mountain, a few heads were carved into the rock. Were those not the Hokage rock faces? Qin Feng was stunned. Had he arrived in the world of Naruto? He had never held any particular obsession with Naruto. What was he doing here? Lord Hokage, the village barrier just fluctuated. In the Hokage's office, the blonde Namake's Minato frowned as the ANBU ninja before him reported. He himself had also sensed it, the overwhelming pressure descending upon the village. Who could it be? In a flicker, his figure vanished from the office. While Qin Feng was still troubled, a handsome man with golden hair draped in a Hokage cloak appeared before him. Who might you be, and for what purpose have you come to our village? The fourth Hokage slightly furrowed his brows, watching the man before him with a guarded expression. Qin Feng had yet to recover from his shock. This Naruto world seemed surprisingly small. Ninjutsu. Merely minor tricks. The only things in this world that might catch his eye were the tailed beasts, the divine tree, and the fruit of the divine tree. Otherwise, he might as well refine this entire realm, pack it up, and take it away. Qin Feng pondered on the spot. It was a pity his void-shattering sword had broken it, otherwise he could once again tear open the void and escape from this world. He himself knew no spatial arts, and he had no idea whether this world possessed any sort of spatial gemstone. Qin Feng lifted his head and saw the fourth standing before him. The corner of his mouth curved upward. The fourth, his childhood idol. Was this fellow not a master of space-time ninjutsu? Perhaps he could borrow that for research. Ha ha ha, my idol. No ahem, Lord Fourth Hokage. I am a sword immortal from another world who has accidentally intruded upon your esteemed land, bearing no ill intent. Qin Feng chuckled on the surface, yet in his mind, he was assessing the fourth Hokage's combat strength. Likely no more than the peak of chi refinement. At best, if he fought above his level, he might reach the early foundation establishment stage. From Qin Feng's current perspective, that was nothing but trash. Oh, then may I ask what your purpose is? Seeing that Qin Feng showed no open hostility, the fourth relaxed slightly. I have no particular purpose, merely wish to borrow a look at the flying thunder god technique. Qin Feng replied with a calm, indifferent air, as if requesting something trivial. In an instant, the fourth's brows knitted tightly together as he sternly refused. Impossible. That is a forbidden technique of the village and absolutely cannot be passed to outsiders. Hey, don't be so quick to refuse. I'm not asking to see it for free. From your aura, I see dark clouds pressing overhead. I fear great calamity is approaching. I can help you resolve it in exchange for a look. How about it? Impossible. I have just performed a divination. Lord Hokage, your wife is about to give birth, is she not? This is a calamity of family ruin and death. You would do well to consider carefully. Qin Feng spoke with a solemn face, persuasively misleading him. Are you threatening me? If you don't wish to rebuild the village from the ground up, then come with me. Qin Feng found it amusing. There were technical aspects he would probably still need to discuss with the fourth later. He did not wish to seize anything by force. If he truly chose to act, who could possibly stop him? Sure enough, he still needed to flex his muscles a little. In a flash, he soared out of the village and arrived at an open plain. Do not follow me, the fourth told several guards, then flickered after him. Qin Feng stood with his arms crossed over his chest, the breeze tugging at his robes, looking every bit the aloof expert detached from the mortal world. Opposite him stood the fourth, his expression grave. He only knew that the man before him was extremely powerful, but how powerful and what techniques he possessed he had no idea. He held the sword of benevolence in his hand and assumed a battle stance. To show my respect. Qin Feng drew a sword from his storage ring. The sword itself was very ordinary, merely the blade he had carried when he first joined his sect in the cultivation world. Yet placed in the Naruto world, it was tantamount to a top-tier, treasured weapon. Since you wield a blade, I shall use a blade as well. Fair enough, isn't it? The fourth glanced at the kunai in his hand, then at the treasure sword in Qin Feng's, speechless in his heart. But the way the opponent had just produced a sword from nothing. What kind of ninjutsu was that? He had not used any scroll at all. Was it some sort of space-type technique? Then let us begin. Qin Feng formed a seal of opposition with a serious expression. Swoosh. Even as the words left his mouth, a yellow figure rushed toward Qin Feng, truly worthy of the yellow flash. However, Qin Feng's five senses and divine sense operated on an entirely different level. What ordinary people's eyes could no longer track appeared to him as slow as a crawling snail. He casually extended his sword forward, easily piercing the fourth's heart, and driving through his entire body. The fourth's face was filled with shock. His opponent had so effortlessly read his movements. Poof! A puff of smoke billowed out. It was merely a clone. This approach was very much in character for the fourth, using a clone first to probe the enemy's capabilities. A friendly reminder: if you lose your village and your unborn child will cease to exist. Qin Feng spoke with a playful expression, yet the words were brutally cruel. Why? The fourth nearly ground the word out between his teeth. Flying thunder god markers whirled through the sky, scattering across the battlefield. A flying thunder god kunai shot straight toward Qin Feng's face, and the fourth followed close behind, palms grinding a sphere of chakra. Qin Feng's lips curved slightly. This scene felt very familiar. He tilted his head just a little. The kunai whistled past his cheek. The fourth, charging straight at him, abruptly vanished. Classic second stage flying thunder god. Qin Feng's divine sense perception was far superior to any Byakugan. He casually lifted one leg backward and kicked straight into the fourth's face. Bang! The body flew a great distance before crashing down, only to dissolve into yet another clone. Interesting, Qin Feng said, the corner of his mouth lifting. A taijutsu-type ninja, is it? Extraordinary taijutsu and sensory ability, the fourth silently judged. In that case, Kuchios no jutsu. With both hands pressed to the ground, a giant toad dropped from the sky. Gamakichi's elder Gamabunta. Minato, that fellow is strong. Gamabunta, the giant toad, held a short blade in one hand and a pipe in his mouth. Go! The fourth stood atop the toad's head. Rasengan Flash Super Wheel Dance Howl Third Style. A blinding Rasengan hurtled toward Qin Feng, while at the same time the giant toad spat out a mass of flames. Fire Release Toad Oil Flame Bullet. The fourth thought that since his taijutsu could not keep up, he might as well try ninjutsu to break open the situation. The Rasengan Flash Super Wheel Dance Howl Third Style distorted the opponent's vision, while the Toad Oil Flame Bullet provided a searing fire attack. Hua! Qin Feng stood calmly in place and swept his longsword in a single arc, cleaving the oil flame projectile apart. Water Release Iron Cannonball. The giant toad spat out a water sphere which plunged into the oil flames. Whooshed! A cloud of mist surged upward. Now, the fourth suddenly vanished, and in an instant appeared beside Qin Feng, a streak of silver flashing past. Clang! Qin Feng blocked the strike with perfect stability. One had to admit the fourth's combat instincts were truly formidable. Although his first feint had failed at the very moment the clone dispersed, he had left a flying thunder god mark on Qin Feng. Had it been any other ninja, this wave of attacks would certainly have landed. Unfortunately for him, up to this point Qin Feng had not even taken a single step. Then the fourth generation, filled with ruthless determination, shifted directly into immortal mode, increasing his speed. Coupled with the flying thunder god marks scattered throughout the battlefield, he launched a fierce assault on Qin Feng. No matter the angle or speed, every attack was perfectly parried by Qin Feng, leaving not a scratch. Bang! The fourth generation was kicked away. This time it was not a clone, but his true body. During the skirmish, Qin Feng observed that the flying thunder god technique was indeed profoundly mysterious and worthy of admiration, a skill that enables spatial leaps through inscriptions. If he could master the intricacies of the flying thunder god technique, he might eventually decipher the laws of space and shatter the void. Speaking of space, Qin Feng recalled a character from Huiying, Yaziba Daida, whose eyes also manifested an extraordinary spatial ability. Gasping heavily at the edge of the battlefield, the fourth generation panted, for the man before him was an insurmountable peak of talent, whose complete repertoire left him utterly outmatched. Bang! Even Hama Wontai had his spirit communication nullified and vanished. In that case, I must unleash that move, declared the fourth generation with resolute determination, preparing to employ Shigwa Fengchen. Smack! As his hands came together in prayer, Qin Feng queried fourth generation, "Are you truly resorting to this move?" Though well acquainted with the technique and eager to witness its execution, he was not entirely confident it would spare the fourth generation's life. He resolved to wait until the one who could exploit glitches employed it, then learn from it. Wow! Blood spurted from the fourth generation's mouth, and Qin Feng, unwilling to grant him the opportunity to execute his move, promptly ticked him away. Hey fourth generation, are you out of your mind? Do you really believe this ninja technique can defeat me? Very well, let me show you the true marvel of immortal arts. Qin Feng pointed his long sword towards the heavens and bellowed, "Let the thunder come." The formerly clear sky turned ominously dark as thick black clouds gathered, seeming ready to collapse. Gigantic thunder dragons swirled within the tempestuous firmament, as if poised to break free and plunge earthward. With a swift sweep of his sword, Qin Feng unleashed a bolt of lightning that erupted with a mighty boom, leveling a nearby small hill to the ground. Gracefully, Qin Feng traced a sword blossom and nodded in satisfaction. The world's spiritual energy was abundant, though it could not rival the cultivation realm. The fourth generation gaped in astonishment, utterly shocked. Was this truly the extent of his power? It was the first time witnessing Qin Feng's effortless technique. "How many blows do you think your village can endure?" he taunted. Qin Feng inquired mockingly while the fourth generation, still in disbelief and apprehension, wondered how many such assaults the village could withstand. Perhaps even one would reduce it to ashes. Let me ask again. Will you grant me the secrets of the Flying Thunder God technique, or not? Qin Feng asked with a calm demeanor. Having experienced the might of the ninja, if met with refusal, he did not hesitate to seize it by force. Please accompany me back to the village, sir. The fourth generation, aware that defiance was futile against someone capable of obliterating a village, clumsily rose and trudged towards his home. That's the spirit. I told you I don't take without reason. Qin Feng sheathed his sword and cheerfully followed. So do you find my sword technique worthy? He inquired. If you are impressed, I can exchange this sword technique with you. Qin Feng walked shoulder to shoulder with the fourth generation, throwing an arm around his shoulder like an old friend. The fourth generation looked at Qin Feng in sheer disbelief. Moments ago they had been fierce adversaries, and now they shared an ease of camaraderie. Furthermore, his mention of that sword technique left him utterly astounded. Jianyu Shenlei. Such a technique is of an ultras class. It might surpass even the destructive power of the tailed beast jewel. You should have mentioned it sooner, big brother. Had you proposed this exchange earlier, I would have agreed without hesitation. Thus, after accepting a well-deserved beating, the fourth generation fell silent. If you remain silent, it means you concur. Don't back out, for I despise those who break their word. Qin Feng produced a book of sword techniques inscribed with the title Shun, Jianyu Lei Ju, and casually flicked a pill that struck the agape mouth of the fourth generation. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and in a moment the fourth generation felt a warm current traverse his body, his injuries vanishing as his chakra reserves were completely replenished. This man had left him utterly astounded. One may only observe, not seize it. Back in the village, the fourth generation handed Qin Feng an ancient forbidden scroll. Very well. Qin Feng replied as he retrieved a blank jade tablet, effortlessly reproducing the entire scroll. Shuomen, you cannot hand that scroll over to him, cried the combined voices of the third generation and Tuan Song, arriving together, albeit a moment too late. Oh, isn't that the third generation Huaying and the legendary Guiying? Qin Feng grinned merrily at the two. In his eyes, neither could truly be called a good man. Indeed, in times of war, the boundaries between right and wrong blurred. Third generation, sir, this is my decision, retorted the fourth generation as he declared. Schumann, how can the village's forbidden arts be handed over to outsiders? Tuan Song questioned with a dour expression, though inwardly he mused that they had never even had the chance to truly study those arts from their very roots. Indifferent to their prattling, Qin Feng swept his long sleeve, dismissively unleashing a dominating pressure that made the two falter and tumble to the ground. Only then did they realize the formidable strength embodied by this stranger. Enough of your incessant prattle. Persist, and you will never rise again, Qin Feng declared coldly. Qin Feng snorted coldly. Place this jade tablet upon your brow, he instructed as he tossed one towards Shuaimen. Obediently, Shuaimen placed the jade tablet against his brow. His eyes widened suddenly as a cultivation technique materialized vividly in his mind, as if indelibly inscribed. Very well, our deal is sealed until we meet again. Qin Feng's figure drifted away and vanished without a trace. A jade talisman landed in Shuaimen's hand, and Qin Feng's voice echoed in his mind, I see darkness upon your brow, a misfortune is near. In times of peril, crush the jade tablet to save your life. Sighing, he mused, since fate had brought him here, if salvation was possible, so be it. If not, then it was simply his lot. Meanwhile, Qin Feng casually slurped a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. The flavor, however, rather ordinary. For someone like Naruto, accustomed to daily instant noodles, it might have tasted delightful. But for Qin Feng, who was used to the exquisite delicacies of spirit meat and spiritual fruits, the flavor was decidedly average. As he slurped his ramen, Qin Feng pondered his next move. In the end, he decided to make the best of the situation, roaming about, then finding a quiet spot to further study the Flying Thunder God technique and master the laws of space, or perhaps even return home to clear his mind. The streets of Konoha are vibrant and full of life. Here the hustle and bustle of people intertwines with a myriad of sounds and scents. On both sides of the street are various buildings, including ninja schools, shops, restaurants, and residences. The architectural styles are unique, some reflecting traditional Japanese designs, while others incorporate modern elements. The shop signs and banners flutter in the wind, grabbing the attention of customers. Ninjas weave through the streets clad in their iconic attire, each carrying their own tasks and goals. Passers-by cast looks of awe and envy towards them. Along the street, various stalls sell a wide array of goods, from ninja tools to snacks, everything one could wish for. At the center of Konoha's streets is a square, a gathering place for people. Children play here, ninjas converse, and the elderly sit aside basking in the sun. In the square stands a massive Hokage rock carved with the statues of past Hokages, symbolizing the glory and legacy of the village. Konoha streets are a bustling and lively place, witnessing the changes and growth of the ninja world and serving as a home for ninja life and development. Qin Feng strolled along the streets of Konoha, holding a skewer of meatballs. Watching the busy streets, his previously restless heart began to calm. The essence of human existence is the most soothing to the ordinary heart. Wow, Qin Feng suddenly exclaimed. Not far away stood a woman dressed in a fishnet outfit wrapped in bandages. With a graceful figure and light steps, her black hair danced like flames, her red eyes radiated determination and warmth. Illustrations cannot be inserted at this time, readers can search for them themselves. It was Yuhi Kurenai, and Qin Feng recognized this ninja. The sensory experience of seeing her in anime versus in real life was completely different. Those bandages, the fishnet, her crimson eyes, and wild long hair were all incredibly alluring. Some might ask how she compares to beauties in the world of cultivation. Let's put it this way, don't we all love scrolling through short videos? Can the beauties in those videos be compared? Even with heavy beauty filters or digital enhancements, they appear stunning and flawless, yet they evoke no desire. The same goes for beauties in the cultivation world. They look beautiful, but aren't they all old women over 100 years? With skin as smooth as ice and bones like jade, completely devoid of the essence of femininity. If you ever get a chance to traverse into the world of cultivation, you'll understand. Compared to modern women, they possess an added strength and wild beauty. Qin Feng held a skewer of meatballs, saliva nearly dripping with a look of infatuation. 500 years, who knows how he endured them just to return to Earth. On Earth, he never touched a girl's hand, and in the cultivation world, he was even more reclusive with no time to find a partner. By the way, did Kurenai finally marry Asuma? I wonder if they are married at this point in time. If they are, she would be a married woman. The meatball in his hand no longer seemed appealing, and he tossed it aside. After surviving for 500 years in the cultivation world, can I not achieve clarity of thought here? If cultivation doesn't allow me to have my way, what use is it? If I cannot obtain that, how can I achieve clarity of thought? Hello, beautiful. Qin Feng approached Kurenai, striking what he believed to be a handsome pose. Who are you? Kurenai frowned, gazing at the lecherous man before her. Haha, I am the true immortal from beyond the realm, Qin Feng. Hello there. I don't know you, please step aside. Kurenai replied coldly. Hey, let's have a meal together, chat a bit, and we can get to know each other. No need. Qin Feng stared at Kurenai's departing figure, poking his chin. She was quite alluring, ha. He couldn't help but scold himself internally. A Nascent Soul expert, how did he end up like this? Was he destined to be a dog-like admirer? Just as Qin Feng shook his head in sigh, another woman approached, catching his eye. She wore a fishnet, a short skirt, and a long coat with her short hair tied up high. Yukamaru. Isn't she the one who plays with snakes? Never mind, too high for me. There are plenty of beauties around, I need to think of a way to get closer to them. How about asking the Fourth Hokage to arrange a mission? Teaming up with beautiful Kunoichi, it's not just to see the beauties, but to understand this world and study ninjutsu. Yes, that's the plan. Just as he thought of finding the Fourth, he spotted the Fourth Hokage with his golden hair. Hey Fourth, how are you? Qin Feng greeted the Fourth with a beaming smile. Ha ha ha, Qin sang, how do you find the village? Fourth, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Can you allow me to join the village's ninja team and go on missions? Qin Feng walked up to the Fourth, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, appearing quite friendly. That might not be good. The Fourth replied, looking troubled. Every ninja in the village goes through layers of scrutiny and strict assessments. Directly letting him into the ninja team would require careful consideration, as many pieces of information cannot be known to outsiders. Haha, I just remembered I gave you the techniques today, but I haven't given you the celestial sword yet. Suddenly, a celestial sword appeared in Qin Feng's hand. In the cultivation world, it would be an ordinary artifact, but in the Naruto world, it's definitely a celestial weapon. The Kusanagi in this context is nothing. The Fourth's eyes lit up as he gazed at the celestial weapon before him. With such a fine treasure, who would still use shuriken? Shuriken are merely more economical in terms of steel. Someone as exceptional as Chinga, our village's ninja team, is eagerly seeking talents. Definitely a jonin. The Fourth's attention remained fixed on the sword, not even glancing at Qin Feng. Ha ha ha, thank you, Fourth. A genin is fine, a genin will do. I wonder if I can be arranged to team up with Kurenai. This might be a bit difficult. The Fourth frowned, looking troubled. I have a storage pouch here, with a thought items can be stored and retrieved at will. I was planning to give it to you, Lord Fourth. Qin Feng sighed. Chinga, Kurenai's team is too weak. We really need a strong ninja like you. Tomorrow, I'll personally handle the paperwork for you. The Fourth grabbed the storage pouch, trying to put the sword inside, then took it out again like a child who just got a fun new toy. A man remains a boy at heart until death. You see, how could someone who can become Hokage be just a simple sunny boy? Ha ha ha, thank you very much. By the way, I still don't have a place to stay in the village. Yuki, take Mr. Qin to the empty house at the east side of the village. As soon as the Fourth finished speaking, a masked ninja appeared in an instant, carrying a long sword with flowing purple hair and a red tattoo on her arm. Hi. Yuzuki Yugugo bowed in greeting. This girl isn't bad, but her taste is a bit off, as she's following the wrong person. That consumptive ghost looks like a short-lived one. Thank you, Lord Fourth. Qin Feng followed Yuzuki Yugugo as they left. Yugugo beauty, do you have a boyfriend? On the street, Qin Feng asked Yuzuki. At this point in time, he didn't know if she was together with Konoha's Kakashi. Qin sang, I'm Yuzuki Yugugo. The question of whether I have a boyfriend does not fall under work responsibilities. I refuse to answer. Yuzuki Yugugo appeared aloof and distant. The man before her was someone she couldn't provoke, and she could no longer escape. She could only maintain a polite distance. Mr. Qin, this is where you will be staying for now. Ye Xian escorted Qin Feng to the location and promptly turned and left. Are all ninja sisters this aloof? Wait, wasn't it supposed to be fiery enthusiasm in the anime? Excellent Sigh. No use overthinking it. He pushed the door open. The room was simply furnished, yet every daily necessity was present, clearly prepared for a guest. Having long grown accustomed to subsisting on wind, and this dwelling suited him well enough. His divine sense unfurled outward, enveloping the entire village hidden in the leaves. Several small rodents near the room. Were they spying on him? Root division, or the Hokage's Umbu. In a flash he seized several masked shinobi midair. Umbu or Root. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed them onto the floor, then wove a barrier around the room, smiling faintly at the stunned figures before him. The shinobi remained utterly silent. If they refused to speak, they held no further value. With a mere gesture he lifted them into the air, struggling futilely, suspended helplessly. A sharp twist of his hand snapped their necks. Life extinguished instantly. Ah, how careless. Root operatives bore cursed seals. Divulging intelligence was forbidden. My apologies. Well, never mind. I'll assume they're Root. After all, their leader is called Danzō. His divine sense had already pinpointed Danzō's location. In an instant, Qin Feng materialized within Root's clandestine headquarters. Within the dim shadow-draped chamber, Danzō sat upon the dais, issuing quiet commands to his subordinates. Well, little Danzō, hard at work, aren't you? Qin Feng's sudden appearance shattered the gloom. How did you enter here? Root's defenses were legendary, yet this man had slipped in without sound or trace. A tremor of unease stirred deep within Danzō. There's something you owe me an explanation for. Qin Feng flung the shinobi corpses before Danzō. I dispatched them to protect you. Danzō declared, eyes wide with feigned sincerity. Slap. Qin Feng struck Danzō across the face, not with flesh but with raw force from afar, then smiled gently. You may rephrase that. Consider it a courtesy. Qin, don't get arrogant. You appeared unannounced in our village. Your intentions are clearly suspect. As Danzō of the Shimura clan, I shall watch you without rest, for the sake of Konoha. Never before had Danzō suffered such humiliation, and he would not endure it silently. Wind release vacuum waved. Danzō drew a deep breath and unleashed the jutsu. Qin Feng stood motionless, unblinking, unflinching. Such force couldn't even graze his 1,000 phantom treasure robe. The wind dissipated harmlessly. I advise you, don't do anything foolish. I have no intention of killing you. Yet, Qin Feng remarked coolly. After all, he was about to become a shinobi himself, though eliminating Danzō now would spoil the game. There were still many matters ahead, and Danzō would make an excellent scapegoat. Qin Feng exuded overwhelming pressure, pinning Danzō immobile where he stood. For Konoha, for the eradication of threats like you, I fear no death. Gritting his teeth, Danzō recalled the rare moments of shame in his life, the time he'd failed to act bravely. This time he would stand firm. Oh, sturdy bones indeed. I admire that. Qin Feng gave a thumbs up. I possess a cultivation method, refining heaven, refining earth, refining the soul itself. Let me treat you to a taste. He seized Danzō's head in one hand, invoking the chaotic soul-refining art, its soul refinement chapter. Ah! Danzō screamed, a shriek of unbearable agony, muffled entirely by the barriers sealing the chamber. 5 seconds later, Danzō wept uncontrollably, eyes rolled back, sphincters failing. This soul refinement technique surpassed even the Tsukuyami in sheer torment. TSK, so fragile after all. Qin Feng dropped him onto the floor, wary of overexertion. From this moment onward, Root shall never oppose you, honorable sir. 10 minutes later, Danzō staggered upright and bowed deeply before Qin Feng. I've implanted something inside your mind, akin to your tongue root severance curse. A single thought from me, and you'll perish, just like that. Danzō screamed anew. See, I can kill you in exquisite agony, or grant you a peaceful end. Your choice. What is it you desire, honorable sir? Danzō was utterly broken. Address me as Lord. Lord. Kneel, and sing your surrender. Forget it. Thump. Danzō collapsed to his knees, never again wishing to relive that soul-rending anguish. That's more like it. Life's hard for everyone. Why resort to bloodshed, right? Qin Feng spread his hands wide. For now, there's nothing urgent you must do, so long as you refrain from reckless provocations. Oh, I recall someone. A brilliant scientist. Are you currently collaborating with Orochimaru? Qin Feng asked. At this point, Orochimaru had not yet defected, only conducting covert research. We maintain limited cooperation with Orochimaru. Continue doing so. With those words, Qin Feng vanished from the chamber. Phew. Danzō slumped onto the floor, his robes soaked, as if dragged from water. Summon my attendants, he bellowed, reclaiming however shakily the mantle of authority. Yes, Lord Danzō. Several Root shinobi knelt before him. Bring me a bath, no 2 tubs. Yes, Lord. He proved even more terrifying than the accursed Uchiha. Qin Feng returned to his lodgings, far more peaceful now. No intrusions disturbed his solitude. He retrieved the scroll of ninjutsu acquired earlier and began studying its techniques. He'd somehow obtained the entire forbidden scroll. What a windfall. Qin Feng reviewed the fundamentals of ninjutsu training and chakra extraction. Compared to cultivation arts, the differences were profound, yet points of convergence existed. Ninjutsu possessed low entry barriers and equally low ceilings. Even the untalented could become shinobi, yet few surpassed the cage-level ceiling, barring extraordinary exceptions. Beyond personal strength, ninjutsu relied heavily on external forces summoned through techniques, though to Qin Feng's eye these methods remained crude and unsophisticated. Cultivation arts demanded great discipline, offering both lofty thresholds and staggering potential. Chakra bore resemblance to spiritual energy. Many cultivation techniques likewise harnessed natural forces through internal resonance. Qin Feng examined the Flying Thunder God technique, its underlying logic activation method. Seals were indispensable. At first glance, the seal design struck him as eerily familiar. Wasn't this identical to a cultivation world inscription? A spatial inscription? Alas, he'd never studied inscriptions in the cultivation realm. This seal was drawn with chakra. Qin Feng resolved to test it using his own spiritual energy instead. He engraved the seal onto a blank jade slip, then followed the ninjutsu methodology to attune to it. It worked? So simple. Spiritual energy sufficed. Though only a short spatial leap, it marked a monumental stride for Qin Feng, his first true grasp of spatial power. Then, an epiphany: what if he inscribed the seal using his divine sense? What effect might that yield? Focusing his divine sense, he inscribed the seal just beyond the room's threshold. The moment it formed, he teleported instantly, and the seal vanished. Qin Feng could not help but marvel. The second Hokage, who devised the Flying Thunder God, was truly a genius. Had he been born into the cultivation world, what peerless brilliance might he have attained? Indeed, origins sometimes shape destiny more than talent. The next day in the Hokage's office. Mr. Qin, here is your ninja outfit, forehead protector, and weapon equipment. The fourth Hokage handed over the ninja gear to Qin Feng. This? An elite jonin. Yes, with Mr. Qin's strength it's more than enough. Wait a minute, I object. The third Hokage arrived together with Danzō, followed by the Hokage advisors Mito Gate and Tsurugi Kamachi, just as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, voiced his opposition. Danzō broke out in a cold sweat, taking a step back to distance himself from the third Hokage. He didn't want to court death by provoking this disaster. Fourth Hokage, you can't allow an unknown outsider to become a ninja of our village, especially not an elite jonin. The third Hokage said with an angry expression. Exactly. Mito Gate and Tsurugi Kamachi nodded in agreement from the side. Danzō quietly hid in the shadows as a shadow should in the darkness, unseen by others. Qin Feng crossed his arms and enjoyed the show. This is my decision, the fourth Hokage said calmly. Damn, how could he not recruit such a powerful expert to his village? Push him out forcefully. Is this guy Tom crazy? You can't do this, that will harm the village. I am the Hokage. You will regret this. The third Hokage waved his sleeve and left. Danzō, I feel like someone stole my lines right. The usually assertive Danzō surprisingly said nothing this time, sneaking away, quietly following the third Hokage. Mr. Qin, please take care of your equipment. The fourth Hokage said warmly to Qin Feng, showing no signs of the earlier argument. Isn't it a bit too much to have an elite jonin? The death rate of elite jonin in Konoha seems a bit high, right? Although I won't die in this world, it's an ominous sign, and I still want to live long. Look, I just arrived in the village and haven't even been assessed. Becoming a genin would be fine. Since Mr. Qin is willing, then let's start as a genin. Hong Asuma Tsukuyami Shikaze Yuzuki Yuin. The fourth Hokage called out several names. Hi. A few ninjas appeared in the Hokage's office. This time for the Wave Country's bandit elimination mission. Asuma will be the captain, taking Qin Feng along, and you will depart immediately. Qin Feng was stunned as if struck by lightning. What am I going to do, eat dog food or double portions? I, Tom, have been single for nearly 30 years in the real world and will be single for another 500 years in the cultivation realm. 500 years, who knows how I'll spend those 500 years. Just when I started to have a mortal heart here, it turns out to be this. The fourth Hokage kept winking at Qin Feng, showing a big white smile, almost giving a thumbs up. As if to say, look, I'm doing a great job for you, praise me. I didn't expect the sunny boy to also be a cunning and treacherous person. With those prominent eyebrows and big eyes, you deserve to be killed by the soil brother. Hi. The group received their mission and left. I hope you can complete the mission perfectly. This is an ultra-level mission. Qin Feng followed with a look of constipation. Yuzuki Yuin, I wanted to hum. The wind whistles as the waters of the E River chill. A hero departs and never returns. Little Qin, this is your first mission, right? Don't worry, we will take care of you. Asuma said with a smile to Qin Feng as they exited Konoha. Qin Feng looked like he was 18 years old because of his cultivation. Asuma appeared older, assuming he was older than Qin Feng, looking like a warm-hearted big brother. At this point, Asuma and Hong probably hadn't officially confirmed their relationship yet, but they were childhood sweethearts. Oh, would this wall corner be safe? Yuzuki Yuin and Tsukuyami Shikaze seemed to have just met, but Tsukuyami Shikaze acted like a lovesick puppy doting on her. Would this girl chase him? Forget it, let everything flow naturally. Oh, I'll see where to wander and explore. For things like this, forcing or fawning will only hinder my thoughts. Ha ha, Qin Feng, a tall and strong man, don't need your protection. Everyone looked at him with black lines. He was just a genin, yet so cocky. They had never seen Qin Feng in action and didn't know his background, so they thought he was just proud. They began their journey running and leaping through the forest with their hands trailing behind them, moving like ninjas. Qin Feng naturally had no interest in playing along with them, watching their clumsy movements. It was the perfect time to test the effectiveness of the Flying Thunder God technique. Releasing his spiritual sense, Qin Feng's current range could cover about 200 kilometers. At the edge of his spiritual sense, he began to inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal. Once the seal was formed, he would arrive in an instant. The further the distance, the longer the time required for inscribing. Is there any way to inscribe it instantly? Qin Feng waited in place while the four were still rushing to him. Finding a good spot, he lay down and rested. Ninjas really do travel slowly. He extended his spiritual sense forward. There's something interesting. Up ahead, not far away, there was an ambush, quite intriguing. 4 elite Jonin, 5 Chunin, and 1 apparently a sensing-type ninja, a total of 10-man squad. I don't know which country's ninjas they are, they all look like wandering ninjas. This configuration is simply too lavish. Someone is targeting Konoha, launching an ambush along the way. These people are definitely not ordinary wandering ninjas. They are organized and premeditated. Given the geographical location and timing, it can be guessed that these should be ninjas from the Cloud-Hidden Village. A bunch of small calamities, but they can let Asuma and the others stumble. First, I'll watch the show. If they accidentally get killed by the opponents, wouldn't that be perfect? After waiting for a while, Asuma and the others finally arrived, and Qin Feng was almost asleep. Yo, the ant squashing for have finally arrived, Qin Feng said with a mischievous smile. Yuzuki Yuin, Tsukuyami Shikaze, and Sarutobi read. Everyone was exhausted and didn't want to talk to him. I didn't expect the little brother to be so adept at traveling. When it comes to real battle, you won't have to worry about being protected. Escaping should be quick when the time comes. Asuma said with an unhappy expression, secretly mocking. Well, I'm the captain, and he comes to show off in front of me. Ooh, what should I do if he shows off? Ha ha ha, then you'll have to work hard to hold the rear, Asuma. Qin Feng said nonchalantly. Let's rest here for a bit. Asuma looked uncomfortable. This guy has quite the thick skin. Ooh, I wonder where he popped out from. Everyone rest in place. Qin Feng, stand guard. Asama commanded. Guard. Guard against what? Within 100-kilometer radius, not even a fly could evade Qin Feng's divine sense. The ambush lay over 100 kilometers away. Hong, try this bento I specially prepared for you. With love. Asama grinned with a roguish smile as he presented his homemade meal to Yugogo Red. Though they all carried ration pills, who would willingly eat those when real food was available? Thank you, Asama. Yugogo Red accepted the bento with a gentle, warm smile. Are you truly here on a mission? This Tom seems more suited for a vacation. She and Asama had grown up together since childhood, yet at this point their relationship remained unconfirmed. Humph. Be it horse, stallion, or elder brother, once the little horse brother arrives, even this wall corner shall be dug out. Try this grilled meat. I selected only the finest beef fillet, tender, succulent, lean, and utterly delicious. Asama lifted a slice of grilled meat with his chopsticks and brought it to Yugogo Red's lips. Asama, I can feed myself. Red felt a faint blush rise. After all, they were no longer children, and their bond had yet to blossom into romance. She delicately picked up her chopsticks, took a small piece of meat, and placed it gently into her mouth. Her movements were elegant and unhurried. Each subtle gesture exuded a quiet, singular allure. Her lips parted slightly as she softly chewed, the vivid crimson of her mouth both striking and captivating. At that moment, Asama gazed like an enraptured admirer upon the vision before him. He turned aside to see Tsukuyami Hate spreading a blanket over a stone and inviting Yugogo. Yugao, please sit here. Clearly theirs was not yet a romantic bond. Yugao maintained her aloof, impassive demeanor, her face half concealed by a mask. Yet in the end, she seated herself upon the blanket prepared for her, a quiet acceptance of his earnest devotion. Yugao, I brought bento too. Please try some. Qin Feng muttered under his breath. Damn it, must you be so courteous, feeding me dog food like this? He couldn't let these 2 young women become widows, so he'd have to endure the discomfort himself. A mere mundane fare. Here I have spirit meat and spirit fruits. Please share them with me. Qin Feng could no longer allow the atmosphere to linger in such ambiguity. He produced several spirit fruits and portions of cooked spirit beast meat. Elder sister Hong, please taste this. It enhances beauty and nourishes vitality. Qin Feng offered the fruit to her. Though he appeared no older than 17 or 18, his bearing was that of a youth in full bloom. Red could hardly refuse. She accepted politely, parting her lips gently to bite into the fruit. Its juice was rich, its flavor exquisite. The moment she swallowed, a pure, potent energy surged from her abdomen, coursing through her limbs and meridians, elevating her chakra noticeably. Her eyes shimmered with sudden brilliance. This was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Asama's grilled meat instantly lost its appeal. I never imagined my younger brother possessed such extraordinary things. Red smiled warmly, her impression of him finally beginning to shift. Ha, I still have many such treasures. Take this youth-preserving pill for instance. That is the true gem. Qin Feng withdrew a pill from his palm. Even from afar, its fragrant medicinal aroma wafted toward them, each body instinctively yearning, craving its taste. Swallow this pill, and your youth shall remain eternal, forever unmarred by time. Alas, how unfortunate. Qin Feng held the pill between his fingers, feigning deep sorrow. What a pity. Originally I intended it for the one I hold dear, but it remains ungiven. Is that not regrettable? Qin Feng sighed wistfully. Red watched him quietly. His melancholy expression held strangely a certain magnetic charm. Qin Feng then offered spirit fruits and spirit meat to Yugao. Thank you. Yugao replied coolly. Asama and Tsukuyami Hate stared longingly. Ours. Do we get none? From Red's expression alone, it was clear the spirit fruits and meat were exceptional. Faint pulses of latent energy radiated from them. Alas, my younger brother is simply too young. Red finished the fruit and began savoring the meat. Delicious beyond measure, unmistakably transcendent. Ah, elder sister Hong. Age is but a number. I prefer men who are stronger. I am strong. I can protect you. Hey. Red laughed, her mirth blooming like wind-tossed blossoms. She gave Qin Feng's words no serious weight. Asama sat nearby, his face dark with displeasure, forcing down his own bento, like a man suffering constipation. How dare he attempt to steal her affections, right before my eyes. If a fight breaks out later, I won't lift a finger to help. Humph. You all continue eating. I'll scout ahead. Qin Feng dashed forward, then summoned his flying sword and soared skyward, utterly unable to bear the awkward ground-bound running style of shinobi. Before long the group resumed their journey. As they neared the ambush site, Qin Feng halted. Something lies ahead, he announced as the others caught up. Dusk approached. Should they proceed blindly, annihilation would be inevitable. You sense something ahead. Asama frowned, assuming Qin Feng possessed sensory-type shinobi abilities. Hi, go investigate ahead. Tsukuyami Hei wielded the transparent shield technique, said to render its user invisible. Every adolescent dreamt of such power, imagining all the mischief one might commit unseen. Transparent shield, invisibility technique. Hei activated the jutsu, his form gradually dissolved from sight. Qin Feng probed with his divine sense. Though invisible to the eye, Hei remained clearly perceptible to spiritual awareness. This secret art surely possessed untapped potential, perhaps worth studying further. Hei crept forward stealthily. Yet even behind his mask, Yugao's concern was palpable, whether for the mission's success, for her comrade's safety, or for the fate of her devoted admirer. Asama and Yugugo Red stood poised and vigilant, their gazes locked ahead, not daring to utter a single sound. The air thickened with tension. Qin Feng, however, remained utterly composed, almost tempted to whistle. Then boom. A deafening explosion shattered the silence. A figure hurtled toward them at blinding speed. Ambush ahead. 3 Jonin, 5 Genin, rogue shinobi, and explosive tags lie hidden along the path. Hei rapidly relayed the intelligence he'd gathered. Incorrect. For Jonin, 5 Chunin, and 1 sensory-type shinobi, likely a special Jonin. Qin Feng corrected calmly. Hei stared dumbfounded. I just gathered that intel on site. What are you guessing about? Look around, Qin Feng said, pointing outward. They glanced, and indeed 10 figures had silently encircled them. Who are you? Asama demanded. Hey, leave shinobi. Kill them. Their leader wasted no words, immediately signaling his subordinates to attack. The enemy was formidable, their sole objective to intercept and eliminate the Konoha team en route to the land of hot water. Their own side counted only 3 Jonin, 1 Genin, outmatched outright in strength and numbers. Asama assessed the situation swiftly, brow furrowed in thought. Scatter, engage separately. He gestured sharply. Clustering together eased defense, but also invited concentrated assault. 4 enemy Jonin faced off against their 4 2 Chunin Tsukuyami Hate and Yugugo Yugao, 1 elite Jonin Asama, and 1 Jonin Yugugo Red. Lightning release, false darkness. The 2 Jonin opposite Asuma launched a lightning release technique towards him. 2 bolts of lightning raced toward Asuma. They were both thinking of quickly finishing off their opponents to assist their teammates. Qin Feng observed the lightning release ninjutsu deep in thought. There is indeed a certain similarity between ninjutsu and spells. Ninjutsu, by forming hand seals, one channels their chakra to resonate with the world's energy to produce techniques. Spells using incantations or talismans or hand seals to invoke the powers of heaven and earth to create techniques. Following this line of thought, Qin Feng focused his spiritual sense, trying to discern how the opposing ninja executed their technique, wondering if he could also utilize it. Qin Feng could use lightning techniques, but they merely summoned heavenly thunder, which had great power but lacked finesse. He could shape his lightning techniques into various forms and create more intricate variations. He remembered Sasuke's battle against Deidara, where he utilized a needle-like form of lightning. Asuma dodged the incoming lightning in an instant, sending several shuriken flying towards the 2 lightning ninjas. Clang, clang, clang. Both easily deflected the shuriken. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma quickly formed hand seals and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the two opponents. The two lightning ninjas quickly retreated, sensing the danger of the smoke. The other ninja from the opposing side performed the mist concealment technique while retreating. This technique could obscure the opponent's vision and effectively hide oneself. Against Asuma's technique, the water mist would provide excellent countermeasures. Huh. Asuma shouted, and what should have exploded was instead silent as the technique was disrupted by the opponent, who was also quite skilled. Ugh. Asuma drew his chakra-infused blade, the blue flames dancing on it, ready for close combat. Asuma faced off against the two jonin, while Hong confronted a water-release ninja. Illusion tree binding kill. Hong initiated her signature ninjutsu, aiming to eliminate her enemy in one blow. Her form gradually vanished as a tree sprouted behind the ninja, vines binding his body and slowly tightening. A look of terror spread across his face. Now it's over. Hong appeared from the tree, kunai in hand, aiming for the ninja's neck. Boom! A puff of white smoke revealed that the person had transformed into a piece of wood. Just a substitution technique. Hee, what a nice illusion, I almost fell for it. The opposing ninja replied calmly. Let me show you my technique, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Quickly forming hand seals, a water dragon surged toward Hong, spitting bubbles of water. Hong and Asuma's battle was intense, evenly matched against their opponents. On the other side, Qian and Qin were being overpowered. Both were chunin with average strength, each facing two chunin as well, while two jonin loomed nearby, creating immense pressure. Hey Taro, don't hurt the little sister, we can play together later, one jonin leered from the side, confident in their victory. Ha ha ha, such a cute little sister, of course, I wouldn't harm her, the ninja named Taro replied, while becoming even more ruthless in his actions. In just a few exchanges, everyone was injured and Hong was drenched. Hey Akai, finish this fight quickly. One jonin, clearly the leader, commanded another jonin. Hey boss, don't you think this is fun? The ninja named Akai chuckled. The leader shot Akai a glare. Oh la la, I'll wrap it up soon. Akai grinned and swiftly joined the battle. He knocked down each opponent without using ninjutsu, directly incapacitating Yueguang, Qin and Maiyue Xian. He vanished again, joining the battle where Asuma was. Lightning release, earth walk. Asuma, who was already low on chakra, was struck by the lightning, smoking and collapsing to the ground. He casually threw a few kunai, aiming straight for Hong. Hong was already engaged with her opponent and had no time to notice the kunai flying towards her. By the time she sensed it was too late to dodge. She realized the danger she was in. Many of the kunai had been poisoned, and even if she survived, she would be injured. Be careful. Qin Feng knew it was time for him to step in. He flashed forward and positioned himself behind Hong, using his chest to catch several kunai. Wearing the 1,000 illusion treasure armor, these inferior weapons couldn't pierce his defenses. Qin Feng pretended to be injured, lying down, and even using the armor to mimic blood flow. Feng, are you okay? Hong, having pushed back her opponent, turned to embrace Qin Feng. I'm sorry. I'm too weak. Qin Feng lay in Hong's arms. The position was just right, soft and warm, wrapping around him. It felt wonderful. But he still acted as if he were on the brink of death. No, Feng, you've done great. Hong earnestly comforted Qin Feng, knowing he didn't have much time left. She had guessed correctly, the kunai were indeed poisoned. I just feel a bit regretful that I haven't found a wife yet, and I haven't given her this beauty-preserving pill. Qin Feng produced a beauty-preserving pill, a look of regret on his face. Feng, give it to me. Hong paused for a moment before smiling. They didn't have much time left. Without reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before their entire team was wiped out. This was just a way to comfort a teammate before death, making his departure less regretful. Moreover, he was dying for himself. Hong, do you really want to be my wife? Qin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened, gripping Hong's hand tightly. Yes, I do. Hong nodded with a smile. Come on, eat the beauty-preserving pill first. Qin Feng brought the pill to Hong's lips, and she didn't hesitate, swallowing it in one gulp. The pill melted as soon as it entered, and a warm current surged through her body, eliminating her previous pain and healing past injuries as she felt stronger than ever. What kind of pill was this? Hey, remember, no backsies. Ha ha. Qin Feng sprang up from the ground, several kunai falling from him. Nanny. Everyone present was dumbfounded, thinking this fellow was supposed to be dead. The most astonished was Akai, who knew best about the poison on his kunai, which was fatal upon contact. After all that talk, he suddenly jumped up, lively as ever, certainly a sign of a fleeting moment of vitality. Konoha Chunin, Qin Feng at your service. Don't cry, little friends. Asuma shouted from behind with effort. Feng, go quickly bring the intel back alive. Asuma gritted his teeth and stood up. Feng, are you okay? If you're fine, hurry and leave, bring the intel back, don't make a futile sacrifice. Hong also stood up, placing a hand on Qin Feng's shoulder. Wife, don't worry. You all rest a bit, I'll leave the rest to me. Qin Feng smiled, patting Hong's hand to reassure her. Hearing his words, Hong's face turned red. Hey, you jerk, who do you think you are? She thought, feeling embarrassed to be so affectionate in front of the enemy. Konoha Chunin, Qin Feng at your service. Qin Feng stood in the center of the crowd, shielding his teammates behind him, his stance upright, his gaze cold and resolute, ready to face any number of foes. He slowly raised his right hand, gently flicking the dust off his sleeve, as if to say that these people were nothing more than ants, in his eyes a slight smirk of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. The ninja world is great, I must have played this role perfectly, ha ha. Hong watched Qin Feng's back, her heart fluttering. It felt wonderful to be protected by someone. Yet she couldn't help but worry, she had yet to witness Qin Feng's true abilities. Suddenly he took a step forward, his voice booming as he declared, "Today, I shall show you what a true powerhouse is." With that, a powerful aura emanated from his body, shocking everyone present. "Thunder, come forth." Qin Feng pointed skyward. In an instant, the clear blue heavens darkened. Thick clouds churned overhead, crackling, with serpentine lightning that roared like celestial dragons. Sayonara. With a downward sweep of his fingers, Qin Feng summoned a colossal thunder dragon, which plummeted like a divine decree. Mother. Mother, you'll never worry about my studies again." A chorus of agonized screams tore through the air, raw, gut-wrenching, unbearable. One bolt split into two into 10 precise thunderbolts struck the 10 ninja, simultaneously reducing them to ash in an instant. Asuma Sarutobi Guy student Hei Yuki Kurenai Yu, his peer Yugao Yuzuki, and Kurenai herself stood frozen, mouths agape. Was this Jinjutsu? A series of audible swallows echoed around them. The very squad that had been overwhelming them, annihilated in an instant. Not even a trace remained. They'd assumed he was the weakest among them, had even resolved to protect him. "My wife, look, I've avenged you." Ha ha. Qin Feng strode over to Kurenai and gently pinched her cheek. "You brat." After a long silence, Kurenai finally stirred, her shock melting into flustered shyness as she batted his hand away. She'd truly believed she was about to die, and yet here he was. Asuma snapped back to awareness, fixing Qin Feng with a deeply aggrieved stare. So powerful, and yet he'd withheld his strength until now, letting them all suffer brutal blows. Hei Yuki and Yugao Yuzuki gazed at Qin Feng with open gratitude. "Lucky we had you." Qin Feng, do you still have more of those pills?" Embarrassment aside, they still craved the medicine. Seeing Kurenai unharmed, indeed more radiant than before the battle, Asuma deduced the pill must be a miraculous restorative. He turned to Qin Feng and asked, "I do have some. Then one for each of us." "Well, I'm afraid I'm rather reluctant. These were prepared especially for my wife." Qin Feng wore an expression of genuine hesitation. Asuma glanced at Kurenai. Her cheeks flushed, her beauty deepened by quiet radiance. A sharp pang pierced his chest. Something precious had been taken from him, his future irrevocably altered. "Feng, if you have extras, please give them to them." Kurenai, having already taken the youth-preserving pill, knew its extraordinary benefits. Though loath to part with it, she stepped forward to persuade Qin Feng. "Hey, and Yugao bore serious injuries." "Fine. Since my wife has spoken, I'll share my blood-replenishing pills." A small vial appeared in Qin Feng's palm. He poured out several pills, one for each. In the cultivation world, the youth-preserving pill was no rare treasure. Originally, Qin Feng had intended to bring it back to Earth, to gift loved ones, or even sell it for profit. Now stranded in the Naruto world, he chose instead to bestow it upon the woman he claimed as his own. Kurenai, innocent and trusting, believed she would be his only love, unaware of his boundless wolfish ambitions. The pills dissolved instantly on the tongue. Wounds vanished as if erased by divine hand. All marveled at their potency. Even High-8, long afflicted by exhaustion, felt vitality surge anew within him. The land of hot water resembled Macau, a realm of indulgence, feasting, revelry, and leisure. Untouched by war, its people lived in peace, their faces alight with quiet joy. Yet wealth remained the true key. Only the affluent could afford such pleasures. Across all realms, prosperity alone guaranteed delight. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. The team completed their mission handover with the client. The bandits they'd eliminated were the very same who'd ambushed a Kanahaon caravan. In truth, the mission was already fulfilled. The robbery occurred en route. Intelligence on whether others lurked behind them remained incomplete. Still, the culprit was plain to deduce: Kumogakure. The group lingered one day in the land of hot water before returning to Konoha. Asuma, High-8, and Yugao departing first, while Qin Feng and Kurenai chose to extend their stay by 2 days. To visit the land of hot water without soaking in its famed onsen would be unthinkable. Qin Feng and Kurenai entered a steaming bathhouse, sulfurous vapor curling thick in the warm, hushed air. They changed into bathing attire and slipped into the thermal pool. As warmth seeped into his limbs, Qin Feng felt fatigue melt away. Glancing beside him at Kurenai, a tender calm settled over his heart. Kurenai rested with eyes closed, surrendering to the onsen's embrace. Her skin, softened by the mineral-rich water, glowed with porcelain smoothness. Her face, carved like jade, bloomed with a delicate, captivating flush. Qin Feng reached out, lightly brushing her cheek. She trembled faintly, but did not pull away. "Feng." Kurenai opened her eyes, her gaze soft, luminous with affection. Qin Feng smiled and drew her close, their bodies fitting together as though forged by fate. In that suspended moment, the world dissolved, leaving only the rhythm of their breath, the steady drumbeat of their hearts. Qin Feng leaned in, capturing her lips in a kiss. Kurenai responded with fervent, unreserved passion. His hands wandered, gentle, knowing, insistent. Feng, go easy. Kurenai whispered, breathless. Qin Feng wove a subtle barrier, sealing sight and sound from the outside world. Thereafter, nothing visible, nothing audible. Only the gentle sway of warm water, wave upon wave, endless and intimate. Meanwhile, in a gambling den elsewhere in the land of hot water, a blonde woman with ample curves dominated, or was dominated by, the gaming tables. This was Tsunade, the legendary Sannin of Konoha, affectionately dubbed the Little Lamb, a woman broken by war, grief stricken by the loss of both lover and brother, now fallen into reckless gambling. Shizen, still a young girl, trailed behind her, clutching a pig named Taunton. Hey, hurry up and roll, damn it. This time, I will win back everything. Tsunade shouted, utterly unself-conscious. Meanwhile, Qin Feng reclined luxuriously in the onsen, Kurenai nestled in his arms, thinking this is bliss beyond immortality. He recalled his former life in the cultivation realm, enduring wind and frost, dancing on the edge of death. Instinctively, he extended his divine sense, sweeping across the entire land of hot water. Interesting. A sly smile curled Qin Feng's lips. He'd sensed a familiar presence, Tsunade. After settling Kurenai comfortably at their inn, he set off directly for the gambling hall. Inside the smoke-choked, clamorous gambling den, Qin Feng entered like a single firefly, piercing midnight, tall, poised, each step radiating effortless confidence and magnetism. His features were chiseled perfection, eyes deep and starlit, a straight, proud nose, and lips curved in a faint, untamable smirk. He wore a magnificent, singular robe, reminiscent of classical ink-painting elegance. Patrons glanced once, then returned to their games unimpressed. What a stunning lady. You mind if I join your table? Qin Feng spotted Tsunade instantly and approached with a charming, easy grin. Take any empty seat, just don't block my view. Tsunade snapped, not even deigning to look at him. Qin Feng sat nearby and said, smiling, Miss, I left in such haste. I forgot my money. Might I borrow some? I'll repay you double, if I win. Hey kid, no money, no play. Get out. A burly man bellowed, mistaking Qin Feng for another easy mark, only to find him penniless. Here, take this. 10,000 ryo. That's all I'll spare. Tsunade tossed a heavy stack of bills his way. Generous, bold, unmistakably Tsunade. Thank you. Qin Feng smiled. The table played dice. 3 dice bet on high or low. Without hesitation, he placed every coin on high. Hey, don't be so reckless. Tsunade frowned. Haha, relax. Qin Feng waved a dismissive hand. 4, 5, 6, high. The dealer lifted the cup. Not bad, kid. Tsunade blinked. She hadn't expected such luck. Bet high again. Qin Feng grinned, stacking all his winnings onto the same spot. To him, this game was less chance, more tribute. 5, 5, 6, high. Another win. Whoa. Fellow players stared, astonishment dawning in their eyes. Still high. The dealer swallowed hard, trembling as he shook the dice, then lifted the cup. Again high. In mere moments, Qin Feng's 10,000 ryo had multiplied into 80,000. Little brother, you're amazing. Ha ha. Tsunade's eyes sparkled, her laughter bubbling like spring water. Watching him win felt like winning herself. She hadn't felt this joyful in years, not since the war. And this young man, handsome too. Having won several rounds consecutively, Qin Feng now held a substantial pile of money, evolving from a mere lump into an impressive heap. I'm done playing. Winning every time is dull. Qin Feng rose to his feet, preparing to leave. A chorus of disapproving glances fell upon him. Was that even human speech? Especially Tsunade, who had lost repeatedly, bristled with discomfort. Sister, I gift you all this money. Qin Feng swept the entire pile towards Tsunade. What a generous younger brother you are. Tsunade chuckled warmly, her eyes sparkling with gleaming coins. With one arm cradling the fortune and the other embracing Qin Feng, his face pressed gently against a soft, milky white expanse, so tender it nearly made him bleed from the nose. Well then, I'm off. See you later. Qin Feng grinned, turning to depart. Wait, what is it? He glanced back over his shoulder. Could you teach me your gambling technique? Of course. Qin Feng beamed, sizing Tsunade up with playful scrutiny. Have you ever heard this saying? Which one? To master the art, first sleep with the master. You insolent brat. Tsunade flushed, crimson temples pulsing with visible veins. Fists clenched, she longed to land 2 furious blows upon his smirking face. Farewell. Qin Feng waved cheerfully and strode away elated. Tsunade, still unattached as far as anyone knew, made him yearn to give her a home. Women are drawn to strength. Her ruby eyes shimmered with starlight, fixed adoringly upon the man before her. At that moment, Qin Feng soared skyward on a flying sword, with Hong trailing gracefully behind him. Lord Feng, you're truly extraordinary. Hong reveled in this celestial flight, boundless, unrestrained, soaring freely across heaven and earth. I have even greater talents still. Qin Feng teased. What could they be? Hong blinked, utterly bewildered. You'll discover them once you become mine. How shameless. Hong blushed deeply, clinging tightly to the man before her, So powerful, so profoundly reassuring, radiating absolute security. Here, where this. Qin Feng produced a pendant and offered it to Hong. It was a protective talisman carved from a crimson crystal. Though Hong had survived until the story's final chapter, he remained wary of unintended butterfly effects his arrival might trigger. What is this? So beautiful. A protective amulet, capable of shielding you even from attacks by cage-level shinobi. So formidable. Then I shall wear it close to my heart. The flying sword streaked past, scattering a trail of affectionate mischief. In the shadows of the ANBU headquarters, Qin Feng sat aloft upon an elevated throne, observing Danzō below. Submissive, trembling voice hushed. Lord Feng, Danzō bowed obsequiously. Have you contacted Orochimaru yet? Yes, I've arranged for him to meet you tonight. Excellent. Tell him I possess what he desires, and he will be richly rewarded. Qin Feng smiled faintly. What did Orochimaru truly crave? Immortality, of course. Qin Feng himself sought it too. And suddenly another figure surfaced in his thoughts. They call him a god, but I have yet to lay eyes upon him. He asked coolly, Uchiha Shursui, did you eliminate him? Ah no, I've only observed him covertly. Danzō's heart pounded. How could Lord Feng know of his intentions towards Shursui? Truly Lord Feng was peerless. Danzō, I warn you plainly, without my explicit command you shall not lay a hand upon any Uchiha. Is that understood? Qin Feng well knew Danzō coveted the Uchiha's eyes, to fulfill the second Hokage's vision, eradicating the corrupt Uchiha clan. Yes sir. This shadowy Hokage waiting proved remarkably useful. Arriving in the Hidden Leaf world, meeting Orochimaru, the shinobi realm's preeminent scientist, was indispensable. Particularly fascinating were Orochimaru's innovations. The Edo Tensei refined and perfected the body replacement technique. Both brilliant. Lately Qin Feng had studied the multiple shadow clone jutsu, integrating it with his cultivation arts, conceiving a bold, unprecedented idea. The night in Konoha lay hushed and still, while the serpent swayed its tail silent and sly. Orochimaru arrived punctually, commanding ominous, the archetypal early-stage antagonist. Into a clandestine root hideout he strode unhesitatingly, as if fear held no dominion over him. Only he inspired terror in others. Ah, Orochimaru. Right on time. Qin Feng greeted him with practiced familiarity, his mind idly debating Snake Senior or Snake Senior Lady. In that dim, cramped chamber the greeting struck an oddly jarring note. Orochimaru frowned faintly, studying the young man before him. Detecting no chakra, yet his instincts screamed danger. His cold serpentine gaze locked unblinkingly onto his host. You summoned me. What is your purpose? His voice icy and unnerving, raised gooseflesh on the skin. Please sit. Make yourself at home. Qin Feng gestured warmly, settling into the seat of authority. Orochimaru took the chair directly opposite. Here, have some tea. This was spirit-infused tea, rare, precious, beneficial beyond measure. A gift from the cultivation realms, strengthening the body, prolonging life, fortifying the soul. Please drink. Only then did Orochimaru notice the steaming cup upon the table. The aroma alone clarified the mind and lifted the spirit. Unfazed by potential poison, he raised it and drank deeply in one smooth motion. Warmth flooded his core, clarity sharpened, every pore exhaled relief. This tea, truly exceptional. Watching Orochimaru's expression shift, Qin Feng smiled and poured another cup. I invited you here to propose a transaction. Oh, what sort of transaction? The body replacement technique. Boom. No sooner had the words left Qin Feng's lips than Orochimaru launched his assault. A sudden hidden shadow snake hand strike. To know his most guarded secret meant immediate annihilation, his first instinctive response. Whoa. No need to get so worked up, Orochimaru. Qin Feng flicked his wrist lightly, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Orochimaru's face darkened. This man was formidable. Indeed, if he lacked power, would he dare summon Orochimaru alone? The body replacement technique is wondrous, but tell me, don't you wonder what I offer in exchange? Qin Feng smiled knowingly. What do you propose? Immortality. He knew precisely what captivated Orochimaru, and grasped it firmly. He'd considered treating Orochimaru as he had Danzō, but crushing another's motivation served no purpose. Better to guide his passion, awaken his initiative. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Senior Snake, no need for such shock. Guess my age. Orochimaru fell silent. Could this youth wield the body replacement technique, or something akin? He appeared scarcely 20. Truth be told, I am over 500 years old. What a... No need for astonishment. Returning to our earlier question, shall we cooperate? Intriguing indeed. Cooperation is most assuredly welcome. Orochimaru recovered swiftly. Immortality had been his lifelong obsession. Whether this youth delivered or not, the chance was worth seizing. Without hesitation, Orochimaru withdrew a scroll from his mouth and declared, Behold, the body replacement technique. Qin Feng recoiled inwardly at the saliva-smeared parchment, truly revolting. With a casual wave of purifying light, cleansed the scroll immaculately. Producing a blank jade slip, he inscribed the technique upon it, and returned the original scroll. Indeed, Senior Snake, you're refreshingly direct. Here, this is for you. Qin Feng handed Orochimaru a jade slip containing foundational cultivation knowledge, commonplace in the cultivation realms, yet revolutionary here. Orochimaru accepted it puzzled. Press it to your brow. He obeyed, and a torrent of alien knowledge flooded his consciousness. His serpentine eyes bulged wide. This is cultivation, the path to Tao, attainment of true immortality. The authentic way. Satisfied. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru erupted into wild, ecstatic laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. After decades of solitary research of fragmented clues and dead ends, today his ultimate aspiration had crystallized before him. Don't get carried away. That's merely introductory material. True immortality demands innate aptitude, profound cultivation methods, and abundant spiritual resources. Qin Feng observed the former antagonist's manic glee and couldn't resist a dry wry remark. No matter. Merely knowing such a path exists is blessing enough. To grope blindly along it alone, that was unbearable loneliness. No sages before me, none after. Gazing upon heaven and earth vast and timeless, I stand alone and weep. Qin Feng recalled the ancient verse moved deeply. Orochimaru, as long as you remain loyal, I shall guide you upon the immortal path. Ha ha, then accept my deepest gratitude, fellow Taoist. My Tao is no longer solitary. Oh, are you dining alone, young sir? At a barbecue restaurant Qin Feng had arranged to meet Shi Rihong for dinner. Before Shi Rihong arrived, a stunningly beautiful and alluring young woman approached Qin Feng's table, leaned down gracefully, swept her long hair aside, and revealed a striking figure. Though inwardly amused, Qin Feng remained outwardly unmoved. He instantly recognized her as Shi Rihong, who was playfully employing illusionary arts. I'm sorry, I'm waiting for my wife. And oh, don't you find me beautiful? Why not let me be your wife instead? Shi Rihong leaned in closely, nearly pressing against him, weaving temptation like silk. You little enchantress, hand yourself over. Qin Feng reached out, seized her waist, and drew her firmly into his arms. How mischievous you are, young sir. Shi Rihong giggled coyly, though inwardly, she felt a flicker of irritation. She hadn't expected Lord Feng to be so flirtatious. And Hong, still playing tricks here. With that, Qin Feng delivered a light, playful slap to Shi Rihong's backside. And a soft, breathless cry escaped her, stirring her spirit deeply. And how dreadful. She surrendered, fully nestling into his embrace, her heart fluttering with quiet joy. So Lord Feng knew it was me all along. Qin Feng himself felt a surge of exhilaration. Wait, aren't you the aloof, composed teacher, Shi Rihong? How unexpectedly delicate and tender you've become. Yet his hands moved without pause, gentle, reverent, tracing the supple warmth of her form. Truly, women are made of water, soft, yielding, infinitely tender. The barbecue is ready. Best eat it before it chars. Qin Feng smiled. Feed me. Shi Rihong murmured, refusing to rise, content to remain cradled in his arms. Qin Feng chuckled, lifted a piece of grilled meat with his chopsticks, and offered it to her cherry-soft lips, though he too longed to taste it. And whether the two of them enjoyed their meal remains unknown, but bystanders surely feasted on an abundance of romantic sweetness. After the meal, Qin Feng led Shi Rihong to the training ground. Now that she was his silent mastery of mere ninja arts would no longer suffice. Life is fleeting, so terribly brief. And Hong, do you wish to grow stronger? Qin Feng asked, smiling gently. And stronger? Like you? Yes, but strength is only part of it. Longevity too awaits those who walk the Tao. Without further elaboration, he produced a jade slip, similar in appearance to Orochimaru's, and began introducing the fundamentals of cultivation in the world of immortals. Place it upon your forehead, Qin Feng instructed, handing her the jade slip. And she obeyed, and gradually her exquisite eyes widened in awe. So, you're a cultivator? Shi Rihong gasped, disbelief etched across her face. And indeed, I am already over 500 years old. Then, will you walk the immortal path beside me? Qin Feng paused, then asked softly. And ever since childhood, I dreamed only of peace, of growing up quietly, simply without sorrow. She spoke serenely. And then marrying a kind husband, bearing children, and growing old together, gently side by side. And that to me is true happiness. Yet fate brought you into my life and shattered that stillness. You showed me how vast this heaven and earth truly are, and how barren existence would be if I could not soar through the cosmos beside you. And if I cannot share eternal life with you, how profoundly lonely you would be. And Qin Feng pulled her tightly into his arms. Yes, immortality alone is the loneliest of all destinies. Why had he striven so desperately to return to his own world? And was it not precisely this solitude? And there awaited his family, his friends. Hong, you are extraordinary, Qin Feng whispered, pressing a tender kiss to her forehead. Then he retrieved a cultivation aptitude detector to assess her innate talents. Even without the artifact, Qin Feng's profound perception confirmed Shi Rihong's eligibility for cultivation. Yet precise identification of her spiritual roots, their type, quality, and her unique constitution demanded the detector's precision. Place your hand upon it, he said, presenting the device. A crystal sphere gleaming with inner clarity. Enshi Rihong laid her palm gently atop it. An instantly azure light bloomed layer upon radiant layer. Huh. An upper-grade water spiritual root. Remarkable. Qin Feng laughed. How is it, she asked, puzzled. Excellent. Your cultivation aptitude is truly superior. Hearing this, Shi Rihong beamed with delight. Suddenly a vivid crimson glow ignited at the sphere's core. A primordial allure body. Huh. No wonder I was utterly captivated by you. Qin Feng laughed heartily. Such a constitution naturally amplified her mastery of illusionary arts. Qin Feng pondered which cultivation manual to bestow upon Shi Rihong. In the immortal realm, he hailed from the Tianjin sect, a lineage devoted entirely to sword cultivation. Sword cultivators ranked among the most formidable warriors, resolute as steel, upright as the blade itself. And alas, his sect had been utterly destroyed. At the memory, Qin Feng fell into solemn silence. Cultivate the emerald water art. It suits your water spiritual root perfectly. It is a foundational manual simple to master and sufficient to reach foundation establishment. He handed her a jade slip. Once you attain foundation establishment, I shall grant you more advanced methods. Thank you, Brother Feng. Shi Rihong beamed, unembarrassed by the honorific, knowing full well his seniority and depth of experience. This is a spatial storage pouch. Within lie cultivation resources enough to sustain you until foundation establishment. He presented another pouch filled with spirit stones and refined pills. Brother Feng, you are so kind to me. She accepted the pouch and hugged him joyfully. After a moment of playful exploration, her delight deepened. Such a tiny pouch. It holds so much. Foolish girl, how could I treat anyone else better than my own? He affectionately tousled her hair. Enshi Rihong began her cultivation practice while Qin Feng nearby immersed himself in studying the newly acquired immortal reincarnation art. Orochimaru's repeated resurrections stemmed from this very art, a technique akin to soul transference or forced possession in the immortal realm. Yet conventional soul transference bore grave limitations, strict requirements of bloodline affinity, shared cultivation origins, compatible physiologies, and crucially reliance upon living hosts. Moreover, such transfers were neither unlimited nor risk-free. Orochimaru's version, however, appeared boundless, requiring only a sufficiently powerful soul indifferent to species and enabled across vast distances by a pre-established mark. If such a mark endures, am I then truly immortal? Having witnessed the immortal realm's darkness and cruelty, Qin Feng resolved instantly he must master this art. And next came the concept of external avatars. The multiple shadow clone technique he'd previously acquired sparked the idea of forging a true independent avatar. Alas, no formal external avatar cultivation method existed in the immortal realm. And no matter, he would devise one himself. In that evening, he would meet Orochimaru again. They could explore the possibility together. As night fell after parting from Shi Rihong, Qin Feng journeyed alone to Orochimaru's laboratory. With a sweep of his divine sense, he pinpointed its location and vanished, reappearing in an instant. The Flying Thunder God technique proved exceptionally useful. Orochimaru, deep in experimentation, was startled by the sudden appearance of Qin Feng. Utterly silent, untraceable, and profoundly unsettling. What if this man were a master of stealth? Waiting until he slept, then striking without warning. Fortunately, he was no enemy. Could you please refrain from appearing so ghost-like? Orochimaru stood beside the surgical table, immersed in his work. Ha ha ha. So the legendary Orochimaru, one of Konoha's 3 Sannin, can actually be startled by an obscure nobody like me. Qin Feng burst into laughter, then added, well, wasn't I dazzling? Hold on, I'll be finished shortly. Orochimaru sighed, wordlessly resuming his work. Qin Feng, choosing not to disturb him further, began idly wandering about the laboratory. The lab was modest in scale, its experiments restrained. Not out of caution but necessity, they remained within Konoha's borders where excess would invite peril. Materials were also scarce at present. Please, Mr. Qin, have a seat. Orochimaru said, courteously removing his gloves after completing his task. So, have you given my proposal serious thought? Qin Feng asked with a smile as he settled into a chair. The previous night he had shared foundational cultivation knowledge with Orochimaru, who had responded with palpable excitement and fascination. Yet Qin Feng's cultivation techniques and resources were not freely bestowed. Instead, he proposed collaborative research projects. Orochimaru would conduct the studies while Qin Feng would supply the arts and spiritual provisions. I've already made my decision. Which project shall we begin? Orochimaru's serpentine eyes widened greedily. There are many possibilities, but here are the principal ones. 1. Materialization of shadow clones, whether through cloning or alternative means. And 2. The origin and metaphysical purpose of the Shinigami and the netherworld within this world. And 3. The impure world reincarnation technique. And 4. The origins of the 3 sacred realms. And we have abundant avenues for collaboration. Let us proceed one at a time. I am prepared to core search any of these and fulfill other reasonable requests. As for cultivation resources, rest assured my reserves are inexhaustible. Qin Feng listed over a dozen viable collaborative projects. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Qin, you are truly a genius. Every proposal ignites my deepest curiosity. With each new idea, Orochimaru's gaze grew brighter, until by the end his eyes shimmered with fervent brilliance. May our partnership prove mutually enriching and profoundly rewarding. With that, Qin Feng produced a jade slip and a vial of pills. These are for you. Orochimaru accepted them with trembling hands. Which project shall we commence first? Orochimaru asked, still exhilarated. Any of those I proposed is viable. The selection simply reflects which aligns best with your current expertise and resources. Then let us begin with the first. I've previously conducted research on human cloning and retained relevant specimens at hand. Orochimaru smiled. Indeed, he had pioneered cloning experiments. Danzō, formerly known as Yamato, was one such creation. Come, Mr. Qin, I'll show you my specimens. I trust they'll captivate you. Orochimaru rose and led the way out of the lab, beyond the village to a secluded hillside where dense grass concealed a narrow cave entrance. A most discreet location for disposing of bodies, Qin Feng remarked wryly. Were another to follow Orochimaru here so blindly, they'd likely perish before comprehending how or why. Merely jesting, Mr. Qin, please enter. Qin Feng smiled faintly and strode inside. The passage narrowed briefly, then opened into a vast, brilliantly lit chamber. Rows of workbenches lined the space, laden with intricate instruments and countless vials and flasks. 3 colossal glass tanks dominated the center, each filled with translucent viscous fluid, and each containing a naked, motionless human form, occasionally releasing slow, languid bubbles. These specimens were acquired from recent battlefields. Not bad at all. You never disappoint, Orochimaru. Qin Feng smiled faintly and extended his divine sense. These bodies possessed chakra reserves equivalent to elite jonin, yet bore no discernible bloodline limits or unique traits. They're rather weak, though. I hear you possess Hashirama's cells. Qin Feng fixed Orochimaru with a steady gaze. You're surprisingly well-informed, Mr. Qin. Orochimaru admitted, somewhat surprised. I do, but they remain unstable. Integrating them safely into one's own physiology is extraordinarily difficult. They consume host cells, eventually causing total systemic collapse and death. So they function like cancerous cells? Cancerous cells? Orochimaru blinked, utterly perplexed. Are these subjects deceased? Their bodies persist, but their souls are long gone. Vital signs remain faintly detectable, yet biologically they are already dead. May I examine one now? Of course, they're merely specimens. Orochimaru approached a tank, drained its fluid, and slowly unlatched its seal. A glistening nude figure emerged, dripping and inert. Step back, please. I'd like to test something, Qin Feng instructed. Orochimaru withdrew, silently puzzled. Qin Feng raised a hand, cleansing the body with a wave of energy, then gathered spiritual energy, preparing to cast a refined version of the shadow clone technique, aiming to anchor his clone directly into the cadaveric vessel. With a soft poof of white smoke, the body crumbled, irreparably damaged. So this approach fails, Qin Feng mused inwardly. You intended to implant a shadow clone directly into this corpse. Orochimaru pondered deeply, then finally grasped Qin Feng's intent. Indeed, though it ended in failure, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. Mr. Qin, you are truly a genius. Your ideas ignite revelation with every utterance. The scientific world desperately needs minds like yours. Well then, Orochimaru, you now understand my objective. Do you have any promising insights? Direct projection of your clone into another body is fundamentally unworkable. If it were possible, one could simply cast it upon an opponent mid-battle, effectively replacing them with yourself. Even upon a soulless, unconscious vessel, successful integration demands precise resonance between the clone's chakra and the host's physiological structure, or more precisely, its spiritual energy capacity. This body shattered because your spiritual energy vastly exceeded its tolerance threshold. There it was, the hallmark of a true scientist, instant, incisive grasp of the core principle. Then what's the next step? First, demonstrate the standard shadow clone technique. Without hesitation, Qin Feng gathered spiritual energy, and with a quiet poof, an identical double appeared beside him. Indeed, its chakra flow is overwhelming and structurally unsound, Orochimaru observed. Might you attenuate your spiritual energy output? Naturally, Qin Feng recast the technique, this time with energy dialed down to its minimal threshold. Another poof, and a second perfectly formed clone materialized beside him. This amount of spiritual energy should be sufficient. Orochimaru sensed the newly emerged clone. Should we try again? All right. Orochimaru turned around, draining the cultivation liquid from another jar, opening it to reveal another body. This body belonged to a middle-aged man with a chiseled face sharp as if carved by a knife and a bit of stubble that added to the ruggedness. His muscles were well-defined with strong lines, each muscle brimming with power. His abdomen was tight with 8 abdominal muscles arranged in a sculpted manner. Various scars adorned his body, indicating he was likely a battle fanatic in life. Even in death, his fierce aura could still be felt. Qin Feng looked at the body before him, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet could not recall why. Never mind, let's proceed first. I hope this guy has some potential. Ninjutsu Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Qin Feng once again performed the clone technique, forming the jutsu onto this body. With a bang, the body emitted white smoke. Fortunately, it was undamaged. Feeling the spiritual energy flowing through the body, the heart began to beat, the body rose and fell, breathing once more. Qin Feng's sensation was marvelous. He could feel this body as if it were part of himself, like an extension of his own fingers. Yet it also felt like an independent entity possessing its own thoughts and soul. This indescribable feeling would be understood when one day they had their own external avatar. He controlled the body and slowly opened his eyes, staring at himself. Damn it, Qin Feng finally remembered who this person was. Isn't he Miyamoto Musashi from the game? Without his clothes, he almost didn't recognize him. Yes, it was indeed that person. The face was identical. Haha, from now on he shall be called Miyamoto Musashi. Feeling this body, its strength was still present, but the hidden injuries were too numerous. As for ninjutsu and techniques, they would have to be tested at the training ground later. He took out a cleansing pill and handed it to himself. Miyamoto Musashi swallowed it whole, and miraculously his scars began to heal. The meridians were unblocked and the toxins and impurities were expelled, filling the room with a foul odor. There must be a place to bathe here, Miyamoto Musashi asked. Ah, yes. Orochimaru, still in shock, snapped back to reality, utterly astonished by what had just transpired. Is Miyamoto Musashi also you? Orochimaru asked Qin Feng upon returning. Yes, of course. Qin Feng smiled. Qin-jun, what was that pill just now? The one Miyamoto took. It's a cleansing pill. Qin Feng replied casually. Well, Qin-jun, look, I provided 2 materials tonight. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Orochimaru has this side too. Is this still that early stage boss? Qin Feng found it amusing. Here, take this, do me a favor, and you won't miss out on your rewards. Qin Feng tossed a storage bag to Orochimaru, which contained several cleansing pills. After teaching Orochimaru how to use it, his eyes sparkled. Having this bag for experimental equipment and materials in the future would be incredibly convenient. When Miyamoto returned, he appeared rejuvenated, no longer carrying that weariness, but exuding a refined aura. Qin Feng tossed over a piece of clothing, the illusory treasure robe, which transformed to resemble Miyamoto's outfit from the game. Finally, this felt right. Orochimaru, do you want to test the strength of this body? Miyamoto Musashi asked. This body has no spiritual root and cannot practice magical techniques. It seems to lack chakra as well, so it can only follow the martial path. Oh, sure. Orochimaru grinned wickedly. The pressure from Qin Feng was too strong. This new clone could also be considered Qin Feng, and he should be able to take him down. They exited the cave and found a flat area. Miyamoto Musashi and Orochimaru stood opposite each other, each wielding a wooden sword, forming a stance. With the sword in hand, Miyamoto Musashi's entire aura shifted, resembling a sharp blade. He struck first, his figure flickering like lightning, the wooden sword slicing through the air with a chilling gleam aimed directly at Orochimaru's face. However, Orochimaru remained calm, twisting his body in an uncanny manner to avoid the attack, and simultaneously swung his sword towards Miyamoto Musashi's waist. Miyamoto Musashi pivoted his foot and instantly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Orochimaru, bringing the wooden sword down. Orochimaru sensed a gust of wind from behind, lunged forward, rolled on the ground, and quickly turned to counterattack. The two exchanged blows, their wooden swords clashing with crisp sounds, sending wood chips flying. Miyamoto Musashi fought with increasing fervor. His swordsmanship had no flaws, each move containing immense power. Orochimaru gradually found it challenging, secretly astonished at how formidable this body was. At that moment, Miyamoto Musashi let out a loud shout, his entire presence suddenly skyrocketing, charging at Orochimaru with a speed several times faster than before. Orochimaru couldn't evade in time, and was struck in the chest by the wooden sword, sending him flying backward. Miyamoto Musashi stood still with his sword retracted, his gaze cold and resolute. Orochimaru got back up, glancing at Miyamoto Musashi with lingering fear, realizing he had underestimated his strength. Both ceased their attacks, forming a peace sign. I didn't expect your clone to be this strong right from the start. I'm no match for you. Orochimaru chuckled. Ha ha, Orochimaru, you're being too modest. You know how many tricks you still have up your sleeve. Qin Feng smiled. Orochimaru didn't deny it. As an early-stage boss who had been scheming until the end, he certainly wouldn't reveal his trump cards here, especially not in front of Qin Feng. Just having gauged Miyamoto Musashi's strength through physical techniques, it was clear that he was indeed very strong. Haha, let's go back to the lab. There's still some work to do. In the laboratory, Qin Feng worked with Orochimaru throughout the night. Even for the wildly ambitious Orochimaru, it was a bit overwhelming. Miyamoto Musashi was merely a casual experimental subject devoid of special abilities or bloodline limits. They still needed to perform the improved reanimation on the body, inscribing the seals. After assessing with his divine sense, everything seemed fine, though it appeared this body still harbored its own lingering attachments from its previous life. Orochimaru, how long would it take to clone a complete person using Hashirama's cells? Qin Feng still planned to create a normal person. The strongest currently available in this world should be Hashirama. If done quickly, it would take a month. If slowly, it could take several months. I have tasks in the village as well, so many other things are delaying me. Orochimaru frowned. No wonder he wanted to defect from the village later. There were too many miscellaneous tasks and many experiments that could not be done freely. At this moment, Orochimaru must have been thinking how great it would be if he could create his own external avatar. That would mean having another person. If you could master the multiple shadow clone technique, wouldn't that speed things up significantly? Multiple shadow clones. Is that the forbidden technique? It's said to require a massive amount of chakra to sustain. You should give it a try. Later, you'll find you two reliable assistants. Qin Feng pointed his finger to Orochimaru's brow, passing on the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clones. Thanks a lot. Do you have any Sharingan on you? Qin Feng asked. Orochimaru was surprised that Qin Feng knew about such matters. He had been wanting to acquire some Sharingan, but hadn't succeeded yet. If you don't have any, I'll get a few for you later, Qin Feng said, as if he were talking about bringing back 2 cabbages from the market. All right, Miyamoto Musashi stays in the lab for now. I'm leaving. Qin Feng waved his hand and departed gracefully. Qin Feng left, yet he had not truly left. At this moment, Miyamoto Musashi was essentially him. Orochimaru looked at the laboratory, chuckling bitterly as he rubbed his forehead, feeling like he was being treated as a laborer. The sun had risen high. Qin Feng had arranged to have breakfast with Shi Rihong. Brother Feng, cultivation is so difficult. The moment they met, Shi Rihong clung to Qin Feng's arm, her soft curves pressing against him as she deliberately spoke in a coquettish tone. Speak properly. Qin Feng gently tapped her forehead. What an absurd transformation! This poised, mature woman had somehow turned into a dainty, girlish figure. Hee, isn't it true men prefer women like this? Shi Rihong chuckled softly. Ha ha ha, nonsense. I love you just as you are, no matter your form. Brother, your words are sweeter than honey. How has your cultivation been going since returning? I've only just begun sensing chi. Shi Rihong replied, her voice tinged with quiet disappointment. That's already quite impressive. It shows your innate talent for cultivation remains strong. In his past life, it had taken him many days merely to sense chi, and over a month to successfully draw it into his body. Truly, the spiritual energy in this world was grievously thin. Still, he could construct a spirit-gathering formation. Surely that would accelerate cultivation. Yet this region of the Land of Fire was ill-suited for such a task. He would need to find a more appropriate location, especially if Orochimaru were later to conduct experiments there. Wealth, companions, techniques, and auspicious land, the 4 pillars of cultivation, deserved careful planning when time allowed. Cultivation is no fleeting endeavor. Take it step by step. After breakfast, let's head to the training ground. Feed me. Shi Rihong pouted playfully. Qin Feng wondered whether all women once drawn close to the man they loved inevitably transformed thus. This aloof, commanding beauty, now a tender, dependent girl. All right. Qin Feng complied, cradling her gently as he fed her, feeling oddly as though he'd gained a daughter. This tender scene happened to be witnessed by Asuma. He hadn't even finished breakfast, but already felt sated. No, he couldn't go on like this. His Tao heart might shatter. Perhaps he ought to heed his family's suggestion and join the daimyo's guard, retreating far from this heartrending place. Qin Feng noticed Asuma, yet showed no restraint. Asuma, you're being saved. Shi Rihong, you simply cannot hold her. Should you ever face mortal peril, Qin Feng will intervene. Once. After the meal, they arrived at the training ground. You begin by practicing chi absorption. Follow your cultivation manual precisely. Qin Feng instructed Shi Rihong. Though he could lend direct aid, it was wiser for her to tread the first steps alone. She obediently circulated the technique, threads of spiritual energy gathering faintly around her. Indeed, the ambient chi was not only scarce, but also impure. Qin Feng withdrew several spirit stones and erected a rudimentary spirit-gathering formation. Instantly, spiritual energy surged. I did it. I've successfully absorbed chi into my body. Moments later, Shi Rihong cried out elated. Qin Feng stroked her hair, inwardly marveling, exceptional talent truly makes cultivation effortless. Remain humble. Keep striving. Shi Rihong resumed her practice. Qin Feng stood idly by, until beyond the neighboring training ground a blonde figure paused at the edge, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe. None other than the Fourth Hokage himself. Within that training ground, a silver-haired youth hurled kunai wildly, venting his inner anguish. It was Kakashi, still a boy. At this juncture, Kakashi had already lost his father, and would soon lose 2 comrades as well. Yo, Lord Fourth. Qin Feng drifted gracefully into view. Ha ha ha, Master Qin. Settling comfortably into the village. The Fourth Hokage greeted warmly, yet inwardly marveled at Qin Feng's overwhelming strength. He had sensed nothing until the man appeared before him. Quite well. I eat well, sleep well. Qin Feng glanced toward Kakashi in the distance, and asked, and who is that young man? My disciple Kakashi Hatake. The Fourth sighed softly, then recounted Kakashi's tragic history. Truly a sorrowful child, yet also a resilient one. He has already attained the rank of Jonin. Pride colored the fourth's voice. Yet in that instant Qin Feng found himself strangely repelled by this shinobi world, and began for the first time to grasp why Madara sought the infinite Tsukuyami, or why Nagato had raised Konoha. Kakashi has a new assignment. Would you accompany him? The fourth asked. Though Qin Feng bore the official rank of Genin, the Hokage knew full well what he truly was. A rather tedious shinobi game. But since you've asked, I'll make the journey. Had it been any other team, Qin Feng might have declined, but Kakashi? That intrigued him deeply. For Kakashi bore a Sharingan, one imbued with spatial affinity. If both of Obito's eyes were in his possession, perhaps he could unravel spatial arts, shatter this world's veil, and return home. Kakashi, the fourth, entered the training ground and called out. Qin Feng followed closely behind. TCH. Kakashi recoiled, radiating cold aloofness. You'll undertake this mission alongside Qin Feng. Oh, him. Kakashi's gaze flickered toward Qin Feng. Pleased to meet you, Kakashi. Qin Feng concealed his aura completely, his thousand illusion robe masking every trace of power. To the eye, he appeared utterly ordinary. To bring him along on a mission. Kakashi turned to the fourth, skeptical. Are you certain? Kakashi, though officially a Genin, Qin Feng possesses formidable strength. This mission will serve as excellent training for him. But this isn't rank assignment. Kakashi voiced his concern. Don't worry, Kakashi. My strength is considerable. I won't hinder you in the least. Qin Feng smiled amiably. Fine. Meet at the village gate tomorrow at 7 sharp. Kakashi sighed inwardly, convinced Qin Feng would be little more than dead weight. Let's hope he survives. Kakashi turned back to his training, dismissing further conversation. See you tomorrow? Qin Feng waved farewell, yet within his mind churned, should I seize the Sharingan outright, or negotiate openly? Dusk deepened. Shi Rihong remained at the training ground. Having absorbed Qi and opened her Dantian, she had ascended to the first layer of Qi refinement. Feng, I'm amazing, right? She walked beside him, beaming like a child who'd earned top marks, eager for praise. Hong, you're extraordinary. Qin Feng praised warmly. The full moon hung luminous above stars scattered like diamond dust. Taking her hand, he murmured softly, Hong, you are breathtakingly beautiful. A delicate blush rose to Shi Rihong's cheeks as she leaned gently against his shoulder. Silence enveloped them. Only their footsteps echoed upon the stone path. Amber lamplights stretched their shadows long across the ground. Even Qin Feng, who had weathered 5 centuries of trials, felt ripples stir within his otherwise tranquil heart. Feng, will we always remain like this? She asked, lifting her gaze to his. Always. No matter what comes, I shall stand beside you. Qin Feng affirmed resolute. This woman, she was the first to truly enter his life. Passing a sea of blossoms, Shi Rihong darted ahead, plucked a small flower, and pinned it in her hair, then spun joyfully, asking, Do I look lovely? Qin Feng nodded with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Tomorrow I depart on a mission, for several days. Then stay safe. My prowess is known to few, but surely not to you. Qin Feng teased. Rest assured, I'll return swiftly. And don't slack off in your cultivation. Moonlight flowed like liquid silver upon the winding path home, as if blessing this devoted pair. What exquisite moonlight tonight. Indeed, the breeze tonight is equally tender. After escorting Yugure Kurenai home, Qin Feng observed Orochimaru, still laboring in his laboratory, through Musashi Miyamoto's perspective. In a flash, Qin Feng appeared at the root base. Danzō too was a relentless workaholic. Lord Feng. Danzō hurried forward with deep reverence upon seeing Qin Feng's sudden arrival. Well, little Danzō, still burning the midnight oil. The village has many pressing matters to attend to. Indeed, the war had only just ended and responsibilities piled high. Excellent. You show real promise. One day you might even become Hokage. Qin Feng smiled wryly. Truth be told, this very Danzō had briefly held the title, but reigned for scarcely 2 days before being struck down. Thank you for your auspicious words, Lord. Danzō's heart surged with excitement. If this towering figure would lend his support, perhaps the dream truly could take root. You aren't plotting against the Fourth Hokage, are you? Qin Feng asked casually. Yet he knew these men well. None bore mercy in heart or hand. Their souls ran as dark as soot. No, not at all. Danzō offered an awkward chuckle. Qin Feng needed no further confirmation. The flicker in Danzō's eyes betrayed everything. Enough of that. I didn't come for such matters. I have other business. With a dismissive wave, Qin Feng continued. Do you possess any Sharingan eyes? Danzō hesitated. How could this man possibly know? He had collected several on the battlefield, and dared not conceal them. Yes, though not many. Give me one. Qin Feng commanded. Hesitant. Relinquish one now, and later I shall grant you thousands. Think bigger, Danzō. Expand your vision. Yes, absolutely. The ever-calculating Danzō scurried off eagerly. Alas, the scientist capable of cloning Sharingan had yet to emerge. For now, a single eye would suffice for Orochimaru to test its replicability. Even if cloning proved impossible, preliminary study might reveal how ordinary Sharingan could be methodically awakened into Mangekyo. Lord Feng, Danzō presented a small glass vial containing a Sharingan, hands trembling with reverence. Well done. Qin Feng clapped Danzō lightly on the shoulder and smiled. Danzō felt like a dog summoned to heel, but to serve this master. That honor belonged to few. By the way, do you have a boy named Yakushi Kabuto here? Around 10 years old. As Qin Feng prepared to depart, the name surfaced unbidden. He recalled Kabuto having endured a period of coercion under Danzō's watch at the orphanage, and so mentioned it idly. So many subordinates. Hard to keep track. Any distinguishing traits? White hair. Orphaned. Formerly under headmistress Yakushi Nanoyu. Perhaps wears glasses. Yes, he recently joined Root. Bring him to me now. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Kabuto to be here, yet there he was. Moments later, Danzō's men ushered in a small boy, Yakushi Kabuto himself. He stood tense and bowed his head low. Qin Feng studied him silently. This was the boy destined to walk the razor's edge between light and shadow. Look up. Qin Feng spoke softly. Kabuto raised his head slowly, his gaze clouded with uncertainty and guarded wariness. You learned much under headmistress Nanoyu, did you not? Kabuto blinked faintly, then nodded. From today onward, you need no longer remain in this suffocating place, Root. Danzō recoiled in shock, about to protest, until a single glance from Qin Feng silenced him. Why, Lord? I can serve Root faithfully. Kabuto gathered his courage to speak. Your talents extend far beyond this realm, Qin Feng replied. I shall guide you to where you may master both medicine and ninjutsu. A smile played upon Qin Feng's lips. In Kabuto's eyes a spark of wonder ignited. He sensed something extraordinary radiating from this man, boundless potential veiled in quiet certainty. Thank you, Lord. Kabuto bowed deeply. Then without hesitation Qin Feng led Kabuto away from the Root base, while Danzō watched seething inwardly, yet powerless to defy the command. With a soft shun, Qin Feng materialized in Orochimaru's laboratory and set Kabuto gently down. The boy remained stunned, still reeling from the abrupt transition. Lord Qin, you've arrived. The cursed seal upon Musashi Miyamoto is complete. Though he'd labored through the night, Orochimaru's vitality remained undimmed. Oh, impressive efficiency. Qin Feng gave a thumbs up. Through the binding technique, he sensed the resonance between himself and Musashi had grown markedly stronger. Should he fall someday, he might even reincarnate through Musashi, though such a contingency remained remote. At that moment Musashi sat nearby, eyes closed in silent cultivation. Qin Feng understood a fierce, unyielding will still clung to him, a lingering echo of the first experimental subject. For now he would wait, observe, confirm stability, then release him. Qin Feng handed Orochimaru the small vial. This is a Sharingan. Begin by determining whether it can be cloned or awakened into Mangekyo. Orochimaru accepted the vial, eyes gleaming with fervent curiosity. Fascinating, profoundly fascinating. Qin Feng turned to Kabuto. Kabuto, you'll study here under Orochimaru. He is the shinobi world's foremost researcher. Kabuto bowed hastily. Yes, Lord. Orochimaru circled him once, then murmured approvingly, a promising vessel indeed. Qin Feng added, I must depart on a mission shortly. Until my return, I entrust you with Kabuto's training and the Sharingan research. Also, I'll be traveling alongside Kakashi. I'm considering acquiring his Sharingan. Orochimaru's tongue flicked across his lips. Kakashi. Yes, that eye is most tantalizing. Wait for your findings, no need to rush. A mere Sharingan holds little value. Only when awakened into Mangekyo does it fulfill its true purpose. With one final glance, Qin Feng vanished. Orochimaru fixed Kabuto with an eerie, knowing smile. Little one, from this day forward your training shall be merciless. Kabuto clenched his fists, resolve blazing in his eyes. I will strive without fail. Orochimaru turned toward the lab bench, lifting the vial to examine the Sharingan closely. The air thickened with arcane tension and quiet awe. Back in his chamber, Qin Feng meditated throughout the night, yet progress eluded him. Spiritual energy in this land was painfully thin. At dawn, sunlight streamed through the window, falling softly across Qin Feng's face. He opened his eyes. Yugure Kurenai stood outside holding a bento box. Warmth swelled within him. Qin Feng, you're awake, she whispered, her smile tender and luminous. He accepted the bento, heart full of quiet gratitude. Thank you, Kurenai. She gazed at him, sorrow edging her voice. Qin Feng, are you leaving? He nodded. Yes. Kurenai bit her lip. Then please, be careful. I'll wait for your safe return. Rising, Qin Feng drew her gently into his arms. Kurenai, I will return. They held each other in silence, then parted reluctantly, tenderly. Qin Feng walked away, glancing back once at Kurenai's still form before vanishing down the path. Kurenai remained at the threshold, watching until his silhouette dissolved into the distance. Her silent prayer rising with the morning light, may he return whole and unharmed. At the entrance of Konoha village, Qin Feng finally reunited with Kakashi, only to be utterly surprised when Yugugo Yugao emerged from behind him. It's Yue. Yugugo Yugao stared at Qin Feng, astonishment coloring her voice. Kakashi had mentioned a Jinin would accompany them, leaving her curious as to who this unknown shinobi might be, never imagining it would be him, a figure of legendary repute. With him present, success seemed all but assured. Oh, not welcome. Then I'll take my leave, Qin Feng teased lightly. No, not at all. Yugugo Yugao hastily waved her hands. Let's go. Kakashi, ever taciturn, simply turned and strode ahead without another word. The sky was clear and bright, the breeze gentle and soothing. An ideal day for soaring on a spirit-forged sword, savoring lakes and mountains. Yet Qin Feng walked in silence, trailing quietly behind Kakashi. After walking some distance, Kakashi broke the silence. This mission is classified rank. He turned to gaze at Qin Feng, a look that spoke volumes. Such a perilous undertaking was far beyond the reach of a mere Jinin. Perhaps a cat rescue or lost pet assignment would suit him better. Qin Feng smiled faintly, clearly dismissed, even scorned. I don't understand why Sensei Minato assigned you to this task, Kakashi remarked with unapologetic arrogance before turning once more to continue forward. I only hope no more of my comrades fall. The final words drifted softly like a sigh, half whispered to the wind, gone before they could truly settle. As they traveled, Kakashi recounted the mission, a simple directive, to enter the land of Earth and rescue villagers captured during wartime. Among the captives were two individuals of utmost importance, both members of the Uchiha clan. Their condition, alive or dead, was irrelevant. They must be retrieved. The objective was stark, yet its difficulty bordered on insurmountable. Minato truly knew how to deploy his assets. Qin Feng had become in effect his personal instrument. Qin Feng shook his head with quiet amusement. Indeed, without vision, strategy, and resolve, one could never ascend to the Hokage's mantle. There's no need to fret. We'll have Jiraiya awaiting us for reinforcement. Kakashi assumed Qin Feng was trembling with fear. Jiraiya, another silver-haired legend, whether had already begun penning his infamous novels, remained uncertain. Their pace was swift. Within a day they crossed into the land of grass, a nation aptly named, shifting allegiance like a reed in the wind, bowing to the land of earth when strong, groveling before the land of fire when threatened. Such was the tragedy of small nations, powerless diplomacy laid bare. In the land of fire, passing through countless villages brought little impression, hardship prevailed, yet life endured. But here in the land of grass the contrast was visceral. The raw brutality of war, the profound sorrow of the weak struck the senses with chilling clarity. Desolation stretched endlessly, a ruin lay thick upon the land. Once thriving hamlets now stood as skeletal ruins, a charred earth scarred the ground, like grievous wounds, their healing deferred indefinitely. Occasionally a gaunt survivor appeared, elderly child or woman, clothed in rags, flesh clinging taut to bone, the very embodiment of vulnerability. Their eyes held no light, only the hollow endurance of existence. On this shattered soil, they clung tenaciously to life, yearning for peace, for stillness, for the day they might rebuild what war had erased. Yet war's shadow loomed unbroken, and the path ahead shimmered with uncertainty. Much of the Third Shinobi World War had raged across this very land, fire and earth clashing amid grass and ruin. No wonder Nagato wished great nations to taste suffering themselves, for only those who bore true agony could fathom the priceless value of peace. The canon often portrayed only sunlit facets. These festering, rotting truths remained largely unspoken. A piercing scream tore through the distance. A small village under siege by rogue shinobi. A settlement already scourged by war now suffered anew. A pack of vagrant shinobi stormed in like starving wolves, faces twisted with cruelty, blades flashing as they looted and razed without mercy. Villagers scattered in terror, cries and wails rising in frantic chorus. Children trembled, pressed tight against trembling parents. Elders hobbled frantically, seeking any shelter, however frail. But the marauders showed no restraint, cutting down the living, seizing the helpless, plunging the entire village into chaos and bloodshed. Houses ignited, roaring flames clawed skyward, choking the heavens with thick black smoke. Even fields fell victim, crops trampled into unrecognizable ruin. Women's shrieks pierced the air as they watched lifetimes of labor stolen before their eyes, despair and helplessness flooding their hearts. Qin Feng remained motionless, walking silently behind Kakashi, curious to observe how his companions would respond. Kakashi too saw the distant smoke, heard the desperate cries. Yet his stride never faltered. He pressed onward. A vital mission demanded undivided focus. Kakashi, should we investigate? Yugugo Yugao finally asked, unable to stay silent. Still youthful, untouched by deep suffering, she retained an unjaded kindness. The mission comes first, Kakashi replied, voice low and unyielding. This world was merciless. So much lay beyond one's power to change. As team leader, Kakashi bore the weight of consequence. Even if they intervened, how many lives could truly be saved? I need a moment. You go ahead, Qin Feng announced suddenly. Don't dawdle. Wouldn't want you ambushed by rogues. Kakashi sighed inwardly. A Jinin rushing off to play hero. Preposterous. Let him go. If he perished, one less liability to manage. Rule breakers are fools, he mused, recalling his ill-fated father. Ha ha ha. I'll be right back. Qin Feng laughed it off, waving cheerfully. Yugugo Yugao's eyes sparkled. If he acted, all would be resolved. She hadn't expected such compassion from a figure so revered. Meanwhile, Qin Feng darted into a thicket and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing instantly for Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru mid-experiment froze, test tube trembling and hand veins pulsing at his temples. Must you always arrive unannounced? He forced out, voice strained with practiced calm. Defeat left him no alternative. Noted. I'll let you know next time. Qin Feng retorted, yanking Miyamoto Musashi away in a blur. A parting remark trailed behind. I'll secure you a new research facility. Only Tsunade's loyal subordinate Kabuto stood awestruck, and Orochimaru's breath held seething in silent impotence. Qin Feng had no intention of fighting himself. Miyamoto Musashi, long idle, was overdue for action. Unable to cultivate chakra, Musashi pursued the martial path alone, his current mastery modest by cultivation standards yet unmatched among shinobi in this world. Qin Feng deposited Musashi and departed without a backward glance, swiftly rejoining Kakashi. Masked and fox-faced Kakashi frowned. Had it truly been resolved that quickly? Or had he merely stepped aside to relieve himself? Yugugo Yugao meanwhile thrilled inwardly. The legend had acted, and with astonishing speed. Miyamoto Musashi stood at the village's threshold, twin Japanese longswords drawn, one gleaming white, named 7 Stars, the other stained crimson, called Blood Moon, both forged in the immortal realms of cultivation. The rogue shinobi recoiled, as if confronting a specter. Who are you? Dare you block our path? Barked their apparent leader. You are unworthy even to hear my name. Musashi intoned, cold and implacable, then vanished, a whirlwind of motion hurtling toward them. White and red light slashed across the air, 7 stars and Blood Moon carving lethal arcs. Screams erupted, swift, brutal, final, as the rogues fell before they could mount a single defense. Blood spattered crumbling walls and scorched earth. Musashi sheathed his blades, gaze serene, untroubled. Villagers stared stunned, then erupted into jubilant cries. They rushed forward, eager to thank their savior. By then, Qin Feng and his companions had already advanced far down the road. Kakashi glanced back toward the village, thoughtful, unreadable. Miyamoto Musashi. Musashi had just resolved the village's crisis and was preparing to depart when a clear feminine voice called out from behind. His heart surged violently, as if a long-dead soul had suddenly awakened. Then he turned slowly. Before him stood a woman clad in an orange-yellow kimono. Her delicate features radiated a familiar gentleness. None other than Otsu, the very woman he had yearned for day and night. Musashi's lips trembled faintly, yet no words emerged, not even after a long silence, while his heart pounded with increasing intensity. Was this the lingering attachment of this body? Alas, the soul now residing within this vessel was Qin Feng, and he knew nothing of the woman before him. Otsu. Musashi tried the name aloud, recalling her as the character associated with Miyamoto in a certain mobile game. Upon closer inspection, it truly was she. Tears glistened in Otsu's eyes as she hurried forward. It really is you. I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. Only then did Musashi snap back to himself and gently wipe away a tear tracing down Otsu's cheek. Otsu, how did you come to be here? His voice held both wonder and quiet bewilderment. Otsu smiled tenderly. After you left, I wandered far and wide, and by sheer serendipity settled here. Today, sensing a familiar aura, I dared not believe my own intuition, yet it was truly you. Musashi clasped Otsu's hand tightly. Otsu, in days past I pursued the way of the sword single-mindedly, and wronged you deeply. Now all I wish is to stand beside you always. Leaning her head upon his shoulder, Otsu whispered softly, let the past remain buried. The joy of our reunion is enough. Sunlight bathed them in golden warmth, casting their entwined silhouettes like a timeless, exquisite scroll painting. The lingering attachment within Musashi's heart gradually dissolved. In the distance, Qin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Such was the consequence of inhabiting another's body. To wield, it was to inherit its karmic ties. As night fell, the group pressed onward with urgency, and at last arrived at a sprawling metropolis. This is the capital of the Land of Grass. We'll rest here tonight, Kakashi announced. Capital. This. Not a single wall encircled it, nor any visible sentries. Along the main road leading into the city, ragged refugees sat or lay sprawled. Eyes hollow, expressions numb, lives stripped of all hope. At least near the capital one could evade roving shinobi and marauding bandits. Please, just a morsel. My child is starving to death. Farther off, a gaunt, nearly skeletal woman, clad in tatters, knelt beside a richly dressed man cradling a small child in her arms. The man, obese and bloated, squinted through slits of flesh, a portrait of wealth and privilege. Get lost, you wretched beggar. With a contemptuous kick, he sent the woman sprawling onto the ground. The infant tumbled from her grasp, silent, neither crying nor stirring, perhaps asleep, perhaps already gone. Despair more often than not wears the mask of silence. Come, let's check over there. The corpulent man waved dismissively and strode toward another cluster of refugees, with his lackeys, as if searching for someone. Sir, here's one. One of his henchmen shouted moments later. Let me see. The portly man bounced forward like an inflated ball. Yami, let me go. A woman of striking beauty was dragged roughly from the crowd. She thrashed desperately. She knew full well what fate awaited those seized by such men. Like a fish flung gasping onto dry land, her struggles were futile against the tide of destiny. Scoundrels! Yugugo Yuhi watched the scene unfold, her brow furrowed in anger. Let's go. Kakashi chose not to intervene, nor did he wish his teammates to involve themselves. The mission came first. Qin Feng remained impassive, making no move to act. Such suffering was ubiquitous. Saving one's soul offered only fleeting relief, not salvation. He would not intervene, but Musashi could. A subtle sardonic smile flickered at the corner of his lips. As the group entered the city gates, they were abruptly blocked by a gang of thugs. That girl's quite a looker. Seize her. Their leader, a spoiled nobleman, leered openly at Yugugo Yuhi. Move aside. Kakashi snapped, seething inwardly. He sought no complications on this mission, yet here arose a fool too blind to recognize danger. Brat, do you even know who I am? The man sneered with arrogant disdain. Step aside now. I'm the son of a high-ranking minister of the land of grass. And do you know who I am? Kakashi's voice dropped low and icy. I couldn't care less. I am a Jonin of the land of fire. Do you wish to ignite war between our nations? My deepest apologies. The nobleman instantly bowed 90 degrees, trembling with deference, then scrambled aside. Make way. Immediately, for these honored guests, he barked at his stunned underlings. Oomph. Yugugo shot the man a venomous glare. As Qin Feng passed, he merely offered a faint detached smile. An unnamed minor figure brimming with arrogance, whose survival past dawn remained profoundly uncertain. Within the city, lanterns glowed everywhere. Taverns and eateries bustled, their air thick with the savory scent of roasted meat and aged sake. The group hurried through the streets, swiftly procuring supplies before vanishing once more into the night. The Grass Kingdom, a small nation located between the Fire Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom, has long suffered from the ravages of war due to its unique geographical position. Qin Feng's avatar, Miyamoto Musashi, witnessed the chaos and decay of the Grass Kingdom firsthand. The people are struggling to survive and bandits roam freely. Does such a country even have a reason to exist? Miyamoto Musashi stood atop a high cliff overlooking the ruined village below, a surge of anger rising within him. He had merely been passing through, intending to head to the Earth Kingdom in search of a rare mineral, but what he saw before him changed his mind. Perhaps I can do something. A glint of determination flashed in Miyamoto Musashi's eyes as he decided to stay and alter the fate of this nation. In the capital of the Grass Kingdom, the Lord of the Land was indulging in a lavish lifestyle. Ha, come here, beauty, let's have another drink. Suddenly a panicked guard rushed in. My lord, it's bad. The Lord of the Grass Kingdom was disturbed, his mood soured. Wow, what are you doing here? The guard fell to his knees, trembling. My lord, there is a rebellion. Rebellion? Who dares to rebel? The Lord of the Grass Kingdom was stunned, then burst into laughter. Though my Grass Kingdom is weak, it is not a place where just anyone can bully us. It's a samurai named Miyamoto Musashi leading a group of peasants. He has already captured 3 cities. The guard's words froze the smile on the lord's face. What 3 cities? He sprang to his feet, the effects of alcohol dissipating. Quick, assemble all the troops and eliminate these traitors. However, the army of the Grass Kingdom was already in a state of decay, and against the peasant army led by Miyamoto Musashi, they were utterly incapable of putting up a fight. With his superior swordsmanship and immense strength, Miyamoto Musashi advanced like a hot knife through butter, soon reaching the capital of the Grass Kingdom. Surrender, you have no chance of victory. Miyamoto Musashi stood on the city wall, gazing down at the trembling Lord of the Grass Kingdom. Who are you? The Lord collapsed in fear. Me? I am merely a passing samurai, Miyamoto Musashi replied coolly. But from now on I shall be the new master of this nation. The Grass Kingdom changed hands. Miyamoto Musashi became the new ruler. He enacted a series of reforms, abolishing heavy taxes, rectifying governance, and promoting agriculture, quickly revitalizing the Grass Kingdom. Lord Miyamoto, you are truly our savior. Lord Miyamoto, we shall always support you. The people of the Grass Kingdom were grateful to Miyamoto Musashi, revering him as a deity. Yet Miyamoto Musashi did not become complacent. This is only the beginning. I aim to establish a truly peaceful and prosperous nation. He stood atop the newly constructed city walls, gazing into the distance, filled with ambition and resolve. Meanwhile, news of the change in the Grass Kingdom spread throughout the ninja world. Miyamoto Musashi, a samurai capable of toppling a nation, how intriguing. It seems the ninja world is about to witness a storm of blood and chaos again. Major ninja villages became intensely interested in Miyamoto Musashi, sending ninja to the Grass Kingdom to gather intelligence. They were unaware that this samurai named Miyamoto Musashi was merely an avatar of Qin Feng. Yet Qin Feng's true intentions extended far beyond this. A new era was about to dawn upon the Grass Kingdom. In the distance, Qin Feng smiled faintly as the windmill began to turn. In Konoha, the village led by Hokage Minato Namikaze, a tranquil surface concealed turbulent undercurrents. Qin Feng, Kakashi, and Yugogo Yugao received an extremely covert and perilous mission to travel to the land of Earth and recover the body of a shinobi endowed with extraordinary abilities. Should this body fall into the hands of those with malicious intent, it could ignite cataclysmic upheaval across the entire shinobi world. The trio dared not slacken for a moment, swiftly embarking upon their journey to the land of Earth. En route, Kakashi habitually kept his hands tucked in his pockets, his Sharingan vigilantly scanning every corner. Missing not a single suspicious trace, Yugogo Yugao gripped her weapon tightly, her lithe form poised in constant readiness for combat, while Qin Feng remained outwardly unassuming, his gentle smile radiating the air of a man on nothing more than a leisurely stroll. No one suspecting the peerless cultivation prowess he concealed beneath that serene facade. The moment they crossed into the borderlands of the land of Earth, the palpable tension in the air instantly snapped them into battle stance. Even the grass and trees seemed to watch them warily, as if the very land itself recoiled from these foreign intruders. Suddenly, a squad of Earth shinobi erupted from the shadows, encircling them completely. Their leader sneered, "Leaf shinobi, daring to provoke us on our own soil. Today none of you will leave alive." Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, Chidori. A blinding flash of lightning tore through the air as he shot forward like a black bolt. Yugogo Yugao did not yield ground. She swung her weapon with lethal grace, engaging enemies in fierce close-quarters combat. Qin Feng meanwhile appeared to evade attacks with casual ease, occasionally even feigning clumsy stumbles, all while quietly observing the battlefield's shifting tides. Yet wave after wave of enemies pressed forth gradually, wearing Kakashi and Yugogo Yugao down. At that critical juncture, a familiar voice rang out, "Huh? It seems today is the day the Leaf shinobi meet their end here." All turned to see Deidara and Inoki approaching calmly. Deidara stood with arms crossed, his face twisted in that trademark manic grin. Inoki bore an expression of stern gravity, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. "Deidara, Inoki, I hadn't expected to cross paths with you here," Kakashi murmured, his Sharingan spinning faster, gaze sharpening with intensity. "Kakashi, today marks your final hour." Deidara roared with mad laughter as his hands blurred through seals. Art's explosion. Countless clay bombs launched from his palms, hurtling toward Qin Feng and his comrades. Kakashi yanked Yugogo Yugao aside and shouted, "Beware. Their detonation power is immense." Qin Feng, however, remained unruffled. At the very instant the bombs were about to strike, he raised a hand, and a shimmering barrier of spiritual energy materialized, effortlessly deflecting the full force of the blast. "What?" Both Deidara and Inoki stared in stunned disbelief. Kakashi and Yugogo Yugao gaped at Qin Feng, hearts pounding with shock. They had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary comrade harbored such overwhelming power. "You've hidden yourself, well, Qin Feng," Kakashi said, his voice layered with astonishment and a quiet, newfound warmth. "My apologies, I never told you," Qin Feng replied with a faint smile, spiritual energy beginning to swirl softly around his form. "But now, it's time to be serious." Inoki scoffed coldly. "No matter your tricks, you won't walk freely from the land of Earth." With both hands slammed onto the earth, he intoned, "Earth release rock, lodging great collapse." Massive boulders erupted from the ground, crashing downward toward the trio. Qin Feng vanished in a blur, reappearing atop the falling stones, and sealed his hands together. Spiritual energy shatter. A torrent of raw spiritual energy descended, pulverizing the colossal rocks into dust. Seeing this, Deidara launched another assault. C3, number 18. A gargantuan clay golem loomed before them, then detonated in a thunderous mushroom cloud. This power. Yugogo Yugao paled, dread coiling deep within her chest. Yet Qin Feng moved again, his hands weaving through the air as spiritual energy coalesced into a vast radiant shield, enveloping all three within its unyielding embrace. The ground trembled violently beneath the blast, but the shield held firm, unmoved. "Impossible." Deidara stared, incredulous. His ultimate technique had been thwarted with effortless grace. Time to counterattack. Seizing Deidara and Inoki's momentary shock, Kakashi struck, Chidori crackling in his palm, like a live wire streaking toward Deidara like a death-dealing lightning spear. Deidara dodged frantically, hurling clay bombs to disrupt Kakashi's advance. Yugogo Yugao joined the fray, her blade flashing coldly in the sun as she locked blades with Inoki in furious hand-to-hand combat. Inoki's earth-released defenses proved formidable. Yugogo Yugao's strikes barely scratched his resolve. Qin Feng observed the battlefield keenly. Deidara's clay bombs, though devastating, possessed clear limits in range and frequency. Inoki's earth release offered immense defense, but at the cost of agility. A plan crystallized in his mind. He would eliminate Deidara first, then focus entirely on Inoki. "Kakashi, I'll assist you against Deidara," Qin Feng called out, and in the next breath he stood before Deidara. Frantic clay bombs exploded in vain as Qin Feng slipped past them with preternatural speed, closing the distance in a heartbeat. What do you intend?" Deidara stammered, eyes wide with terror. He had never faced an opponent so powerful, so swift. Qin Feng answered not. He extended a finger, and a slender beam of spiritual energy lanced forth. Deidara tried to recoil, but too late. The beam pierced his arm, drawing a guttural cry of agony. Damn you! Deidara snarled, ignoring the wound as he sealed again. See for Garuda? He swallowed a clay construct, then spat forth countless microscopic bombs, designed to infiltrate enemy bodies and detonate from within. Sensing the grave threat, Qin Feng surged his spiritual energy, forming a translucent membrane around himself, and Kakashi repelling every microbomb before it could breach their skin. Simultaneously, he unleashed a volley of spiritual energy blades, razor-sharp and unerring. Deidara twisted and evaded, but still suffered multiple strikes, blood blooming across his garments. Elsewhere, Yugugo Yugao's duel with Inoki reached fever pitch. His earth release intensified, massive stone arms erupting from the earth, striking with crushing force. Though Yugugo Yugao fought fiercely, fresh wounds scored her body. Yugugo, hold on! Kakashi cried, straining to reach her. Yet Deidara clung to him like a shadow, denying him escape. It's time to end this, swiftly, Qin Feng thought. His hands wove through seals with incantatory precision, spiritual energy, all-world gravitation. Instantly, an irresistible gravitational pull erupted from his palms, yanking Deidara helplessly off his feet, hurtling him toward Qin Feng. No! Deidara screamed, thrashing wildly, yet the force was absolute. Qin Feng seized the opening, dozens of spiritual energy blades shot forth like arrows from a celestial bow. Deidara crumpled under the barrage, blood soaking his robes, limbs limp, battle spirit extinguished. With Deidara defeated, Qin Feng pivoted, closing in on Inoki in a single fluid motion. Seeing Deidara fall, Inoki faltered, but quickly masked his unease, launching another earth release technique. Earth release multiple hardening technique. His body hardened into impenetrable stone, and the earth around him solidified into thick armored strata. Qin Feng remained unmoved, his hands rising once more, spiraling spiritual energy, coalescing into a vast luminous formation. Spiritual energy worldbreaker. From the formation burst countless beams of searing light, striking Inoki's stony bulwark with deafening concussions. Inoki felt his defenses groaning, fracturing under relentless assault, terror surging where confidence had reigned moments before. Never had he imagined confronting a foe of such magnitude. Just as despair began to take root, a commanding voice cut through the chaos. Enough? All turned to see Tsuchikage Inoki approaching with measured, deliberate steps. Tsuchikage-sama! Inoki exclaimed. The elder Tsuchikage surveyed Qin Feng and his companions, his expression dark and severe. Leaf Shinobi, you have overstepped grievously this time. Kakashi stepped forward respectfully. Tsuchikage-sama, we seek only to retrieve a single body. No ill will guide our actions. Once retrieved, we depart immediately. After a long, heavy silence, Inoki gave a slow, solemn nod. Very well. Take the body, and leave the land of earth without delay. Next time, do not tread so lightly upon our soil. Qin Feng, Kakashi, and Yugugo Yugao secured the shinobi's body and departed the land of earth without further incident. On their return journey, Kakashi and Yugugo Yugao watched Qin Feng in silent contemplation, questions burning in their eyes. Qin Feng, who exactly are you? Kakashi asked. Qin Feng smiled faintly. I am simply someone who wishes to live peacefully in Konoha, though perhaps blessed with a few uncommon talents. Kakashi and Yugugo Yugao exchanged a glance, knowing full well he withheld the truth, yet sensing with certainty that his loyalty ran deeper than words. This mission had irrevocably reshaped their understanding of the man who walked beside them. Ordinary in appearance, extraordinary in essence. The setting sun bathed the gates of Konoha village in golden light, gilding its tranquil, serene streets with a luminous rim. Qin Feng and Kakashi walked slowly into the village, their bodies weary from a perilous mission just completed in the land of earth. Battles fought and miles traversed had left their garments worn and their faces dusted, yet their eyes gleamed with quiet resolve and quiet satisfaction. At last, we're home. This journey was no small feat. Kakashi stretched languidly, his hands slipping instinctively into his pockets, while his Sharingan glinted with an otherworldly radiance in the amber light of dusk. Qin Feng smiled faintly, a subtle current of spiritual energy shimmered around him, dispelling fatigue. Indeed. Yet we have fulfilled our duty, honoring the trust placed in us by the Hokage. Together they made their way toward the Hokage Tower to report the mission's details to Namikaze Minato. Along the path, villagers cast admiring glances their way, not knowing the specifics of their trials, yet sensing from their bearing and aura the extraordinary hardship endured. In the Hokage's office, Namikaze Minato listened intently to their report, then offered a warm, approving smile. You have done exceptionally well. The success of this mission is vital to Konoha. Rest well, you've earned it. After departing the tower, Qin Feng turned toward his residence, only to receive a summons from Orochimaru. Orochimaru extended a reverent invitation to his secret laboratory, hinting at a surprise awaiting Qin Feng. Intrigued, Qin Feng bid Kakashi farewell and proceeded alone. By the time Qin Feng arrived at the enigmatic laboratory, hidden on the village's outskirts, night had fallen silently. Flickering candlelight danced within, and the air hung thick with an uncanny arcane stillness. Clad in a pristine white robe, Orochimaru stood motionless at the chamber's center. Beside him loomed a massive glass containment vessel, its translucent fluid cradling a humanoid form. Master Qin, you honor us with your presence. Orochimaru murmured, bowing slightly. His golden serpentine pupils burned with awe and feverish devotion, his lips curling into a deferential, almost fawning smile. Orochimaru, what precisely is this surprise? Qin Feng gazed at the vessel, a quiet thrill stirring deep within his chest. Orochimaru did not answer directly. Instead, his fingers wove a swift hand seal, and with a ripple of chakra the vessel's lid parted open. Its viscous fluid drained away, revealing a lifelike figure suspended within. Behold, the latest clone I have crafted for you. His voice trembled with restrained elation. I have fused the sage body of Senju Hashirama, implanted a pair of Sharingan, and, through meticulous forbidden refinement, bestowed upon him a pure, peerless wood spirit root. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Astonishment and exhilaration surged through him as he beheld the creation before him. The sage body granted immense vitality and regenerative power. The Sharingan conferred unparalleled perception and mastery over ninjutsu, and the peerless wood spirit root, a rarefied gift coveted by cultivators, would dramatically accelerate cultivation and grant supreme command over wood-aligned spiritual energy. Orochimaru, how did you achieve this? For once Qin Feng's composure broke, his voice edged with raw wonder. Orochimaru moistened his lips, his gaze alight with fanatic brilliance. This clone demanded years of labor and countless trials. I gathered cells from Senju Hashirama himself, subjecting them to endless experimentation until I succeeded in grafting them flawlessly onto an ideal vessel. As for the Sharingan, I acquired them from a uniquely gifted shinobi, then refined them through esoteric techniques to ensure seamless integration with the sage body. And the wood spirit root, I employed forbidden arts, infusing rare essences and concentrated spiritual energy into the vessel, forging at last this flawless supreme affinity. Qin Feng stepped forward, studying the clone closely. Though his features appeared human, he emanated an unmistakable potent aura, the harmonious convergence of sage body Sharingan and wood spirit root. His skin was like polished jade, faintly suffused with emerald luminescence, the signature pulse of the wood spirit root. His eyes remained closed, yet Qin Feng could already envision the blazing intensity that would ignite the moment they opened. Flawless. Truly. Orochimaru, you are a genius beyond measure. Qin Feng spoke with genuine reverence. This clone shall become my most formidable ally. Let us name him Qinda. A look of deep gratification softened Orochimaru's face. To earn Master Qin's approval is the highest honor I could attain. Still, the clone requires final calibration and rigorous training before reaching his full potential. No concern, I shall train him myself. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. I cannot wait to witness his prowess in battle. In the days that followed, Qin Feng slipped into the laboratory under cover of night to train Qinda. Drawing upon his profound cultivation knowledge, he taught Qinda to harness the sage body's resilience, the Sharingan's perceptual mastery, and the wood spirit root's supple life-infused spiritual energy. Qinda possessed extraordinary aptitude, and under Qin Feng's guidance his progress was meteoric. During one session, he unleashed for the first time a hybrid wood release technique, merging sage body vitality and wood spirit root essence. With a swift hand seal, thick, sinuous vines erupted from the earth, spreading outward with astonishing speed, coaxing towering trees to rise, instantly transforming the training ground into a dense, vibrant forest. What overwhelming power! Qin Feng watched, heart swelling with pride. Qinda, you have excelled. Qinda darted effortlessly through the canopy, his speed and strength far surpassing mortal limits. Simultaneously, he employed the Sharingan to evade Qin Feng's strikes with uncanny precision and counter with lethal grace. After sustained training, Qinda mastered every facet of his abilities, and his synergy with Qin Feng deepened into near telepathic harmony. Their sparring sessions unfolded like a silent, breathtaking ballet, yet this spectacle remained confined solely to the hidden laboratory, witnessed by no soul beyond its walls. In the mysterious secret laboratory of Konoha village, Qin Feng was giving his final instructions to Qinda. At this moment, Qinda radiated a unique aura. His sage body, bestowed by Senju Hashirama, granted him immense vitality and recovery abilities, while his Sharingan endowed him with extraordinary insight. Moreover, his exceptional wood spirit root allowed him to master wood attribute spiritual energy to an astonishing degree. Qinda, the mission to steal the dragon vein from Lulan country is of utmost importance. You must proceed with caution. Qin Feng said with a serious expression. The dragon vein contains immense energy. If we can harness it, it will have immeasurable benefits for enhancing our strength. Qinda nodded slightly, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. Rest assured, master, I will not let you down. With that, he vanished from the laboratory like a fleeting shadow. Qinda and Qin Feng shared a deep understanding. Conversing with oneself was quite interesting. Meanwhile, in the land of sand, Yi Tsang was preparing to embark on a peace negotiation journey to the land of rain. As a hero of the land of sand, Yi Tsang was powerful, and her lava release technique struck fear into her enemies. At this moment, she donned a lightweight ninja outfit that revealed her beautiful back adorned with the unique totem of the land of sand, exuding confidence. Lady Yi Tsang, this peace negotiation is crucial for the future of the land of sand. You must be careful, a sand ninja advised as he stepped forward. Yi Tsang smiled confidently. Don't worry, I will handle it well. With that, she set off on her journey. Qin sped towards Lulan country, moving swiftly like a breeze across the land. His figure was ethereal, as if a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Everywhere he went, the flowers and trees seemed to sway, gently influenced by his aura. Meanwhile, Yi Tsang traversed a vast desert on her way to the land of rain. The sun blazed high in the sky and waves of heat rolled across the desert, yet Yi Tsang remained unaffected, her steps firm and powerful. Just as Qin was about to reach the border of Lulan country, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura emanating from another direction. His heart stirred, and he decided to investigate. At the same time, Yi Tsang also detected Qin's aura, and they both moved closer to each other. Finally, at the edge of the desert, Qin and Yi Tsang met. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Qin beheld Yi Tsang's beautiful back and confident smile, stirring something within him, while Yi Tsang was captivated by Qin's ethereal demeanor. Who are you? Why are you here? Yi Tsang was the first to speak, her voice melodious, yet laced with caution. Qin smiled slightly and said, I am merely a traveler passing by. And you, such a beautiful lady, why are you alone in this desert? Yi Tsang's face flushed slightly at Qin's compliment, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Yi Tsang from the land of sand, heading to the land of rain for peace negotiations. Since you are a traveler, how do you possess such a powerful aura? Qin was secretly astonished, not expecting the woman before him to be the hero of the land of sand, Yi Tsang. He hurriedly replied, I only have a slight understanding of some cultivation methods, it's nothing noteworthy. They stood at the edge of the desert examining each other. Although they did not reveal their true intentions, there was an inexplicable attraction between them. How about we travel together for a while? The desert is fraught with dangers, and having company is reassuring. Qin suggested suddenly. Yi Tsang hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, all right, but you must not slow me down. Thus Qin and Yi Tsang set off together on their journey. Along the way, they exchanged insights and experiences regarding their cultivation. Qin spoke to Yi Tsang about the wonders of cultivation, while Yi Tsang showcased the unique ninjutsu of the land of sand. As time passed, the bond between them grew increasingly harmonious. They searched for water sources together in the desert and defended against attacks from desert beasts. In a battle against a group of sand bandits, Qin demonstrated his formidable strength. He unleashed his wood-release ninjutsu, causing countless vines to surge from the ground, tightly ensnaring the sand bandits. Such immense power. Yi Tsang looked at Qin, her eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Qin chuckled and said, this is just a small trick. Yi Tsang, not to be outdone, used her lava release to instantaneously melt the surrounding sand, forming a sea of molten lava, leaving the sand bandits nowhere to escape. After this battle, their tacit understanding deepened further. They continued to advance, gradually discovering many commonalities between them, as well as similar views on many matters. However, neither forgot their respective missions. Qin remained mindful of Qin Feng's instructions to steal the dragon vein from Lulan country, while Yi Tsang was acutely aware of her responsibility for the future of the land of sand, needing to complete the peace negotiations in the land of rain. Finally, one night, they arrived at a fork in the road. One path led to Lulan country and the other towards the land of rain. We have to part ways. Yi Tsang looked at Qin, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. Qin felt a pang of disappointment in his heart, but he still smiled and said, yes, I hope we both can successfully complete our tasks. Once we are done, perhaps we will meet again. Yi Tsang nodded, all right, I look forward to that day. They exchanged glances for a moment before turning to walk in opposite directions. Qin's figure gradually disappeared into the night, heading towards Lulan country, while Yi Tsang strode firmly towards the land of rain. Yi Tsang stepped onto the damp, somber soil of the land of rain, her heart cradling a quiet hope for peace. Her posture remained resolute and unwavering. Her graceful back, framed by the austere garb of the sand village, radiated steadfastness and courage. In her mind, this diplomatic summit represented a pivotal opportunity to resolve long-standing tensions between the land of sand and the land of rain. Yet she remained utterly unaware that a web of treachery was already tightening silently above her. The rain village's high-ranking officials received Yi Tsang within an ancient edifice perpetually scarred by rain. Sanshuo Hanzo sat upon the central dais, his gaze deep and glacial, his expression inscrutable, veiled in enigmatic stillness. The surrounding rain ninja wore varied expressions, yet all betrayed an undercurrent of palpable tension. Miss Yi Tsang, welcome to the land of rain. Hanzo's voice emerged low and gravelly. The peace between the land of sand and the land of rain rests entirely upon this negotiation. Yi Tsang inclined her head with quiet dignity. Lord Hanzo, I have come solely to serve the cause of peace between our nations. Her voice held unwavering conviction, her eyes shimmered with earnest longing. The negotiations commenced smoothly. Border disputes, resource allocation, and other matters were discussed with formal decorum. Yet as dialogue deepened, Yitsong sensed something amiss. The Rain Village's demands grew increasingly severe. Less a proposal for compromise, more an ultimatum demanding unconditional surrender from the land of sand. A chill of unease coiled through her chest, yet she pressed on, searching desperately for a path toward reconciliation. Suddenly, a rain ninja slammed his palm upon the table. "Umph, the land of sand has no sincerity for peace. Sending you here is nothing but mockery." Instantly, the other rain ninja rose as one, encircling Yitsong, tension crackling like lightning before a storm. Yitsong sprang upright, hands already weaving seals, her gaze sharp and unflinching. What meaning lies behind this? Is this truly how diplomacy unfolds? Hanzo let out a cold, mirthless laugh. "Yitsong, you still do not understand. This was never a negotiation. It is your grave. The land of sand has consented to sacrifice you in exchange for peace." Yitsong reeled as though struck by thunder, her breath catching, disbelief flooding her veins. "Impossible, my village would never." But the murderous intent blazing in the eyes around her confirmed Hanzo's words beyond doubt. "Then do not blame me for what follows." With a fierce cry, Yitsong unleashed her lava release technique, the searing confluence of fire and sand erupting into a roaring inferno that surged across the chamber toward her foes. Rain Ninja countered with swift jutsu. Blinding flashes of chakra lit the room as battle cries echoed off Rain's licked walls. Though formidable, Yitsong began to falter beneath the relentless assault of overwhelming numbers. Wounds bloomed across her body, crimson, staining her garments. Am I truly to die here today? A flicker of despair crossed her mind, yet she fought on unbroken. At the very brink of annihilation, a familiar figure shattered the window in a blur of motion. "Yitsong, I've come to save you." It was Qinda. His arrival pierced the gloom like dawn's first light, illuminating the desolation in Yitsong's eyes. Around him, spiritual energy surged, his Sharingan glowed with eerie, hypnotic luminescence in the shadows. His hands flew through seals. Would release 10,000 worlds. Instantly, colossal vines erupted from the floor, coiling around the rain ninja with unyielding force. Unbreakable and tenacious, the vines shrugged off every strike and scathed unmoved. "Who are you?" Hanzo stared stunned. He had never witnessed power such as this. Qinda ignored him, rushing instead to Yitsong's side and gently lifting her. "Are you all right?" She gazed at him, astonishment and profound gratitude shimmering in her eyes. I'm fine. Thank you, Qinda. So long as I stand, no one shall harm you." His voice rang with ironclad certainty. Turning to face Hanzo and the encircling ninja, his gaze alone projected an aura of sovereign authority. "If you wish to kill her, you must first pass through me." Once more he commanded the vines, now striking with serpentine precision, driving the rain ninja into chaotic retreat. Seeing his forces overwhelmed, Hanzo himself intervened, activating his Sanshuo technique. A colossal salamander materialized before them, exhaling clouds of lethal venom that billowed toward Qinda and Yitsong. Qinda responded instantly, raising a shimmering spiritual energy barrier that enveloped them both. The toxic mist hissed violently upon contact, yet failed utterly to breach the shield. "Is this truly all you possess?" Qinda's voice cut through the haze, cold, disdainful, absolute. His hands swept upward, gathering spiraling currents of spiritual energy into a colossal blade of pure luminance. With a single decisive arc, he cleaved the monstrous salamander in two. Hanzo's face paled, stunned speechless by the sheer magnitude of Qinda's strength. This day will not go unanswered. With those final words, Hanzo fled, retreating swiftly with the remnants of his forces. Qinda watched them vanish into the rain, making no pursuit. Instead, he turned back to Yitsong, her face ashen, blood still seeping from fresh wounds. "Your injuries?" Concern etched deeply across his features. Yitsong offered a faint, weary smile. "They're minor, nothing more. Without you, I truly would have fallen today." Qinda shook his head gently. "Don't speak. Healing comes first." He produced a small vial of self-refined pills and handed it to her. She swallowed one, and immediately felt warmth bloom within her, soothing pain and hastening recovery. "Qinda, why did you come?" Her voice held quiet wonder. He paused, then smiled softly. "I saw such a beautiful woman heading into danger. How could I not rush to see?" She felt her heart swell, knowing full well he had braved peril not for duty, but for her. In that moment, something tender and irrevocable shifted within her. Her feelings for Qinda, once distant, now deepened into something profound and true. "Thank you, Qinda," she whispered, her voice soft, her eyes tender. Qinda met her gaze, and felt his own heart stir with unfamiliar warmth. Gently he took her hand. "From now on, no harm shall ever touch you again." They stood thus, locked in silent communion, the world outside dissolving into irrelevance. Amidst the ruins of the land of rain, forged in fire and fidelity, their bond had become unshakable. Yet both knew, This event would irrevocably complicate relations between the land of sand and the land of rain, and their shared path ahead stretched long, uncertain, and vast. The rain curtain of the rain country continued to patter down, bringing a chill into the cave, where Yitsong and Qinda were situated. Leaning against Qinda, the pain from her wounds subsided under the effects of the healing pills, yet the scars on her heart remained difficult to heal. She stared blankly outside the cave, her voice trembling with a sob and endless sorrow. Qinda, what should I do? I gave everything for the sand country, yet this is how they treat me. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. Qinda held her tightly, feeling her pain, yet unsure how to console her. Yitsong looked up, her eyes filled with despair and pleading, gripping Qinda's arms tightly as she implored, Qinda, I don't want to give up like this. I want to change everything, but I can't do it alone. Can you help me? Her gaze was filled with helplessness, as if she were lost in darkness. Qinda, seeing her like this, felt a tug at his heart, and without hesitation said firmly, I will help you. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yitsong's eyes, soon replaced by overwhelming emotion as she tightly embraced Qinda, unable to control her tears. Thank you, Qinda. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. After a brief rest, the two set off on the road to the sand country. Along the way, Yitsong was engulfed in the pain of betrayal and confusion about the future, sometimes silent, sometimes sobbing quietly. When they reached the border of the sand country, the guards of the sand ninja were startled to see Yitsong, their eyes widening in surprise, followed by a flurry of panic. Lady Yitsong, how have you returned? One guard asked cautiously. Yitsong scoffed, her eyes brimming with sarcasm. Is it unexpected to see me alive? The guards were intimidated by her gaze, unable to meet her eyes, and quickly stepped aside to clear a path. Yitsong and Qinda made their way directly to the meeting place of the village elders. Inside, the elders, including Hai Lao Tsongchio and the candidate for Wind Shadow Luo Sha, were discussing affairs. Yitsong unceremoniously pushed the door open, and the moment they saw her, everyone froze. Yitsong, how are you not dead? Hai Lao Tsong asked in astonishment. Yitsong glared at him, her voice raised. Are you disappointed? Did you think sacrificing me would bring peace? How naive. Her voice echoed in the room, filled with anger and unwillingness. The elders lowered their heads, looking awkward. Yitsong took a deep breath and announced loudly, I want to become the Wind Shadow. I want to change this village that betrays its own heroes. At her proclamation, the room erupted into chaos. Chio frowned and said solemnly, Yitsong, the position of Wind Shadow is not a trivial matter. You are too young and lack sufficient experience. Luo Sha chimed in, indeed, becoming the Wind Shadow requires adequate strength and prestige. You are not qualified yet. Yitsong did not back down as she recounted her experiences in the rain country, her voice choking as she spoke of betrayal. I fought for the sand country but was cast aside. Doesn't this village need to change? She elaborated on her vision for the village's future, each word imbued with love and hope for the sand country. Qinda stood behind Yitsong, quietly watching everything unfold. As Yitsong trembled from excitement and fatigue, he stepped forward, grasped her hand, and gave her a resolute look before turning to the others and saying steadily, Everyone, Yitsong's abilities and determination are evident to all. She has experienced betrayal and death, yet still thinks of the future of the village. Doesn't she deserve a chance? Everyone fell silent, and Hai Lao Tsong was the first to break the stillness. In that case, let Yitsong compete against the other candidates for Wind Shadow. The victor will become the Wind Shadow. The match is set for 3 days from now. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yitsong readily accepted. After leaving the meeting hall, Yitsong and Qinda walked through the streets of the sand country. The setting sun cast long shadows over them. Qinda, thank you. Yitsong whispered, her voice tinged with emotion. Without you, I might have given up. Qinda smiled and replied, I told you I will always help you. Together we will surely change this village. In the following 3 days, Yitsong and Qinda prepared tirelessly. They arrived at the secret training grounds of the sand country, which was vast and concealed, surrounded by towering sand dunes that provided a natural barrier. Luo Sha's fighting style is extremely cautious, adept at using sand for ranged attacks and defenses. As Qinda sketched tactical diagrams in the sand he analyzed, he can manipulate large amounts of sand, making both the speed and power of his attacks formidable. His sand-binding coffin can instantly ensnare enemies, while the sand waterfall grave is immensely powerful, capable of burying foes deep within the sea of sand. Yitsong nodded slightly, her expression serious. My lava escape technique has immense power, but it may face some limitations against Luo Sha's sand defenses. Moreover, his attack range is wide, so I must be careful to dodge. Qinda pondered for a moment before continuing, the greatest advantage of your lava escape technique lies in its high temperature and corrosiveness. We can leverage this to break through his sand defenses. At the start of the battle, use lava escape to create a high-temperature environment, softening the surrounding sand and weakening Luo Sha's control over it. As he spoke, Qinda stood up, quickly forming hand seals to simulate Luo Sha's ninjutsu attack. When he activates the sand-binding coffin, immediately use lava escape ash stone technique to melt the surrounding sand and disrupt his binding. Then take advantage of the opening in his defenses to use lava escape fiery escape tooth for close-range attacks. This move is swift and powerful, making it difficult for him to evade. Yitsong listened intently, silently memorizing each tactical point. They then began practical training. Yitsong unleashed the lava escape technique, where scorching flames fused with sand, creating streams of high-temperature magma that wreaked havoc in the training ground. Qin mimicked Luo Sha using sand for defense and counterattacks. After the first day of training, Yitsong was utterly exhausted, yet her eyes shone with determination. On the second day, they continued training, continuously refining their tactics. Qin noticed Yitsong could control her chakra more precisely when using the lava escape technique, so he patiently guided her. When you release the lava escape technique, try to concentrate your chakra more on the core of the attack. This will not only enhance your attack power, but also conserve chakra. As Qin demonstrated and explained, Yitsong practiced repeatedly according to his guidance, gradually mastering more precise chakra control techniques. By the third day, Yitsong had adjusted to her best condition. After 3 days of training, her lava escape technique had seen significant improvements in both power and precision. She and Qin reviewed the entire strategy, once more ensuring that every detail was foolproof. Yitsong, you have done very well. Qin looked at Yitsong, his eyes filled with encouragement. I believe you will do great in tomorrow's match. Yitsong nodded slightly, taking a deep breath. With you by my side, I am filled with confidence. Finally, the day of the match arrived. Yitsong stood in the arena looking at Luo Sha and the others across from her. Though feeling nervous, she was filled with determination. She glanced at Qin on the sidelines, who returned her gaze with an encouraging expression. The two exchanged smiles, and Yitsong understood that this match was not just about her fate. It was a crucial step in changing the Sand Country. The central square of the Land of Wind was particularly lively today. The enormous arena was surrounded by a throng with countless sand shinobi eagerly awaiting, their eyes fixed intently on the center of the stage. This contest for the title of Wind Shadow not only concerned the future direction of the Land of Wind, but also carried the hopes of many for peace and prosperity. The audience murmured among themselves, excitement permeating the air. Have you heard? Yitsong is going to compete with the popular candidate for Wind Shadow, Luo Sha, exclaimed a young sand shinobi, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Yes, Yitsong's previous experiences in the Land of Rain were so tragic. I wonder if she can succeed this time, her companion responded. On the high platform of the arena, elders such as Hai Laotsong and Chio sat upright, their gazes scanning back and forth between Yitsong and Luo Sha, their eyes filled with scrutiny. Yitsong was dressed in a lightweight sand shinobi outfit, her exposed back still striking, but at this moment her eyes held a newfound determination and resolve. She glanced at Qin by the side of the arena, who returned her gaze with unwavering confidence, as if to say, I believe in you. Luo Sha, on the other hand, stood at the opposite end, exuding a calm and steady aura. He slightly tilted his head back, his eyes revealing a determination to win this contest. With a commanding shout from Hai Laotsong, the match begins. The entire arena fell silent in an instant, everyone holding their breath in anticipation for this peak showdown. Luo Sha struck first, quickly forming hand seals and shouting, wind-binding coffin. In an instant, the surrounding air currents gathered like living beings, forming a gigantic arm of wind that rushed towards Yitsong. Wherever the wind arm passed, the air was torn apart, producing a sharp howling sound. Yitsong had long been prepared. She flashed away like a bolt of black lightning. Simultaneously, she formed hand seals and shouted, melt-release flame explosion technique. In an instant, searing flames erupted in the air, creating a powerful heat wave that surged towards the wind arm. The heat wave made the movements of the wind arm sluggish, its power reduced by more than half. Not bad at all. Luo Sha snorted coldly, quickly retracting the remaining air currents to gather around himself, forming a solid wind shield. Seeing this, Yitsong did not hesitate. She unleashed the melt-release technique once more. This time she concentrated her chakra, further shouting, melt-release, scorching flame impact. A fiery arrow-like flame shot from her hand, carrying immense force, as it aimed at Luo Sha's wind shield. The shield trembled violently under the impact, the surface air currents disrupted by the high temperature. Luo Sha felt the immense pressure and increased his chakra output to stabilize the shield. On the edge of the arena, the audience was ablaze with excitement. Yitsong, go. Luo Sha, don't lose. Cheers erupted in waves. Luo Sha knew that passive defense was not a solution, and he suddenly changed his strategy. His hands moved rapidly, and the surrounding air currents gathered in an instant, forming a massive storm that enveloped Yitsong. This was his ultimate technique, storm burial. Yitsong looked at the overwhelming storm and felt a tightness in her heart. But she did not panic. She took a deep breath, mobilizing all her chakra, unleashing her strongest defensive technique, melt-release flame prison barrier. A layer of blazing flame barrier instantly formed around her, tightly enclosing her within. The storm clashed violently against the barrier, creating a deafening roar. The howling wind obscured the situation inside the arena. The audience stood nervously, eyes glued to the match. After a long while, the storm gradually dispersed. Although Yitsong appeared somewhat disheveled, she still stood firm. Her barrier had sustained some cracks, but had successfully withstood Luo Sha's attack. Luo Sha was secretly astonished, not expecting Yi Tsong's strength to be so formidable. However, he did not give up. He resolved to launch his final attack. He gathered all his chakra in his hands, controlling the air currents to form a gigantic fist of wind far stronger than any previous attack. Die! Luo Sha roared the wind fist, howling as it bore down on Yi Tsong. Yi Tsong looked at the enormous fist, a surge of despair rising within her. But just then Qin Da's figure flashed in her mind, reminding her of his encouragement and trust. I can't lose, she shouted in her heart. Yi Tsong unleashed all her power, pushing the melt-release technique to its limits. Melt-release ultra-high temperature purgatory. The entire arena was instantly enveloped in high temperature, resembling a gigantic furnace. The wind fist rapidly dissipated in this ultra-high temperature environment, turning into nothingness. Luo Sha looked on in horror, realizing his attack had been completely nullified. Before he could react, Yi Tsong had already arrived in front of him. It's over, she shouted, the melt-release radiating light pressed against Luo Sha's throat. Luo Sha's eyes widened. He never expected to lose. He slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to the inevitability of defeat. The arena fell silent, followed by a deafening cheer. Yi Tsong, Yi Tsong. The audience shouted her name, their voices echoing through the skies. Hai Lao Tsong stood up and declared, Yi Tsong is victorious and becomes the new wind shadow of the land of wind. Yi Tsong slowly lowered her hand, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. She looked towards Qin Da at the edge of the arena, who was also smiling at her, his eyes filled with pride and joy. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yi Tsong walked towards Qin Da. The two embraced tightly, and at that moment, all their efforts and sacrifices were rewarded. Thank you, Qin Da, Yi Tsong said softly. I couldn't have done it without you. Qin Da gently stroked her hair, saying, Know this is your own effort and perseverance. You did it, Yi Tsong. I am proud of you. Surrounded by the crowd, Yi Tsong walked towards the high platform, accepting the adoration of the people. She knew that from this moment on she would bear the future of the land of wind, and Qin Da would always be by her side, creating a new brilliance for the land of wind together. After Yi Tsong became the new wind shadow of the Wind Nation, her life underwent a tremendous transformation. Once a fierce female ninja, charging into battle, she now sat at the core of the nation's power, bearing the weight of its rise and fall. Every morning before the first rays of sunlight fully illuminated the land of the Wind Nation, Yi Tsong was already seated at her desk, piled high with documents. These documents included development reports from various villages, diplomatic matters with other countries, and plans for the military deployment of the Wind Nation. She meticulously reviewed each document, occasionally leaving notes with her brush. Lord Wind Shadow, this is the latest intelligence sent by the Border Patrol team. A Wind Ninja entered the office, respectfully presenting a scroll. Yi Tsong took the scroll and quickly began to read. It detailed the movement of personnel in the border areas and highlighted potential threats. She frowned slightly, contemplating before saying, Pass the order to strengthen border patrols and closely monitor any unusual activity. Yes, Lord Wind Shadow. The Wind Ninja promptly left after receiving the order. The busy work often made Yi Tsong lose track of time, only realizing it was noon when her stomach began to rumble. After a simple lunch, she immersed herself back into work for the afternoon. She needed to discuss economic development strategies for the Wind Nation with the elders and meet with envoys from other countries to handle various diplomatic affairs. Despite the hectic schedule, whenever she had free time, Yi Tsong would seek out Qin Da. In front of Qin Da, she was no longer the imposing Wind Shadow, but an ordinary woman. They would stroll through the streets of the Wind Nation, tasting various delicacies and sharing their joys and sorrows. Sometimes they would venture to the meadows outside the city, lying on the grass, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, enjoying these rare moments of tranquility. Qin Da, with you by my side, I feel empowered, Yi Tsong whispered as she leaned against Qin Da. Qin Da gently stroked her hair and replied softly, I will always be by your side, Yi Tsong. However, this beautiful time did not last long. One day, Qin Da approached Yi Tsong with a serious expression. Yi Tsong, I have something to tell you. Qin Da hesitated for a moment before speaking. What is it, Qin Da? Yi Tsong looked at Qin Da's expression, feeling an uneasy premonition. I need to leave for a while. I have to go to the Lulan Kingdom to search for the dragon vein, Qin Da said slowly. Upon hearing this, Yi Tsong's heart tightened. She knew how important the dragon vein was to Qin Da, but she was reluctant to see him go. Do you really have to go? Yi Tsong's voice trembled slightly. Qin Da gently held Yi Tsong's hand and said, Yes, Yi Tsong. The dragon vein contains immense energy and is very important to me. Moreover, I want to make preparations for our future. Yi Tsong looked into Qin Da's determined eyes and knew he had made up his mind. She took a deep breath, forcing a smile. All right, Qin Da, I support you. But you must be careful and come back soon. I will, Yi Tsong. You also have to take care of yourself and wait for my return. Qin Da tightly embraced Yi Tsong and said, This rejuvenating pill is for you. Qin Da took out a rejuvenating pill and handed it to Yi Tsong. What kind of pill is this? Yi Tsong asked curiously. It will keep you youthful and beautiful. Qin Da smiled. Yi Tsong took it without hesitation and swallowed it whole. This pill is a gift for my future bride. Qin Da laughed. The pill melted instantly upon entry, and she felt a miraculous change in her body. I will wait for your return. Yitsong smiled charmingly. A few days later, Qin bid farewell to Yitsong and set off on his journey to the Lulan Kingdom. He traveled through the vast desert, enduring hardships, and finally arrived at the legendary ancient Lulan Kingdom. The sight before him left Qin in shock. Once a prosperous and thriving ancient kingdom, Lulan now lay in ruin. The remnants of walls and dilapidated buildings appeared even more desolate under the erosion of sand and wind. The former palace now had only a few crumbling walls left, and the streets were filled with sand and stones. The once vibrant atmosphere had long since faded. Qin slowly entered this wasteland, feeling the glory this city once held. The exquisite carvings and magnificent architectural ruins spoke of the former strength of the ancient Lulan Kingdom. He gently touched an ancient stone tablet. The text was already blurred, but he felt as if he could see the past of the Lulan Kingdom through those words. What a prosperous nation this once was, Qin sighed. He continued to explore deeper and discovered an ancient temple amid the ruins. The temple's entrance had collapsed, and the Buddha statues inside were incomplete. Qin entered the temple and saw strange symbols and patterns on the walls. These symbols and patterns seemed to conceal some secret. Qin studied them carefully, attempting to unlock their mysteries. Suddenly, he sensed a dangerous aura. He quickly turned around to see a group of mysterious figures in black appearing before him. These figures wielded weapons, their eyes betraying a strong intent to kill. Who are you? Why are you here? The leader of the black-clad figures asked coldly. Qin did not respond, warily watching the figures. He knew a battle was about to erupt. Since you refuse to speak, then you shall remain here forever. The leader of the black-clad figures waved his hand, and the others lunged at Qin. Qin quickly prepared for battle, powerful spiritual energy surging around him. Faced with these enemies, he felt no fear, with only one belief in mind: to find the dragon vein and safely return to Yitsong. In the ancient and mysterious ruins of the Lulan Kingdom, Qin's adventure was just beginning. Would he be able to overcome these mysterious foes? Would he find the dragon vein? What would become of his future with Yitsong? Everything remained uncertain. In the ancient Lulan temple, Qin focused intently on the mysterious symbols and patterns on the walls, trying to uncover clues about the dragon vein. Just as he was engrossed in his studies, a dangerous aura suddenly surged towards him. He quickly turned around to find a group of people dressed in black athletic attire emerging from the corners of the temple, surrounding him from all sides. Each of these black-clad figures had sharp eyes, gripping uniquely shaped weapons that exuded a strong killing intent. Who are you? Why have you intruded into our forbidden ground? The leader of the black-clad figures stepped forward, his voice deep and cold, as if it had emerged from an ice cellar. Qin realized that his arrival had triggered the hidden secrets of the ancient Lulan Kingdom. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, refraining from immediately answering the black-clad figure's question. His spiritual energy subtly surged around him, ready to respond to any potential attack. It seems you are unwilling to speak. Then don't blame us for being rude. Oh, anyone who attempts to invade Lulan must die. The leader of the black-clad figures waved his hand, signaling the attack. In an instant, the black figures surged towards Qin like a swarm of dark phantoms. One of the black-clad figures thrust their weapon, glimmering with cold light, towards Qin's chest at an incredible speed. Qin's figure flickered, evading effortlessly like a ghost as the sharp weapon grazed the edge of his clothing. Immediately after, another black-clad figure attacked from the side, wielding a long whip that lashed out at Qin like a venomous snake. Qin remained calm, swiftly forming seals with his hands, and a spiritual energy shield instantly formed before him. The whip struck the shield, producing a crisp sound, but failed to inflict any harm. Qin understood well that while these black-clad figures were individually weaker than him, their cooperation was seamless, and their assault was relentless like a rising tide. He could not remain in a passive defense. He had to take the initiative. Thus, he unleashed the wood escape technique, causing thick vines to surge from the ground, entangling towards the black-clad figures. Seeing this, the black-clad figures quickly employed their respective ultimate techniques to counter. Some used wind escape technique to blow the vines off course, while others utilized earth escape technique to evade the attacks underground. Qin did not retreat in the face of this, instead increasing his spiritual energy output. Would escape all things of the forest. With a loud shout, more vines surged from all directions, filling the entire space of the temple. The black-clad figures appeared somewhat flustered under the onslaught of the vines, but they quickly regained their defensive formation. They coordinated with each other, some cutting through the vines while others seized the opportunity to attack Qin. The battle reached a fever pitch. Qin's spiritual energy shield began to crack under the continuous assault of the black-clad figures, while many of the attackers were entangled by the vines and fell injured to the ground. Qin looked at the injured black-clad figures with a twinge of pity. He had no intention of making enemies with them. He only sought the dragon vein. Thus, he decided to change his strategy, shifting from attack to finding a way to break the encirclement. He utilized the teleportation technique, instantly appearing on the other side of the temple. The black-clad figures immediately pursued him. As Qin evaded their attacks, he searched for an opportunity to break through. At that moment he discovered a hidden corner of the temple that seemed to harbor a passage. His heart stirred, and he decided to break through in that direction. Qin concentrated his spiritual energy and launched a powerful attack towards the passage. A beam of spiritual energy shot toward the black-clad figures, temporarily forcing them back. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly dashed towards the passage. The black-clad figures relentlessly pursued him. Just as Qin was about to enter the passage, one of them shot an arrow from behind. Qin sensed the danger behind him and swiftly dodged to the side, but the arrow still grazed his arm, leaving a trail of blood. Ignoring the pain, he rushed into the passage. The black-clad figures followed closely behind. The passage was narrow and dim, and the fighting intensified. Qin, relying on his powerful spiritual energy and agile movements, engaged the black-clad figures within the cramped confines. He continuously launched spiritual attacks, trying to repel the black-clad figures while they utilized the terrain of the passage to launch a coordinated assault against him. Just as Qin was locked in fierce combat with the black-clad figures, a clear voice suddenly rang out, "Stop! Everyone stop!" As the voice echoed, a beam of light illuminated the entire passage. Everyone turned towards the sound, and they saw a woman dressed in splendid attire slowly approaching. Her face was beautiful and imposing, and her gaze revealed an inherent noble aura. She was Queen Sarah of Lulan. The black-clad figures knelt on one knee upon her arrival, saying, "Your Majesty." Qin also halted his actions, watching the suddenly appeared queen with vigilance. Sarah scanned the crowd, her gaze resting on Qin. "Who are you? Why have you intruded into my ancient Lulan kingdom and clashed with my guardians?" Qin slightly cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, my name is Qin from the distant my village. I come not with intention to offend, but to seek the dragon vein. I have heard that the dragon vein contains immense energy which is of great significance to me." Sarah furrowed her brows slightly at Qin's words. "The dragon vein is a sacred object of my Lulan kingdom relating to the rise and fall of our nation. As an outsider, what makes you think you can lay claim to it?" Qin sincerely replied, "Your Majesty, I mean no harm. I only hope to harness the power of the dragon vein to become stronger, to protect those I cherish. I assure you, once I gain the strength of the dragon vein, I will do my utmost to safeguard the Lulan kingdom from any harm. Moreover, I can exchange other things with you." Sarah looked at Qin, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. She turned to glance at the injured guardians, feeling a pang of compassion. She knew that these guardians fought to protect the Lulan kingdom, and she could not easily hand over the dragon vein to a stranger. Yet Qin's words stirred something within her. She was well aware of the current decline of the Lulan kingdom, and perhaps Qin's strength could help them. "Let me consider it," Sarah finally said. "Follow me for now, and I will arrange for you to stay temporarily. You must not leave here until I make a decision." Qin understood that this was the best outcome for now. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Under Sarah's guidance, Qin left the passage. This fierce battle had come to a temporary close, but Qin knew that his story with the Lulan kingdom had just begun. Would he be able to persuade Sarah and successfully obtain the power of the dragon vein? How would he face the challenges that lay ahead? Everything remained uncertain. Meanwhile, in the war-torn and gloomy Rain country, the damp air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and despair. The incessant drizzle fell like weeping, as if mourning for this land ravaged by conflict. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin, 3 children who had grown up under the shadow of war, harbored a fervent desire for peace in their hearts. They had witnessed their loved ones perish in the flames of war, their homes reduced to ruins in the haze of smoke, while the people around them struggled for survival amidst pain and fear. These cruel scenes carved deep scars into their innocent souls and ignited their determination to change the world. "We cannot continue like this. The war must end." Yahiko stood in the rain water cascading down his resolute face, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction. "We will create an organization, one that can bring about true peace. Let's call it Akatsuki." Nagato and Konin exchanged glances and nodded heavily. Nagato's Rinnegan sparkled with a mysterious light in the rain, as if it could see through the world's suffering. Konin gently brushed aside her rain-soaked hair, her gaze filled with hope and anticipation for the future. Thus, the Akatsuki organization was quietly born from the ashes of this wasteland. They traveled far and wide, gathering like-minded allies to strive together for the dream of peace. At first their strength was negligible, but through their steadfast belief and fearless courage they gradually emerged in the Rain Country. However, their actions caught the attention of the Rain Country's leader Danzō of the Salamander. Once hailed as a demigod, this powerful ninja had now lost himself in the whirlpool of power. Fearing that the rise of Akatsuki would threaten his rule, Danzō decided to crush them in their cradle. He set a trap, luring Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin to a secluded valley under the pretense of negotiation. The moment they stepped into the valley, countless rain ninjas surged from all directions surrounding them. "Yahiko, Nagato, Konin, you are too naive." Danzō looked down at them from above, his eyes full of disdain. "Akatsuki, just a group of ignorant children. Today is your day of death." Yahiko gripped his weapon tightly, unafraid, as he replied, "Danzō, you are mistaken. The peace we seek cannot be obstructed by anyone. In an instant the battle erupted with rain ninjas flooding in like a tide. Nagato unleashed the full force of his Rinnegan, deftly employing techniques such as Universal Pull and Heavenly Deva Path. The ground shook and the skies darkened. Konan transformed into countless sheets of paper, weaving effortlessly through the rain, her paper blades sharp as flying daggers striking towards the enemies. Yahiko fought valiantly, using his agility and superb ninjutsu to engage in fierce close combat with the foes. However, the enemies' numbers were overwhelming and they gradually fell into a predicament. Just then Hanzo made his move. He unleashed his strongest jutsu, the salamander technique, summoning a gigantic salamander that filled the valley, spewing toxic mist towards Nagato and the others. Nagato and Konan swiftly dodged, but Yahiko, in a bid to protect them, was engulfed by the mist. His body was gradually eroded by the poison, collapsing to the ground. Yahiko! Nagato and Konan cried out in despair, rushing towards Yahiko without a second thought. Don't come over. Yahiko struggled to raise his hand, stopping them. You must live on. To fulfill our dream. With that, his hand slowly fell, his eyes closing forever. Nagato and Konan held Yahiko's lifeless body, their tears mingling with the rain. The sorrow in their hearts transformed instantly into boundless rage, the flames of hatred igniting fiercely within them. Hanzo, I will make you pay in blood. Nagato roared, his Rinnegan shimmering with an eerie light, the powerful chakra waves making the surrounding air tremble. From that day forth, Nagato and Konan began their arduous training. They relentlessly honed their skills, driven by a single belief: to avenge Yahiko. After countless days and nights of effort, Nagato finally mastered the full power of the Rinnegan, while Konan became a formidable ninja. They set out once more on the path of vengeance. This time they stormed into Hanzo's estate. When Hanzo saw them, he was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. You dare come here again? Truly overestimating yourselves, Hanzo sneered. Nagato said nothing. He directly activated the Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force radiated from him, leveling Hanzo's estate to the ground in an instant. Hanzo hurriedly used ninjutsu to defend, but was still hurled away by the overwhelming force. Konan seized the opportunity to launch her attack, her sheets of paper transforming into countless sharp blades hurtling towards Hanzo. Hanzo dodged left and right, but was still grazed by the paper. Nagato then performed the universal pull, drawing Hanzo towards him. He stared at Hanzo, his eyes filled with hatred. Hanzo, today is your day of death. Hanzo looked at Nagato, fear filling his heart. He knew he would likely not escape this day. Do you think killing me will bring about peace? Hanzo said in despair. Nagato did not respond. He launched his attack instead. A powerful beam of chakra shot from his hand, instantly piercing through Hanzo's body. Hanzo fell to the ground, ending his wicked life. Nagato and Konan stood amidst the ruins, gazing at everything before them, yet their hearts held no joy. Yahiko, we avenged you, Nagato said softly, tears blurring his vision once more. From that day on, Nagato and Konan completely took control of the Rain Country. With Akatsuki as their core, they began to implement their ideals, attempting to establish true peace on this war-torn land. Yet they understood that this was merely a beginning. The road ahead remained fraught with challenges and uncertainties. This world had been crying, bearing too much pain. They must make those great nations taste suffering and feel pain. Only when they understand pain can true peace be achieved in this world. Within the slightly dilapidated, yet still solemn palace of ancient Lolan, the air was taut with tension. Chinda and Queen Sala sat opposite one another, an invisible pressure vibrating between them. Queen Sala sat upon an ornate throne, clad in a robe of interwoven gold and crimson embroidered with intricate Lulan totems. A jeweled crown crowned her brow, and her gaze bespoke an innate majesty tempered by wary prudence. Her hands rested folded upon her knees as she fixed Chinda with an unwavering stare and spoke slowly. Chinda, you must understand how crucial the dragon vein is to Lulan. It bears our history and our future. I cannot hand it over to another lightly. Chinda inclined his head slightly, a sincere smile on his face, and replied, without servility or arrogance, Your Majesty, I fully appreciate the dragon vein's significance. I have no intention of pillaging it. All I seek is to borrow the dragon vein's power to enhance my own strength, and I will give Lulan ample recompense in return. Queen Sala arched an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity crossing her features. Oh, then tell me, what can you offer in exchange? Chinda produced a delicate jade vial from his bosom and set it gently upon the table. This is Juyin Dan, a rejuvenation pill. After taking it, one may preserve a youthful visage unmarked by age. Your Majesty is exalted beyond measure. Surely you wish to retain that flourishing beauty for years to come. Queen Sala's gaze fell upon the jade vial, and a shadow of temptation crossed her eyes, but she quickly reclaimed her composure. One pill for the dragon vein. Surely that is rather naive. Chinda had anticipated that the queen would not be swayed so easily. He smiled and blinked as if at ease, his tone light. Your Majesty, this Juyin Dan was painstakingly refined by me, but cannot be bought on the market. It is truly a rare treasure. He continued, furthermore, I offer a greater sincerity. I can represent Feng Nation and sign a protection pact with Lulan. As one of the 5 great nations, Feng is formidable. If Lulan should face any crisis, Feng nation will come to its aid in full force and ensure Lulan's safety. Queen Sala sank into thought. She understood Lulan's present decline, though steeped in long history and mysterious legacy. In this turbulent age, the kingdom alone could scarcely fend off external threats. Would Feng nation truly honor such a promise? Queen Sala questioned. In these chaotic times, how many oaths among nations can be trusted? Qin slapped his chest with confidence. Your Majesty, rest assured. I share a sworn bond with the current Wind Shadow Yi Tsang. She is a woman of loyalty and honor. She keeps her word. If Feng nation dares break its pledge, I will be the first to object. I'll unleash my supreme immortal technique and beat them until they crawl back to apologize to Lulan, he declared with theatrical certainty. Queen Sala watched Qin's earnest display and could not help but smile. The scale in her heart began to tip. She thought of Lulan's plight and of her people's yearning for peace and security, and a decision formed within her. Very well. I will permit you to draw upon the dragon vein's power, she said. But you must guarantee that in harnessing the dragon vein you will not harm Lulan in any way, and that once the matter is concluded you will ensure Feng nation fulfills its promise of protection. Qin's heart leapt. He hurried to reassure her. Your Majesty, have no fear. I will keep the agreement. If I break my word, may I be deprived of my favorite delicacies every day. Thus, after a tense negotiation, Qin and Queen Sala reached an accord. At the same time, far away in my village the sun shone, and a gentle breeze stirred. Qin Feng and Shiri Hong strolled down a bustling street. Suddenly Qin Feng stopped, and with a conspiratorial smile said to Shiri Hong, Hong, did you know I recently learned a cultivation spell that can make the clouds take the shapes you like? Shiri Hong regarded him with curiosity. Really? Don't go boasting. Qin Feng assumed a solemn posture, forming hand seals and murmuring, spirits of heaven and earth, clouds become little bunnies. The clouds above remained unmoved. Shiri Hong could not help laughing aloud. Qin Feng, what on earth are you doing? Qin Feng scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. Perhaps the clouds are in a bad mood today and refuse to cooperate. He'll have a proper talk with them another day. They wandered into a patisserie. Qin Feng pointed at a cake in the display and said, Hong, doesn't that cake look like a giant cloud? If I eat it, maybe you'll gain the power of clouds. Shiri Hong rolled her eyes, smiling. You and your strange remarks. While they savored the moment, a transmission from Qin arrived informing them that the dragon vein agreement had been finalized. Qin Feng gently kissed Shiri Hong on the forehead. Hong, I have something to attend to. When I return, I'll bring you a little mysterious gift from Lulan. Although reluctant, Shiri Hong nodded. Be careful. He'll wait for you. Qin Feng then employed the Fei Lei Shen technique and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood within the borders of Lulan. Bowing slightly to Qin and Queen Sala, he offered, Your Majesty, thank you for your trust. I will now begin to refine the dragon vein, and I will honor our agreement. If I fail, I'll turn myself into a cloud and serve as Lulan's sunshade for a year. Queen Sala regarded Qin Feng with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Do not disappoint me. Qin Feng drew a long breath and approached the place where the dragon vein pulsed, ready to commence the refinement. He steadied himself before the ancient vein, centering his spirit and preparing to begin the delicate work of drawing its power into his cultivation. In the mysterious and ancient land of the dragon vein, in the Lulan ancient kingdom, a sense of enigma pervaded the surroundings. Massive rocks were scattered about, faintly emanating a soft glow, as if a group of weathered elders were quietly narrating the tales of time. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds with dim and dull light, adding a touch of oppression to the entire space. Qin Feng stood at the core of the dragon vein, his expression grave. He was well aware of the formidable task of refining the dragon vein, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. Qin stood nearby, his gaze resolute, always prepared to protect Qin Feng. He looked at Qin Feng filled with trust. Master, everything is ready. I will fully guard you. Qin Feng nodded slightly, taking a deep breath, and began to set up the formation. With swift movements of his hands, strands of spiritual energy flew from his fingertips, intertwining in the air to form intricate patterns like lively sprites dancing gracefully, constructing a mysterious net of energy. As he moved, the surrounding air began to tremble slightly, emitting a buzzing sound, as if it were cheering for the imminent feast of energy. The previously still gravel was now stirred by the shockwave rolling restlessly on the ground. This formation is the result of my years of cultivation, integrating the powers of the 5 elements, capable of maximizing the guidance of the dragon vein's power. While setting up the formation, Qin Feng explained to Qin, it is like a loyal guardian, not only helping me absorb the energy of the dragon vein, but also preventing energy leakage and chaos. As he spoke, Qin Feng took out some precious spirit crystals and magical treasures from his pocket, placing them at critical points in the formation. These spirit crystals emitted a spectrum of colors resonating with the formation, making the spiritual power in the entire area more abundant. Each spirit crystal resembled a dazzling star embedded in the sky of the formation, continuously infusing it with energy. At this moment, a gust of wind howled past, sweeping the surrounding sand and stones into the air, yet it could not approach the formation by an inch, as if the formation possessed an invisible barrier. These spirit crystals are those I have painstakingly collected. They can stabilize the operation of the formation and enhance its power. Qin Feng picked up a spirit crystal radiating blue light and showed it to Qinda. This ice spirit crystal, like a calm messenger of ice, can balance the scorching energy of the dragon vein, making it easier to absorb. Once the formation was completed, Qin Feng stood in the center forming seals with his hands and chanting incantations. Instantly, the formation shone brightly and a powerful suction surged towards the dragon vein. The dragon vein seemed like a slumbering giant dragon awakening, letting out a deep roar, and a powerful wave of energy surged from its depths akin to raging ocean waves crashing towards Qin Feng. In an instant, the sky lit up with flashes of lightning as thick bolts tore through the heavy clouds, illuminating the ancient land, while the thunder roared in the ears, adding to the tense atmosphere. Qinda tightly gripped his weapon, vigilantly observing the surroundings. He not only paid attention to the subtle changes in the environment, but also constantly monitored Qin Feng's state, ready to spring forward at the first sign of trouble. His gaze was sharp, missing no corner. Even the slightest disturbance in the breeze was keenly caught by him. At this moment, the ground began to tremble, slightly cracks spreading beneath his feet, as if the earth itself was fearful of this immense power. With the continuous influx of dragon vein energy, Qin Feng's body began to tremble slightly. He felt a powerful force rampaging within him, like a ferocious dragon attempting to break free from its bodily confines. He gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual power to guide this force to the nascent soul, as if taming this dragon. This force bore a scorching temperature and a violent momentum, with each impact sending tearing pain through Qin Feng's meridians, but he held firm with his indomitable will. The surrounding air seemed ignited waves of heat, making even breathing difficult. What a powerful force! Qin Feng marveled inwardly. Truly worthy of the dragon vein, the energy contained far exceeds my imagination. However, the refining process was not smooth sailing. As time progressed, the energy of the dragon vein became increasingly violent, and signs of instability began to emerge in the formation. Cracks began to appear in the surrounding rocks, as if trembling in fear of this overwhelming power. From the fissures, even black smoke seeped out, carrying a pungent odor that spread throughout the space. The fierce wind wrapped around the black smoke, forming small whirlpools that swirled around. Not good, the formation is about to give way. Seeing this, Qinda's heart sank, and he quickly increased his output of spiritual power, trying to help Qin Feng stabilize the formation, like reinforcing a swaying lighthouse in a storm. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his arms trembling slightly from the intense output of spiritual power, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted, continuously injecting his spiritual power into the formation. At this time, the lightning in the sky became more frequent, as if it intended to tear apart this realm. Qin Feng also sensed the danger. He concentrated all his energy, unleashing his strongest spiritual shield to envelop himself and the formation. Simultaneously, he constantly adjusted the operation of the formation, attempting to find a balance point, allowing the energy of the dragon vein to be absorbed steadily, as if searching for a tranquil harbor amidst the raging tides. Various cultivation knowledge and experiences flashed rapidly through his mind as he continuously attempted different ways to channel spiritual power, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from overthinking and tension. The tremors of the ground grew more intense, with rocks collapsing around him, raising clouds of dust. Qin Feng frantically activated the chaos refining technique, and golden runes appeared on his body. These runes fused with the formation, instantly enhancing its stability. These runes were like a group of brave warriors joining the defensive ranks of the formation, collectively resisting the onslaught of the dragon vein energy. The runes shimmered with dazzling light, colliding with the violent dragon vein energy, producing crackling sounds reminiscent of an intense battle. At this moment, the previously raging winds gradually subsided, and the lightning was no longer as frequent, as if witnessing this contest of power. Huff! Qin Feng exhaled. Fortunately, this secret technique works. As time passed, Qin Feng gradually adapted to the energy of the dragon vein, and the refining process became smoother. His nascent soul, nourished by the energy of the dragon vein, continuously grew stronger, radiating a powerful brilliance, like a robust sun, within him, unleashing boundless energy. Mysterious patterns emerged on the surface of the nascent soul, changing as energy was absorbed, as if recording Qin Feng's cultivation journey. The clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, sunlight streaming through the gaps, illuminating Qin Feng's face, heralding the imminent success of this arduous refining. Qinda, watching Qin Feng's transformation, was filled with envy and anticipation. He knew that once Qin Feng successfully refined the dragon vein, not only would his own strength greatly increase, but he would also benefit from it. While protecting Qin Feng, he silently absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, striving to enhance his own strength, looking forward to the moment he too would break through. At this time, the surrounding environment gradually returned to calm. The previously cracked rocks no longer trembled, and the black smoke in the air gradually dissipated. Thus time passed day by day as Qin Feng immersed himself in the process of refining the dragon vein. His body continuously absorbed the energy of the dragon vein with each intake, making him feel his power rapidly increasing as if climbing an endless peak of strength. He could distinctly feel his meridians becoming tougher and the speed of spiritual power circulation accelerating. Each breath stirred the surrounding spiritual energy. Around Qin, the spiritual energy became increasingly dense, forming a faint halo that slowly revolved around him. Qin remained steadfast at his side, not daring to let down his guard. He continuously supplied spiritual power to Qin Feng, helping him maintain the operation of the formation. During this lengthy period, his body was also absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, gradually undergoing changes like a seed slowly sprouting in fertile soil. His skin became tighter, his gaze brighter, and the spiritual power within him flowed like a gentle stream, gradually coalescing into a powerful force. Surrounding flowers and trees under the nurturing of this rich spiritual energy began to rejuvenate with vibrant life. Finally, after 14 days, Qin Feng felt that his nascent soul had reached a new realm. He abruptly opened his eyes, a powerful light flashing within them, like lightning piercing the night sky. At this moment, a magnificent rainbow appeared in the sky, arching across the horizon, as if celebrating his success. "I did it!" Qin Feng exclaimed excitedly. "I've finally broken through to the late nascent soul stage." At the same time, Qin also felt a tremendous change within his body. His spiritual power surged rapidly, and the meridians within him became broader and tougher. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he had actually broken through to the foundation establishment stage. "Master, I've also broken through," Qin said excitedly. Qin Feng looked at Qin, a look of relief spreading across his face. "That's great, Qin. This is all due to your hard work." The joy of the two echoed across this ancient land. They knew that the success of this dragon vein refinement not only greatly enhanced their strength, but also laid a solid foundation for the road ahead. Emoshio, a prominent figure in the immortal realm, had reached the golden immortal level, seated within an opulent palace enveloped by mysterious and powerful immortal energy. Before him floated a chaotic white pearl, the supreme treasure of the immortal realm, the Chaos Pearl. By refining this treasure, he could break through the golden immortal realm. At this moment, Emoshio was tightly closing his eyes, pouring all his efforts into refining the Chaos Pearl. Suddenly his eyes shot open wide, his expression darkening like the sky before a tempest, flames of fury igniting within his gaze. "This is preposterous." Emoshio slammed his hand onto the jade table beside him, instantly turning the incredibly hard table into powder. "This dragon vein was the key step in my control over the Naruto world, who has spoiled my plans." The anger surging within him was like a boiling magma threatening to consume his reason. As an immortal lord, Emoshio had long regarded the Naruto world as something within his grasp. Over the years, he had meticulously plotted through various secretive and profound methods, laying down numerous hidden pieces in the Naruto world, intending to gradually refine this unique world into his own little realm completely under his control. However, the emergence of Qin Feng had completely disrupted his plans. Emoshio attempted to mobilize his immortal energy to tear open a spatial rift, intending to personally descend into the Naruto world and teach Qin Feng a lesson. But just as he began to act, a powerful and mysterious force suddenly bound him, rendering him immobile. Emoshio was startled, and it dawned on him that his true self could not go to the Naruto world. Will I just swallow this anger? A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Emoshio's eyes as he paced back and forth in the palace, rapidly contemplating countermeasures. Suddenly, a cunning glint flickered in his eyes. He decided to transform a portion of his will into a sign-in system, infiltrating the Naruto world to achieve his goals through others. In a distant modern world within a bustling city, Wang Huan was seated at his computer, eyes glued to the screen, fully immersed in a game live stream. He was a somewhat famous game streamer, often broadcasting games late into the night to attract more fans. At this moment, he had already streamed for over 10 hours, his eyes bloodshot and his body utterly exhausted. "Brothers, if we win this game today, we'll end the stream," Wang Huan said, forcing himself to stay alert. However, just as he initiated the final assault in the game, he suddenly felt a dizzying spin, darkness engulfing him, and he lost consciousness. When Wang Huan regained awareness, he found himself in a strange and peculiar space. A myriad of colorful lights surrounded him, and strange sounds echoed in his ears, as if coming from another dimension. "Where is this? Wasn't I live streaming?" Wang Huan exclaimed in terror, looking around with confusion and fear. At that moment, a cold electronic voice abruptly resonated in his mind. "Welcome to the sign-in system. You have been granted a chance for rebirth. By completing the sign-in at specific locations or during certain plot events, you can receive generous rewards, including powerful ninjutsu and immortal cultivation techniques." Wang Huan was taken aback at first, then widened his eyes in disbelief, asking, "Sign-in system? What sign-in system? How could I have this thing? And where exactly am I?" His voice trembled, filled with fear and confusion about the unknown. The system did not respond immediately, and Wang Huan anxiously paced in place, waving his hands in the air as if he could grasp some answers. After a while, the cold electronic voice spoke again. You have crossed over to the Naruto world. The specific rules of the system and sign-in locations must be explored by yourself. Naruto world. Isn't that a world from an anime? Wang Huan was both shocked and delighted. As an anime fan, he was not unfamiliar with the Naruto world, but being truly within it was still beyond his comprehension. So if I complete the sign-in, I can really obtain ninjutsu and immortal cultivation techniques. This is outrageous. Wang Huan couldn't help but complain. The system simply replied, sign in truthfully, and rewards will manifest. Wang Huan scratched his head. Although numerous questions remained in his mind, he understood that the system would not provide further explanations. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself, thinking that since he was here, he might as well embrace it. Perhaps this was a chance to change his destiny. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Huan felt a flash of light before him, and then he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself already in the Naruto world. The sunlight bathed his face, a gentle breeze brushed past, and the surroundings were filled with unfamiliar, yet vibrant scenery. Is this the Naruto world? Wang Huan felt both nervous and excited, knowing that his fate would be completely altered from this moment on. With a mix of anticipation and fear of the unknown, he began to explore this brand new world, trying to seek the opportunity for his first sign-in, unaware that all of this was part of Emoshio's scheme. Wang Huan suddenly awakened from his stupor, feeling as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. He struggled to open his eyes, revealing a small, yet tidy, unfamiliar room with some simple ninja tools hanging on the walls and a few worn-out scrolls of ninjutsu laid on the tatami. He instinctively touched his face, the strange sensation instantly waking him up. Who have I turned into? Before he could fully regain his composure, the familiar cold electronic voice echoed in his mind again. You have been reborn as Mukamura, in Konoha Village. Current location, Konoha Village. You can check in for the first time. What? I'm in Konoha Village. I can still check in. Wang Huan was both shocked and delighted, his heart filled with mixed emotions, caught between fear of the new environment and anticipation of the unknown. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, silently repeating, I am now Mukamura. I must adapt to this identity and live well in this world. With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. System, I want to check in. Check in successful. Congratulations on obtaining chakra. In an instant, a warm current surged from his lower abdomen, rapidly flowing throughout his body. Mukamura's limbs and bones seemed to be infused with new vitality. His once weary body instantly brimmed with strength, and even the slightest movement of his fingers made him aware of the faint energy fluctuations in the air. Is this the feeling of chakra? It's so amazing. Mukamura, I was so excited that he nearly jumped up, his sense of identity as a ninja growing even stronger. I have truly become a ninja. In this world of ninjas, I can also possess my own power. Filled with intense curiosity about this world, Mukamura, I began to cautiously explore Konoha Village. The streets were bustling with ninjas, and the shops along the road were filled with an array of goods, with the sounds of vendors calling out echoing everywhere. Looking at the familiar yet strange scenes, Mukamura, I felt a surge of excitement. This is Konoha Village. It's exactly like in the anime. Oh, I really am here. As he walked, Mukamura, I inadvertently looked up, and the massive Hokage rock came into view. The enormous Hokage face loomed over the entire village, as if narrating the glorious history of Konoha. Mukamura, I felt a stirring in his heart, recalling the system's check-in feature. Perhaps checking in there can grant me even more powerful things. With this thought, he could no longer suppress his excitement. He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then crouched down and hurried toward Hokage rock, trying to stick to the wall and avoid the crowd, fearing his unusual behavior would be discovered. Finally, Mukamura, I arrived at the base of Hokage rock. Standing in the shadow of the massive stone face, he looked up at the intricately carved Hokage visage, his heart racing in his chest and his palms sweating with tension. He swallowed hard, his throat feeling dry, and cautiously surveyed his surroundings again. Once he confirmed there were no suspicious gazes, he slightly lowered his head, his lips moving as he urgently called out in his mind, System, I want to check in. At that moment, everything around him seemed to freeze, the breeze ceased to blow, and the noise from the street faded into the distance. Time appeared to stand still as Mukamura, I held his breath, anxiously awaiting the system's response. Check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the substitution technique. The familiar electronic voice sounded in his mind, and in an instant a wealth of knowledge and techniques regarding the substitution technique surged into Mukamura's consciousness, and his body instinctively resonated with this ninjutsu, as if he had practiced it countless times before. The substitution technique. It's actually the substitution technique. Mukamura, I was so excited that his face turned red and his hands instinctively mimicked the hand seals for the technique. However, he quickly realized that people were coming and going around him, and he couldn't be too ostentatious. After stealthily observing his surroundings and confirming that no one was paying attention, he crouched low and hurried to a nearby secluded alley. In the alley, Mukamura, I took a deep breath, calming his excited heart and began to attempt to perform the substitution technique. He quickly formed hand seals with his hands and quietly chanted, "Substitution technique." In the blink of an eye, an abandoned wooden barrel beside him took his place, while he appeared several meters away. "Haha, I did it." "Mukamura," I whispered excitedly, but immediately covered his mouth, fearful of being overheard. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "This substitution technique is so practical, I won't be afraid when I encounter danger in the future." Feeling the wonderful experience brought by the substitution technique Mukamura, I was filled with anticipation for the future. This system is truly a treasure. I wonder what powerful things I can obtain from the next check-in. In this world of Hokage, I'm Mukamura, I have arrived, and I will carve out my own path. With this thought, a confident light sparkled in Mukamura's eyes as he adjusted his clothes and cautiously stepped out of the alley, continuing to explore this amazing ninja world. The pieces are already in place, the Hokage world must be mine. In the cultivation world, Imo Shoshinjun wore a wicked smile. He slowly closed his eyes, continuing to refine the chaos pearl. Within the rain-drenched land, shrouded in perpetual gloom, the Akatsuki's hidden base exuded an air of enigmatic solemnity and lethal austerity. Pain and Conan sat in a dimly lit chamber, their gazes fixed upon a dossier lying atop the table before them, its cover bearing the name Kakuzu, the legendary shinobi of Takigakure, possessing 5 lives and mastering forbidden jutsu of extraordinary power. Pain's voice was low and tranquil, his Rinnegan eyes glimmered with an eerie, otherworldly light in the faint illumination. Yet before absolute power, such advantages are utterly insignificant. Conan furrowed her brow, slightly gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. But his nature is cold, his methods merciless. It will not be easy to recruit him. Pain tilted his head upward, his expression haughty, as though all existence lay beneath his feet. "It matters not. I shall reveal to him true power, so profound that he will join the Akatsuki willingly, without reservation." Thus Pain and Conan embarked upon their journey to Takigakure, arriving at Kakuzu's lair, a crumbling, abandoned fortress. A miasma of decay clung to the ruins, whispering of countless massacres long past. "Kakuzu, emerge. We are Pain and Conan of the Akatsuki. Today we come to extend you an invitation to join our ranks." Pain's voice resonated through the fortress, heavy with unassailable authority. Moments later, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows, a towering, broad-shouldered man whose very presence pressed down like a mountain, imposing an instinctive sense of dread. He wore a black trench coat embroidered with crimson cloud motifs, its fabric snapping sharply in the wind, heightening his aura of mystery and icy severity. A black headscarf tightly bound his skull, revealing only a pair of eyes as frigid and piercing as frost, eyes that seemed to see through all illusions yet regarded the world with utter disdain. His face was concealed behind a grotesque mask, its twisted, infernal patterns evoking the visage of a demon risen from the deepest hells, chilling the blood of any who beheld it. "The Akatsuki, you presume to recruit me?" Kakuzu's voice was glacial, laced with scorn. "In this world, only the strong survive, and power alone is sovereign. Prove your strength first. Defeat me, or perish here, every last one of you." A faint, contemptuous smile flickered across Pain's lips as he raised a hand, gesturing for Conan to withdraw. "Conan, stand aside. This battle requires no second hand. I am divine in this realm. Kakuzu is but a speck of dust, unworthy of our joint effort." Calm and unhurried, Pain stood motionless. Yet around him surged a torrent of chakra, so immense it seemed to swallow sky and earth alike. "Kakuzu, you believe your strength rivals all things, yet you have no inkling of true power, vast beyond your wildest conception." Pain's voice boomed like a celestial bell, reverberating across the desolate space. Kakuzu let out a sharp, disdainful snort, murderous intent flashing in his eyes, as he launched his assault without hesitation. 5 whip-like tendrils shot forth toward Pain with blinding speed, carving jagged black afterimages through the air, ripping the very atmosphere as they flew. Pain remained still, unmoved, merely lifting a finger and intoning Shinra Tensei. A colossal, repulsive force erupted from his core, effortlessly hurling Kakuzu's tendrils back into oblivion. The collision unleashed thunderous detonations, sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. "Is this all you possess?" Pain's voice dripped with derision. "To me you are less than an ant, insignificant, fleeting, and already forgotten." Enraged, Kakuzu elongated one tendril into a massive spear, driving it forward with lethal precision, aimed straight through Pain's heart. The spear cleaved the air with terrifying force, but Pain sidestepped with effortless grace, then activated Bansho Tenin, drawing Kakuzu helplessly toward him. Kakuzu's body hurtled forward uncontrollably. He slammed his tendrils into the ground, straining to anchor himself. Pathetic trickery. With a furious roar, Kakuzu hurled all 4 remaining tendrils at Pain, each coiling like a black dragon, brimming with devastating force as they converged upon their target. A flash of cold light crossed Pain's eyes. His hands blurred into rapid seals, then unleashed a barrage of overwhelming jutsu, each strike precise, flawless, and unstoppable, shattering Kakuzu's assault completely. Each counterstrike landed with surgical precision, leaving Kakuzu reeling, unable to mount a coherent defense. A tremor of unease stirred deep within him. He had never faced an opponent whose power ran so fathomlessly deep, whose mastery defied comprehension. Impossible, he whispered hoarsely, a tremor of fear edging his voice. Pain gazed upon him, eyes filled with unyielding contempt. Now do you grasp your own insignificance? To join the Akatsuki is not an offer. It is your sole path forward. Though bitterness burned in his chest, Kakuzu knew the truth. The chasm between their strengths was unbridgeable. Under Pain's suffocating pressure, he bowed his head in surrender. I yield. The words escaped him heavy with resignation. Pain gave a slight nod. Welcome to the Akatsuki, Kakuzu. From this moment you obey my command, and strive with us toward the peace of this world. Kakuzu replied, his gaze flickering with something complex and unreadable, before settling into grim acceptance. See that you fulfill this peace, or I shall reclaim what you owe me tenfold. And thus the Akatsuki gained another fearsome warrior. The current members of the Akatsuki and their designated positions are as follows: Pain as the leader, known as Pain, ruling from the land of rain, commanding all strategic decisions, embodying Zero, symbolizing origin and dominion, positioned at the center, overseeing the entire organization. Conan, Pain's closest ally and administrative counterpart, embodying White, symbolizing purity and guardianship, stationed in the south, safeguarding the organization's flank. Kakuzu, possessing unparalleled strength and unique abilities, embodying North, symbolizing cold resolve and unyielding endurance, assigned to the North, serving as the organization's foremost vanguard. The Akatsuki's influence continued to expand, its ultimate objective drawing ever closer. Yet their path remained fraught with peril and uncertainty. Ahead loomed a storm far more violent and inevitable than any before. In the palace of the Grass Kingdom, sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows, casting a soft glow on the plush carpet, creating a dappled effect that enveloped the room in a dreamlike golden veil. Miyamoto Musashi sat before his desk, reviewing various documents pertaining to the nation's development, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. His mind operated with remarkable speed, while dealing with state affairs. Flashes of unique insights and thought processes from Qin Feng often appeared in his mind, these sparks of thought from his true self, allowing him to find the simplest and most efficient solutions amidst the complexities of governance. A Tong quietly entered the room, holding a steaming cup of fragrant tea, the aroma wafting through the air. Musashi, take a break and have some tea. A Tong's voice was soft and melodious, like a gentle spring breeze flowing through the tranquil space. Miyamoto Musashi looked up, a tender smile gracing his face as he set down the documents, took the cup, and gently sipped. He then pulled a Tong onto his lap, affectionately saying, "You understand me best. With you here, even the dullest affairs become lighthearted." A Tong's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully hit his shoulder, teasing, "You just know how to sweet-talk me." A Tong blushed faintly, leaning against Miyamoto Musashi's shoulder, her hair softly brushing against his cheek in the gentle breeze. Outside the window, birds sang joyfully, as if celebrating this warm scene. In the courtyard, flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their petals glistening in the sunlight, while waves of floral fragrance drifted indoors, adding a touch of romance to the small space. "You work so hard for the Grass Kingdom every day, be sure to take care of yourself," a Tong said softly, concern filling her eyes as she reached out to gently tidy Miyamoto Musashi's somewhat disheveled hair. Miyamoto Musashi gently caressed a Tong's hair, saying, "With you by my side, every hardship is worthwhile. You see, thanks to our efforts, the lives of the people in the Grass Kingdom are improving. This is our shared achievement." At that moment, a vision of Qin Feng's focused demeanor during cultivation suddenly flashed in his mind, the unwavering pursuit of his goals deeply influencing Musashi's resolve in governing the Grass Kingdom. He silently vowed to create a stable future for a Tong and the citizens of the Grass Kingdom, just as Qin Feng remained steadfast in his own goals. They exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with love for each other. They often strolled hand in hand through the palace's garden, walking on the soft grass, each step feeling like they were treading on clouds of happiness. The fountain in the garden sprayed sparkling water, forming beautiful rainbows in the sunlight. Surrounding trees provided shade, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze, as if singing a beautiful melody of love for them. During these leisurely walks, Miyamoto Musashi would sometimes pause, suddenly his gaze becoming somewhat profound as he engaged in a spiritual exchange with Qin Feng, sharing their sights, experiences, and thoughts. At times, Miyamoto Musashi would personally cook a sumptuous dinner for a Tong. In the kitchen, the fire blazed warmly, casting a red glow on Musashi's focused face. A Tong would assist nearby, skillfully chopping vegetables, occasionally lifting her head to exchange glances with Miyamoto Musashi, their eyes filled with sweet smiles. The dishes in the pot emitted enticing aromas, permeating the entire kitchen, blending seamlessly with the warm atmosphere, creating a picturesque scene of a happy life. During the cooking process, he would unconsciously employ unique culinary techniques learned from Qin Feng during certain special experiences. Although a Tong was unaware of these subtle changes, the delicious dishes conveyed her warmth and affection. Atong would occasionally lean over to taste the soup in the pot, then smile, and give a thumbs up saying, "Musashi, your cooking skills have improved again." Miyamoto Musashi would respond with a smile, "As long as you like it, I'm willing to cook for you forever." Yet the peaceful days did not last long. One day a guard hurriedly entered the palace presenting a letter from the Rain Kingdom. Miyamoto Musashi opened the letter, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. As a clone of Qin Feng, the moment he saw the letter, he transmitted the information to Qin Feng without reservation. The Akatsuki organization in the Rain Kingdom is powerful. If we ally with them, the Grass Kingdom can gain strong military protection. Miyamoto Musashi silently analyzed in his heart, while at the same time, he could clearly sense that Qin Feng was also considering the matter on the other end. He thought further, Qin Feng was virtually invincible in the Naruto world. With Qin Feng as a support, even if the Rain Kingdom and the Akatsuki organization had ulterior motives, they would not pose a threat. Their ninjutsu resources and combat experience could greatly enhance the strength of the Grass Kingdom's ninjas. In this chaotic world, possessing strong military power is fundamental to survival. He understood well that by leveraging this alliance, the Grass Kingdom could stand tall amidst the conflicts of neighboring nations, no longer fearful of foreign provocations. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for the development of the Grass Kingdom. Atong Nagato from the Rain Kingdom has sent an alliance invitation. "I'm contemplating the pros and cons," Miyamoto Musashi said to Atong beside him. Atong was somewhat surprised. An alliance. Would that be a good thing for the Grass Kingdom? Miyamoto Musashi gently held Atong's hand, saying, "I believe the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. I have other trump cards for assurance, so we need not worry excessively. Through this alliance, the Grass Kingdom can acquire more resources, grow stronger, better protect our citizens and homeland, and provide you with a stable life." He gently scratched Atong's nose, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha village, Qin Feng sensed the situation facing Miyamoto Musashi. He nodded slightly, communicating with Miyamoto Musashi in his heart, conveying his approval and support. Their thoughts were closely intertwined, as if they were a unified whole facing this complex situation. Miyamoto Musashi promptly replied, agreeing to meet at the border between the Rain Kingdom and the Grass Kingdom to sign the alliance. In the night of Konoha village, tranquility and serenity enveloped the scene as the gentle moonlight bathed every rooftop, while the villagers were immersed in sweet dreams, utterly unaware that a massive disaster was quietly approaching. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the night sky, as if it were about to tear the heavens and earth apart. Immediately following, a colossal red figure slowly emerged from the darkness, with 9 thick tails swirling wildly. Wherever it went, houses crumbled like fragile toys, flames soaring into the sky, illuminating the night as if it were day. Indeed, this was the legendary beast of terror, the 9 Tails. "It's the 9 Tails. The 9 Tails is attacking the village." The panicked cries spread through the village in an instant, waking the villagers from their sleep. Gazing at the horrifying scene before them, their faces turned pale with fear as they fled in all directions. Konoha village was plunged into chaos and panic as if the apocalypse had arrived. Minato Namikaze, the young and valiant Fourth Hokage of Konoha, was awakened at the first moment by this sudden upheaval. There was no trace of panic in his eyes, only determination and resolve. He swiftly donned the cloak that symbolized the honor and responsibility of the Hokage and dashed towards the direction of the 9 Tails without hesitation. In his heart, protecting Konoha village and every villager was his unshakable mission. Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, he would never retreat. At that moment, he had no idea that his beloved wife, Kushina Uzumaki, was enduring unimaginable torment. Behind the rampaging 9 Tails, a mysterious figure lurked in the shadows, orchestrating everything. That figure was Obito Uchiha. At this moment, his eyes shimmered with a complex light twisted by hatred and desire. His hatred for Konoha burned like a raging fire, and his thirst for power had reached an almost insane level. His purpose this time was to extract the 9 Tails from Kushina's body, inciting this chaos to obliterate Konoha in the flames of war. In a hidden corner of the village, Kushina was bound by Obito's jutsu, unable to move. The chakra of the 9 Tails surged forth from her body like a raging tide. Her complexion turned extremely pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as her body trembled uncontrollably. Yet even so, a resolute defiance shone in her eyes, as if declaring to Obito that she would never easily submit. "Damn it! Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Kushina shouted through gritted teeth, her voice filled with anger and resentment. She could never have imagined that the person shrouded in darkness before her was once a close friend. Time and hatred had twisted Obito's heart beyond recognition. Obito coldly gazed at her, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. "Kushina, all of this is for my plan. You just watch Konoha march towards its destruction." His voice was as cold as ice, as if it came from a demon of hell. As the 9 Tails was completely extracted, Kushina's body grew extremely weak, her life force flickering like a candle in the wind. Her eyes were filled with reluctance for her husband Minato and their newborn son. Tears swirled in her eyes, but stubbornly refused to fall. She wished so much to hold her child one more time, to see Minato's warm smile once more. Meanwhile, on a concealed hillside not far from the battlefield, Qin Feng quietly watched this heart-stopping battle with Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked astonished, constantly twisting his neck, his eyes filled with confusion. Qin Feng, why did you bring me here? This Ninetales disturbance is no small matter, one misstep, and we could get caught up in it. Qin Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Don't worry, Orochimaru. This battle will be quite a spectacle, and more importantly, you'll witness a rare forbidden technique, Reaper Death Seal. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with excitement and curiosity. As someone obsessed with the study of ninjutsu, he was filled with desire for this life-costing forbidden technique. Reaper Death Seal. Is that the technique that seals the souls of enemies? Exactly. Pay close attention, as such opportunities are rare. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Minato. In truth, Qin Feng had always wanted to help Minato, and had previously given him a jade slip. If Minato shattered the slip, he would immediately lend his assistance. However, Minato had his own resolve. The jade slip lay quietly in his embrace untouched. Soon Minato arrived at the scene and felt a sharp pain in his heart at the sight of the devastation before him. The familiar streets and houses had now turned into ruins, with innocent villagers struggling in agony. But he did not waver. He quickly formed hand seals and murmured, Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, his figure vanished like a flash of golden lightning, appearing right before the Ninetales. Rasengan. A rapidly spinning blue sphere of energy formed in Minato's hand, containing immense power, aimed straight at the Ninetales' eyes. The Ninetales sensed the danger and swung its tail to defend. With a loud crash, the Rasengan collided fiercely with the Ninetales' tail, the powerful impact forcing the beast back several meters. Seeing this, Obito coldly snorted and charged towards Minato himself. His Sharingan glowed with an eerie crimson light, controlling the Ninetales while preparing to launch his own attack. Minato's eyes were sharp as he closely watched Obito's every move, not daring to let his guard down. Suddenly, Obito launched an attack, several black tendrils darting toward Minato like venomous snakes, moving at lightning speed, making them difficult to evade. Minato swiftly dodged, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Noticing his first attack missed, Obito immediately changed his strategy, forming hand seals quickly to summon massive rocks to crash down on Minato. Minato once again used the Flying Thunder God and appeared behind Obito, his kunai glinting coldly as it aimed for him. Obito reacted quickly, dodging to the side, but was still grazed by Minato, blood instantly staining his sleeve. Obito was furious. He had been thoroughly enraged by Minato. He intensified his control over the Ninetales, sending it charging again towards Konoha. With every step of the Ninetales, the ground trembled violently, its roars threatening to shatter the entire world. Minato understood that this could not continue, and he decided to use the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. First, he threw his kunai at Obito, who easily dodged it, but Minato instantly appeared at the kunai's location, then propelled himself towards Obito at an incredible speed, using the kunai's force. Obito, unable to evade in time, was struck by Minato, his arm broken by the Rasengan, blood splattering everywhere. Obito cried out in pain, never expecting Minato's second stage of the Flying Thunder God to be this powerful. This blow made him deeply aware of Minato's strength. Seizing this opportunity, Minato searched for a flaw in the Ninetales. At that moment, he finally spotted the weakened Kushina. His eyes filled with shock and pain as he rushed towards her without hesitation. Kushina. Minato called out his wife's name, his voice filled with urgency and heartache. Every word seemed to carry his deep love and guilt for Kushina. Looking at Minato, Kushina revealed a smile of relief. Minato, I knew you would come. Her voice was weak, but filled with trust and reliance on Minato. Minato tightly embraced Kushina, feeling her growing cold body, filled with guilt and pain. He knew that as the host of the Ninetales, once the beast was extracted, Kushina would undoubtedly perish, and he could not prevent it. I'm sorry, Kushina, I came too late. Minato's voice choked, tears blurring his vision. He wished he could have discovered Kushina's danger sooner, wished he could share her pain. Kushina gently caressed Minato's cheeks softly, saying, Minato, don't be sad. Our son Naruto. You must take good care of him. Her hand slowly fell, carrying deep concern and reluctance for their son. Minato gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. He understood that Kushina's life was about to end, and he did not wish to live on alone. But for Naruto, for Konoha, he had to make the final choice. He decided to divide the Ninetales into yin and yang halves, for sealing the yin half within himself, and along with that portion of power into the Reaper, while sealing the more easily assimilable yang half within Naruto, also embedding part of his and Kushina's chakra into the seal. He did this so that when Naruto gained the strength to control the Ninetales' power, he could help him become a perfect Jinchuriki, and also so that Kushina could see their son's future in another world. Obito, Uchiha, today is your end. Minato looked at Obito, his eyes devoid of fear. Despite the pain within, the belief in protecting Konoha and Naruto propelled him forward. At this moment, he resembled a war god descended upon the world. Obito was startled, realizing what Minato intended to do. He hurriedly controlled the Ninetales, attempting to stop Minato. But Minato's speed was too fast. He instantly reached the Ninetales, infusing the Reaper's power into it. No! Obito cried out in despair. He watched helplessly as his plan was about to fail completely. As Minato recited the incantation, the Ninetales' body began to be gradually consumed by the Reaper. Seeing the situation turn dire, Obito immediately fled the scene. He understood that once the Ninetales was sealed, all his plans over the years would turn to dust. Ultimately, the Ninetales was successfully sealed. Minato looked at the swaddled Naruto, his eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance. He gently stroked Naruto's cheek and said, "Naruto, I'm sorry your father cannot be there to watch you grow up. But you must be strong, become an excellent ninja, and protect Konoha. And remember to live well for both your father and mother." With that, he placed the jade slip Qin Feng had given him into Naruto's swaddling, hoping Qin Feng would look after his son in the future. After speaking, Minato's body gradually faded away, leaving behind his spirit and hopes for Naruto. This Ninetales disturbance became the most painful memory in Konoha's history, while also igniting Naruto's life journey, filled with hardships and challenges. Having witnessed the entire chaos of the Ninetales incident, Qin Feng felt a tumult of emotions within, deeply admiring the strength and wisdom of Bo Feng Shuman, while simultaneously being overwhelmed by an uncontrollable rage towards Uchiha Obito's actions. In that critical and chaotic situation, Shuemin calmly made the optimal choice, sealing the Ninetales at the cost of his own life to protect Konoha. This courage and responsibility left Qin Feng in genuine admiration. Yet Kushina, that strong and gentle woman, perished amidst the disaster. Their sacrifice was truly tragic. Recalling the scenes from the battle, Qin Feng noticed Obito's trajectory and, taking advantage of his unguarded moment, quietly inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique on Obito using his divine sense. At this moment, although Obito had escaped the scene, Qin Feng could know his location at any time thanks to this unique mark. Qin Feng bid farewell to Orochimaru and in a flash vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Obito, who was hiding in a dark cave attempting to calm his wounded body and chaotic mind, completely unprepared for Qin Feng's sudden appearance like a ghost. Who are you?" Obito asked warily, his eyes filled with suspicion. Having just experienced an intense battle with Shuman, he was in a state of extreme exhaustion, and facing this mysterious person who had suddenly appeared, a sense of unease surged within him. Qin Feng did not answer, instead inwardly yelling, "Shuemin and Kushina, they were so kind and steadfast, giving everything to protect Konoha and their family. Your mentor, your sensei, how could you be so ruthless? And you, Uchiha Obito, have let hatred blind your eyes, committing such unforgivable acts." With flames of fury burning in his eyes, his aura suddenly surged. The next moment, he struck like a bolt of black lightning, instantly arriving before Obito, his fist accompanied by a cutting wind heavily smashed into Obito's face. Obito had no time to react. His entire body was sent flying, crashing against the cave's stone wall, with debris scattering. "I can't kill this fool now. Oh, I need to vent my anger first," Qin Feng thought to himself. "This punch is for Shuemin." Qin Feng roared, his voice echoing in the cave. "Do you know what you have destroyed? A happy family, the peace of Konoha, and their dreams for the future." The more Qin Feng thought about it, the angrier he became. Before Obito could recover, he charged forward again, kicking Obito in the abdomen. Obito grunted, blood trickling from his mouth, his body like a kite, with a broken string, flying backward once more. "This kick is for Kushina." Each word from Qin Feng seemed to squeeze through his clenched teeth, filled with rage. Obito struggled to rise from the ground, fear and unwillingness filling his gaze. "What do you want from me?" Qin Feng coldly stared at him. "Uchiha Obito, do you think you can hide everything you're doing from me? I know who you are, and I also know that behind you is Uchiha Madara, and I am well aware of your Mad Moon Eye plan." Upon hearing this, Obito's face instantly turned pale. He never expected that this sudden appearance would know their plan so well. "Who exactly are you?" Obito asked, his voice trembling. Qin Feng slightly raised his head, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that I can give you what you desire most." Obito snorted coldly. "What can you give me?" Qin Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "I can resurrect Rin, a true resurrection." Obito's body trembled violently, hope igniting in his eyes. "Is what you said true?" "Of course," Qin Feng nodded, "but I have conditions." "What conditions?" Obito asked impatiently. "I want your eyes to study the secrets of space." Qin Feng stared intently at Obito's eyes, speaking earnestly. Obito's heart tightened. His Sharingan was the source of his power, and also his lifeline. But thinking of Rin, he felt somewhat swayed. "Rest assured, I will not let you lose the power of your eyes." Qin Feng seemed to see through Obito's thoughts. "I will only borrow them for a while. Once I've uncovered the secrets of space, I will return them to you." Obito fell into deep thought, torn between his longing for Rin and his reluctance to part with his eyes. After a long time, he lifted his head, looking at Qin Feng. "Why should I trust you?" Qin Feng smiled slightly. "You have no other choice. With your current strength, I could crush you with one hand. And do you think your ridiculous plan can succeed without my consent?" Obito's eyes were filled with struggle. He knew Qin Feng spoke the truth. His longing for Rin surged like a tide and finally he gritted his teeth. All right, I will cooperate with you. But if you dare to deceive me, I will not let you go. Qin Feng nodded. Rest assured I keep my word. From now on we are partners in cooperation. Call me Big Brother and let me hear it. Big Brother? Obito asked with a puzzled expression. Yes, good boy. Qin Feng smiled and patted his head. After saying this, he lifted the intimidation on Obito. Obito rubbed his injured body secretly alert. He did not know what this mysterious Qin Feng's true intentions were, but he decided to take a gamble. Perhaps this was indeed his only chance to see Rin again. Clean up in the next couple of days or I will come to find you in a few days. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. Days later my village was striving to recover from the wounds of the Nine-Tails incident with an air of sorrow and reconstruction lingering in the streets and alleys. In the center of the village square a solemn ceremony was taking place. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was once again assuming the position of Hokage. The villagers gathered here, their eyes reflecting both the memories of past pains and hopes for the future. Among the crowd Danzō stood quietly, yet his eyes were filled with shadows. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen ascend to the symbolic power of Hokage, once more jealousy filled his heart. Why is it him again? I have contributed no less to Konoha than he has, yet the position of Hokage always eludes me. Danzō clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his palms, secretly plotting how to change this situation. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was discussing matters with Orochimaru in a hidden location about leaving Konoha for the Land of Grass. Orochimaru, Konoha is no longer a suitable place for us to stay. The Land of Grass is relatively stable, where we can avoid many disturbances whether in researching ninjutsu or training. Qin Feng spoke with firm determination. Orochimaru licked his lips, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Indeed, the environment of the Land of Grass may allow for new breakthroughs in my research. Moreover, having Obito with us, his eyes and techniques are crucial for our research on space ninjutsu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hinata Yuhi learned that Qin Feng was about to leave Konoha, filled with reluctance. She hurried to Qin Feng's residence, tears shimmering in her eyes. Are you really going? Although Konoha has gone through this disaster, it will always be our home. Qin Feng looked at Hinata Yuhi, his eyes filled with tenderness. Yuhi, I understand your feelings for Konoha. You have your family here, and naturally you should stay. But I have my mission, and the Land of Grass may have what I need. The two exchanged silent glances. Only the bittersweet feeling of parting lingered in the air. In the end, Hinata Yuhi held back her tears and said, then you must take care, and if you get tired out there, just come back. Qin Feng nodded, gently bidding farewell to Hinata Yuhi before setting off to the Land of Grass with Orochimaru and Obito. Along the way, Obito remained silent, his heart filled with both unease about the unknown and hope for Rin's resurrection. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was already eagerly discussing various ninjutsu ideas, unable to wait to start new research in the Land of Grass. In the Land of Grass, Miyamoto Musashi, an important figure, had already learned about Qin Feng's impending arrival. He was well aware of Qin Feng's strength and influence, taking the welcoming very seriously. Miyamoto Musashi immediately summoned his subordinates, systematically making arrangements. Atong, go prepare the best guest room. It needs to be comfortable and cozy. He said gently to Atong, then turned to the guards. You all select a batch of quality supplies, food, medicinal herbs, training equipment. Nothing can be lacking. Ensure the needs of our esteemed guests are met. When Qin Feng and the others stepped onto the territory of the Land of Grass, Miyamoto Musashi had long been waiting at the border. With a smile on his face, he stepped forward quickly. Qin Feng, thank you for your hard journey. The Land of Grass welcomes your arrival. Though they shared an unspoken understanding, they still had to act as two independent individuals on the surface. Qin Feng slightly nodded, expressing satisfaction with Miyamoto Musashi's arrangements. Thank you for your thoughtful preparations. My visit this time must have caused some disturbance. Miyamoto Musashi quickly waved his hand. Not at all. Having esteemed guests like you is an honor for the Land of Grass. Subsequently, Miyamoto Musashi personally led Qin Feng and the others to a tranquil valley where everything needed for their research had already been set up according to his instructions. This place has a serene environment, quiet and secluded, perfect for your research. If you need anything, just let me know. From today on, we will conduct spatial research on Obito's eyes and techniques. Qin Feng looked at Obito. Rest assured, I will keep my promise and help you revive Rin after the research is completed. Obito nodded slightly, but internally remained cautious. Although he had reached a cooperation with Qin Feng, he still harbored doubts about this mysterious person's true intentions. Orochimaru, meanwhile, could not wait to start preparing various research tools, his eyes filled with a longing for unknown ninjutsu. In this valley of the Land of Grass, a research on space ninjutsu was about to unfold, and their arrival would bring what kind of changes to the Land of Grass? Could Qin Feng successfully unravel the secrets of space? Would Obito be able to fulfill his wish of resurrecting Rin? Everything was filled with uncertainty and variables. After settling Qin Feng, Orochimaru, and Obito, Miyamoto Musashi began preparations for traveling to the Land of Rain to sign the alliance agreement. He understood that this treaty was crucial for the future of the Land of Grass and could not afford any negligence. At this moment Qin Feng approached Miyamoto Musashi expressing his desire to join him on the journey to the Land of Rain. I have some interest in this alliance matter, perhaps I can be of assistance. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Qin Feng's eyes. Miyamoto Musashi was taken aback for a moment, but then revealed a grateful smile. That would be excellent. With you accompanying me, I feel much more at ease. Upon hearing that Qin Feng would accompany Miyamoto Musashi to the Land of Rain, Orochimaru and Obito did not pay much attention. Orochimaru was fully focused on his research, eagerly wanting to use Obito's eyes and techniques to explore the mysteries of space ninjutsu. Obito, on the other hand, remained skeptical about his situation. Although he agreed to cooperate, he also wanted to take this opportunity to assess Qin Feng's true capabilities. At this moment Qin Feng's second clone was nearing completion, hoping everything would go smoothly. Meanwhile, Atong learned of Miyamoto Musashi's impending journey and was filled with worry and reluctance. She tightly grasped Miyamoto Musashi's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Musashi, you must be extremely careful on this journey to the Land of Rain. Miyamoto Musashi gently stroked Atong's hair and said softly, don't worry, I will return safely. You must take care of yourself at home as well. After a heartfelt farewell, Miyamoto Musashi and Qin Feng set off towards the border. Along the way, they braved the elements, traveling day and night. Finally, they arrived at the designated location, the Cloud Summit Bridge. The bridge spanned a raging river built from massive stone blocks, appearing mysterious and majestic under the shroud of mist. As soon as Miyamoto Musashi and Qin Feng reached the bridge, they saw a delegation from the Land of Rain waiting for them. At the forefront was Nagato, his gaze deep and calm, accompanied by Konan, whose long blue hair flowed with the wind, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. Also present was Kakuzu, a battle-hardened ninja with a face that bore indifference and vigilance. Miyamoto Musashi, you have finally arrived. Nagato's voice was low and powerful. Miyamoto Musashi stepped forward and slightly bowed. Lord Nagato, I apologize for the wait. This is Qin Feng. He has come with me to discuss the alliance agreement. Nagato nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Qin Feng, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Oh, I wonder what insights this Qin Feng has to share. Qin Feng smiled slightly and took a step forward. I believe that signing the alliance is beneficial for both sides, but we also need to clarify our respective responsibilities and obligations to avoid unnecessary disputes in the future. Kakuzu snorted coldly and took a step forward, his gaze fixed intently on Miyamoto Musashi. Easy to say. Miyamoto Musashi, I have long admired you, and have always wanted to see if you are worthy to stand alongside our Land of Rain. He added a hint of provocation, lacing his tone, his lips curling into a faint cold smile. Miyamoto Musashi's heart tightened, immediately understanding that Kakuzu was testing him. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and revealed a confident smile. You flatter me, Mr. Kakuzu. Since you have such an interest, I shall accompany you in a friendly spar. As he spoke, Miyamoto Musashi's chakra began to surge, his hands swiftly gripping the hilts of his twin blades, which trembled slightly, as if eager to taste the blood of their enemies. Qin Feng frowned, slightly surprised by Kakuzu's sudden aggression. However, he did not intervene, merely standing quietly to the side, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. He believed that Miyamoto Musashi had the ability to handle this test, and was also eager to see Miyamoto Musashi's current strength. Konan and Nagato exchanged glances, both silent in their observation. Konan gently furrowed her brow, seemingly worried about this unexpected spar. Nagato's expression remained calm as he quietly watched the two in the arena, a hint of anticipation in his gaze. Kakuzu was the first to launch an attack, his right arm suddenly elongating into a thick tentacle that lashed out towards Miyamoto Musashi, the air hissing where the tentacle passed. Miyamoto Musashi's eyes narrowed, his form like lightning, as he instantly activated Godspeed, crossing his blades in front of him and retreating at incredible speed, narrowly avoiding the fierce strike. Good move. Miyamoto Musashi shouted, seizing the opportunity to form hand seals rapidly, his aura surging sharply as he initiated the two heavens as one technique. His twin blades glinted with a cold light under the sun, and he appeared to merge with his weapons. Immediately after, Miyamoto Musashi flashed forward, charging at Kakuzu, his blades slicing through the air with a whoosh. Seeing this, Kakuzu's body instantaneously unleashed several black tentacles that lunged fiercely at Miyamoto Musashi. Fearless Miyamoto Musashi skillfully utilized his twin blades to deflect each tentacle while chanting incantations, suddenly shouting Komi-I slash. A visible wave of sword energy shot forth from between his twin blades, surging with unstoppable momentum directly towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu's expression changed slightly as he quickly sidestepped to evade, but the sword energy still grazed the hem of his clothing, leaving a tear. Interesting, Kakuzu muttered coldly, then intensified his assault, the tentacles raining down on Miyamoto Musashi like a torrential storm. Miyamoto Musashi moved with agility, weaving seamlessly between the tentacles, while continuously swinging his twin blades to execute the demon hunt. With each swing, a powerful gust of wind erupted, scattering the surrounding tentacles. The two were not mortal enemies, and the exchange was kept within limits. Miyamoto Musashi sheathed his blades and retreated to his original position. Miyamoto Musashi indeed lives up to his reputation. No wonder he can sweep through the land of grass with ease. Kakuzu also stepped back, unable to refrain from complimenting him. You flatter me, your strength is formidable as well. Miyamoto smiled. Nagato had been watching Qin Feng, intently feeling a significant pressure from the strength of the man before him. Qin Feng appeared calm and composed a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Well then let us sign the cooperation agreement together. Nagato proclaimed loudly. With powerful allies who could complain. Thus the land of grass and the land of rain signed a cooperation agreement forming an alliance known as the Cloud Summit Accord. After the battle on Yunding Bridge concluded, the sparring match between Miyamoto Musashi and Kako ended without a decisive victor. Yet both gained profound insight into each other's strength, allowing the alliance negotiations to proceed smoothly. Qin Feng observed it all from the sidelines, his thoughts deepening on the future political landscape of Kusa no Kuni. With negotiations temporarily adjourned, he decided to return to Kusa no Kuni to assess the progress of Orochimaru's and Obito's research. When Qin Feng arrived at the secluded valley in Kusa no Kuni, Orochimaru was already waiting. His expression unusually animated as he strode forward with eager steps. Qin Feng, you're finally back. I have tremendous news for you. Qin Feng arched a brow, slightly a glint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Oh, what could be so extraordinary, judging by how elated you are? Orochimaru moistened his lips, barely containing his exhilaration. Your second clone has been completed. According to the cultivation manuals you provided, this clone possesses an unparalleled constitution, an ultimate metal spirit root, and a sword heart attuned to celestial clarity. An ultimate metal spirit root. A sword heart attuned to celestial clarity. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Both traits were legendary blessings coveted by cultivators across realms. An ultimate metal spirit root meant astonishingly rapid absorption and refinement of spiritual energy, smoothing his path to transcendence far beyond ordinary practitioners, while a sword heart attuned to celestial clarity granted preternatural insight into the way of the sword, enabling effortless mastery of even the most esoteric sword arts. Indeed, I've never before witnessed such flawless innate potential in a clone. A feverish gleam burned in Orochimaru's eyes. For a man consumed by the pursuit of knowledge, this breakthrough ignited an overwhelming surge of triumph. Overjoyed, Qin Feng wasted no time. He immediately commenced the fusion ritual. Seating himself upon a massive boulder in the valley, he drew spiritual energy from the surrounding air, its currents beginning to swirl gently around him. The clone hovered before him, radiating a soft, golden luminescence, as if seamlessly harmonized with the very pulse of heaven and earth. Qin Feng's hands darted through intricate seals, his incantations resonating like ancient chants. Arcane sigils streamed from his fingertips, dissolving into the clone's form. With each sigil absorbed, the clone's glow intensified, and its aura swelled steadily, ascending towards something greater. As the ritual progressed, Qin Feng sensed their bond deepening with crystalline clarity, a second soul awakening within him, stirring from slumber. Time slipped away. Spiritual energy flooded the valley like a roaring tide, coalescing into a vast spiraling vortex. Within the maelstrom, Qin Feng's silhouette shimmered faintly. Beads of sweat glistened upon his brow, yet his gaze remained unshakably resolute. Then with a low resonant thud, the clone and Qin Feng merged completely. The clone now possessed autonomous consciousness. Qin Feng named him Qin Air. His cultivation level surged directly to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, merely one step shy of foundation establishment. Qin Air cultivated the divine sword thunder art. His prodigious talent manifested brilliantly. Within mere days, he attained minor mastery of the art. Clutching his long sword, lightning crackled along its blade. With each fluid sweep, bolts of thunder erupted forth, shattering the silence with deafening roars. Sword light flashed, thunder boomed. The entire valley trembled beneath the weight of that overwhelming power. Orochimaru watched, utterly speechless. Though he'd anticipated Qin Air's exceptional aptitude, witnessing such meteoric progress and raw might firsthand left him profoundly shaken. Obito observed silently from the periphery, his gaze clouded with complex emotion. He understood all too well. This newly emerged Qin Air would introduce unpredictable variables into their carefully laid plans. He also wondered with quiet unease where such a formidable warrior had suddenly emerged from. Having achieved minor mastery in swordsmanship, Qin Air felt an irresistible surge of combat instinct and deliberately challenged Obito to test the limits of his own strength. Though wary of Qin Air's prowess, Obito's innate pride refused retreat. Thus the two strode to an open expanse within the valley, where a fierce confrontation was about to unfold. Obito struck first. His Sharingan spun rapidly, commanding earthen boulders to hurl themselves toward Qin Air. Calmly, Qin Air flicked his blade. Lightning flared, reducing the incoming stones to dust in an instant. Is this all you can muster? A faint disdainful smile curved Qin Air's lips. Enraged, Obito activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and unleashed Kimui, sucking Qin Air into his distorted pocket dimension. Yet within that void Qin air moved with effortless grace. His sword slashed, lightning burst forth piercing the darkness and bathing the realm in searing radiance. Your pocket dimension is nothing extraordinary, Qin air's voice echoed laced with quiet mockery. Obito responded with renewed fury, using Kamui to tear rifts across space around Qin air attempting to swallow him whole. Qin air blurred, activating lightning shadow step, vanishing like a bolt of lightning evading every assault. Then channeling the divine sword thunder art to its zenith, he unleashed a torrent of thunderbolts aimed straight at Obito. Obito hastily formed hand seals to defend, but the thunder's force was cataclysmic. His barrier shattered instantly. Struck full force, he was hurled backward, crashing hard onto the ground. You, how could you possibly be this strong? Obito staggered upright, his eyes wide with disbelief and bitter frustration. He had believed his power sufficient, yet this single clash revealed a chasm between them vast and humbling. Qin air sheathed his sword and regarded Obito coolly. This was merely a taste of my capabilities. In time you shall witness far greater strength. That duel etched Qin air's overwhelming might into Obito's consciousness, viscerally, irrevocably. And Qin air's ascendance only deepened the complexity of Kusa no Kuni's fate. What ripples would this new force send across the shinobi world in the days to come? Qin Feng gazed at Qin air, who was practicing in the valley, and suddenly recalled the Xingyin village located in the land of bears from the world of Naruto. There lies a meteorite from beyond the heavens radiating immense energy, which the ninjas of the village rely on for their cultivation. Now that Qin air's swordsmanship has reached a small achievement, perhaps he could gain more opportunities there. Qin air, I know of a place called Xingyin village in the land of bears. There is a mysterious meteorite from beyond the heavens containing powerful energy. You should go and investigate. If it truly is a treasure, we shall not be modest. Qin Feng solemnly instructed Qin air. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin air's eyes as he tightened his grip on the long sword and nodded, saying, "All right, I will set off right away." With that, he performed the sword control technique, causing the long sword to hover beneath his feet, surrounded by arcs of lightning. At that moment, the vast and boundless sea unfolded before him, its surface shimmering like countless tiny diamonds sparkling under the sunlight. The sea breeze carrying a salty and humid scent brushed against Qin air's hair. The waves rhythmically crashed, lifting layers of white froth as the surging tides seemed to narrate the mystery and majesty of the ocean. In the distance where the sea met the sky, the water and sky merged into one, forming a blurred boundary that made one marvel at the grandeur of nature. Flying above this vast ocean, Qin air felt the howling sea wind and the surging waves. Suddenly, he sensed a special chakra fluctuation below. Looking down, he saw a dilapidated small boat bobbing in the waves with a girl on board, none other than the future Mizukage Terumi Mei. At this time, Terumi Mei still appeared as a youthful girl, her chestnut brown hair tied casually in a ponytail, with a few strands playfully sticking to her fair cheeks in the sea breeze. She was clad in a blue ninja outfit adorned with the symbol of the Mist Village. Although her clothing was soaked by seawater and somewhat worn, it could not conceal her youthful vitality. Her eyes were like a clear spring, her emerald green gaze bright and clear, currently filled with vigilance as she stared at the flying Qin air. Qin air slowly descended, landing at the bow of the small boat. As Terumi Mei looked at Qin air, he was dressed in a black, tight-fitting outfit embroidered with golden lightning patterns which seemed to flow with his movements, emanating a mysterious aura. Carrying a long sword, its hilt set with a gem radiating a soft glow that resonated with the lightning surrounding him. Qin air's face was handsome and resolute, his eyes exuding confidence and a carefree demeanor, as if nothing in the world could defeat him. Observing Terumi Mei struggling to maintain her balance amidst the wind and waves, Qin air teased, "Hey miss, this vast ocean is no place for leisure. Are you planning to brave the waves and become the pirate king?" Terumi Mei shot him a glance and replied, irritated, "I would like to, but unfortunately this shabby boat and this dreadful weather do not allow it." "Who are you?" Suddenly appearing here startled me. Seeing Terumi Mei diligently repairing the broken boat, he smiled and joked, "With all this fuss, is your boat going to turn into a flying artifact?" Terumi Mei, with a hint of pride, said, "Humph, don't underestimate me. Once I fix it, it will be even more reliable than your flying artifact." Qin air smiled and put away his playful demeanor, saying, "I am Qin air, just passing through this place. I saw you drifting in the vast ocean and seemed to be in trouble." Terumi Mei assessed Qin air cautiously, but being alone and helpless at this moment, could only reluctantly trust him. "I am from the Mist Village. I was on a mission, but encountered a storm. My ship was damaged, and I lost my way." Qin air nodded slightly. "I see. I am on my way to Xingyin village in the land of bears. If you don't mind, I can take you along." Terumi Mei hesitated for a moment, well aware of the exceptional strength of the man before her. If she could gain his assistance, she might be able to return to the Mist Village quickly. "Then I thank you, Qin-jun. My name is Terumi Mei, and should there be an opportunity in the future, I will surely repay you." Qin air waved his hand, saying, "It's a small matter, no need to worry about it. By the way, I have heard of Mist Village. I've heard there are many experts there. You must be quite skilled." Terumi Mei, right? Terumi Mei lifted her chin and said proudly, "Of course. Once I return to Mist Village, I will make those who look down on me take notice. Qin Air's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. It seems my journey won't be boring, or perhaps I will also witness the unique ninjutsu of Mist Village. Terumi May looked at Qin Air's confident demeanor, feeling curious about his strength. And you, Qin Air, with such skill and sword control, you must have made quite a name for yourself outside, right? Qin Air smiled, scratching his nose. I can't say I've made a name for myself, but once you see my swordsmanship you'll know I am not just all talk. Thus Qin Air led Terumi May onward towards the land of bears. What changes will their encounter bring to their futures amidst this vast ocean? And after arriving at Xingyin Village, will Qin Air be able to successfully acquire that meteorite from beyond the heavens? Everything remains filled with uncertainty and anticipation. As Qin Air decided to first escort Mei Ming back to the Water Kingdom, the sky blue like a sapphire was filled with cotton candy-like white clouds that whimsically transformed into various marvelous shapes. The warm sunlight poured down unreservedly, draping a golden veil over the vast boundless sea. The shimmering surface of the water sparkled with fragmented light, resembling countless dazzling diamonds joyfully dancing. The gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, carrying the unique freshness of the ocean, stirring Mei Ming's hair and uplifting the vibrant, joyous mood shared between the two. Are you ready? Let's set off now. Qin Air's lips curled up high, revealing a brilliant smile, with excitement glimmering in his eyes as he looked at Mei Ming. Mei Ming took a deep breath, her chest slightly rising and falling, her eyes filled with anticipation. Her lips involuntarily lifted, revealing two shallow dimples as she cautiously yet eagerly stepped onto Qin Air's flying sword. As soon as she stepped on, she couldn't help but lightly jump twice, feeling the wonder of the flying sword, her face beaming with surprise as she exclaimed with barely concealed excitement. Wow, it's finally starting. This is definitely going to be super fun. As she spoke, her eyes curved into crescent moons, sparkling with lively light as she curiously gazed at the flying sword beneath her. Qin Air channeled his spiritual energy, and the flying sword slowly ascended, gradually picking up speed. The gentle sea breeze stroked their faces while Mei Ming's ponytail joyfully danced in the wind. Her cheeks flushed slightly with excitement, her rosy lips curved upward, emitting a series of silver bell-like laughter. Wow, this feels amazing. I feel like a free little bird. At this moment her heart was filled with boundless joy, feeling as if she had broken free from all restraints, soaring freely in this vast expanse of heaven and earth. Mei Ming excitedly squealed, gripping Qin Air's arm tightly, leaning slightly forward, her eyes wide with surprise and excitement, her voice bursting with uncontainable exhilaration. This is so much fun. Faster, faster. Her heart raced wildly, pounding against her chest, as only one thought filled her mind. This feeling is too wonderful. Ooh, I want more. Isn't it thrilling? This is just a taste of it. Qin Air, feeling the softness in his arms, said with a smile, suddenly accelerating the flying sword, slicing through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Mei Ming screamed in fright, instinctively burying her face into Qin Air's back. What are you doing? She cried out with a hint of tears in her voice. Qin Air laughed heartily. Don't be scared, let me take you for a thrilling ride. As he spoke, he slowed down. Mei Ming slowly lifted her head, her face still showing traces of lingering fright, but soon returned to her playful demeanor. You're just bullying me. Once I return to Wuyin Village, I will definitely seek you out to settle the score. Alright, I'll be waiting. When that time comes, make sure to showcase your ninja techniques so I can witness them firsthand, Qin Air replied with a chuckle. Of course, the ninja techniques of Wuyin Village are not to be taken lightly. Mei Ming raised her chin, confidence sparkling in her eyes. During their flight, Qin Air suddenly said, I think it's better to first take you back to the Water Kingdom, and then I'll head to the Bear Kingdom. This way you can return and report sooner. Upon hearing this, Mei Ming felt warmth in her heart, but replied, I suppose you have a bit of conscience, but don't let your own matters fall behind. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. By the time I return from the Bear Kingdom, you might have already become a big shot in Wuyin Village, Qin Air teased. That's uncertain. Once I become the Shui, and you must come to Wuyin Village to find me, and then I'll let you see the true power of Wuyin Village, Mei Ming said with a face full of longing. Alright, I'll be looking forward to that day. Qin Air nodded with a smile. In their back-and-forth conversation, the flying sword sped through the sky, racing towards the direction of the Water Kingdom. Meanwhile, the relationship between them quietly changed during this special journey, leaving one to wonder what kind of story awaited them in the future. Qin Air and Zhao Mei Ming continued to fly through the sky on their swords. As they drew closer to the country of water, the originally clear sky gradually became shrouded in gloom. The sea breeze grew colder, carrying a hint of chill. Zhao Mei Ming gazed ahead, her smile gradually fading, replaced by deep concern. Her brows furrowed tightly, her eyes filled with heaviness. At that moment, her heart surged like rolling waves, impossible to calm. She knew well that the current hidden mist village was in a dark era of blood and fog, implementing a policy of isolation. Within the village, ninjas were slaughtering each other. Only through brutal survival tests could one become a formal ninja. This bloody environment filled the village with fear and despair. The future of the village was shrouded in gloom, and Zhao Mei was filled with worries about the village's current state. She longed to change it all to make Hidden Mist Village strong, a true sanctuary for the people. Qin, do you know? Zhao Mei spoke softly, a hint of bitterness in her voice. Every time I think of how Hidden Mist Village is now, it breaks my heart. I want to change it all, but my strength alone is too insignificant. Qin turned to look at her, his eyes full of encouragement. Don't say that. As long as you have the determination, you will surely succeed. I believe in you. Zhao Mei nodded slightly, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. I will definitely work hard. One day I will restore the vitality of Hidden Mist Village. Here, this is for you. Qin suddenly produced a jade slip, warm and translucent, shimmering with colors tied with a red cord. Wow, it's beautiful. Zhao Mei took the jade slip, her smile returning. The worries of youth always come quickly and fade just as fast. Keep it with you at all times. If there's danger, it can protect you, and I can sense it appearing by your side whenever needed. Really? Thank you, Qin. Zhao Mei carefully tucked the jade slip, closed her eyes sparkling as she looked at the young man before her heart racing. Finally, they arrived at the port of the country of water. Beneath the overcast sky, thick fog enveloped the entire port, making it nearly impossible to see the road ahead. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, as if recounting the cruelty of this nation. At the dock, a few ninjas patrolled back and forth, their eyes cold and vigilant, exuding an aura of death. This is the port of the country of water. It feels so oppressive. Qin furrowed his brows and said. Zhao Mei sighed. This is just the surface. The situation in the village is far worse. Just then, two figures emerged from the fog. One was Zhao Mei's companion, who upon seeing her displayed a look of surprise. Zhao Mei, you finally came back. The other was Qin. Though he had only one eye left, his gaze was sharp. He looked at Zhao Mei and Qin slightly frowning. Who is this? Zhao Mei hurriedly introduced. This is Qin. If it weren't for him, I might not have made it back this time. Qin, this is my companion Qin. Qin nodded slightly, acknowledging. Thank you for escorting Zhao Mei back. Qin smiled and waved his hand. It was just a small matter. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin knew it was time for him to leave. Zhao Mei will stop here. Take care of yourself. Zhao Mei looked at Qin with reluctance in her eyes. Thank you, Qin. Be careful when you go to the country of bears. When you return, you must come to Hidden Mist Village to find me. Qin nodded. All right, when I return, perhaps you will have already begun to change Hidden Mist Village. Under Zhao Mei's gaze, Qin rode the flying sword, gradually disappearing into the fog-laden sky. Zhao Mei took a deep breath and walked towards the village with her companions, knowing that her journey to change Hidden Mist Village had just begun. After parting ways with Terumi, Qin mounted his flying sword and soared toward the Hashin village in the land of bears. The sky stretched like a sapphire silk tapestry, soft clouds drifting lazily as if spun from spun sugar. Below, vast lands unfolded. Undulating mountains, dense forests resembling emerald oceans, and a gentle breeze carrying the sweet fragrance of grass and trees. Mid-flight, Qin glanced downward out of idle curiosity and spotted two figures hurrying through the forest with a child in tow. Intrigued, he guided his flying sword to descend quietly nearby. Upon landing, Qin observed the trio carefully. Xia Rixing moved with feline grace, clad in dark robes. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her eyes tender, yet shadowed by quiet anxiety. Huoxing stood resolute, his gaze sharp and wary, radiating vigilance as he shielded Xia Rixing and the child with his body. Qin stepped forward courteously. Forgive the intrusion. I am Qin. You seem to be in great haste. Has something occurred? At once, Xia Rixing and Huoxing tensed like startled birds ready to flee. Xia Rixing clutched the child, snail, closer, instinctively retreating a step, her wary gaze locked onto Qin without uttering a word. Huoxing clenched his fists beneath his sleeves, muscles coiled tight, and demanded coldly. Who are you? Why are you here? Seeing their unease, Qin softened his tone and spoke gently. Please do not be alarmed. I merely passed by. Judging by your urgency, you appear to be fleeing something. If you face peril, perhaps I can lend aid. Hearing this, Xia Rixing and Huoxing exchanged a glance. Their suspicion eased just slightly. Xia Rixing spoke softly. We fled from Hashin village. My name is Xia Rixing. This is my husband Huoxing, and this is our son Snail. She stroked Snail's head tenderly, seeking to soothe him. Hashin village. I am bound there myself. What has transpired that compelled you to flee? Qin asked, puzzled. Huoxing sighed, fear flickering in his eyes. It is because of the star stone. Our village's star stone enhances ninja strength, but prolonged cultivation with it ravages the body, even claiming lives. Many villagers have already perished. Fearing for our child's safety, we had no choice but to escape. I have an idea, Qin said, furrowing his brow before pausing in thought. If the star stone is the root of this calamity, removing it from Hashin village may resolve everything. Moreover, I am intrigued by the star stone. I may yet discover a way to neutralize its danger. But Hashin village is heavily fortified. Huoxing hesitated. Stealing the star stone seems near impossible. and having already fled returning would place us in grave peril. Do not worry. I have a plan, Qin replied with quiet confidence, arms crossed. You must first find a safe refuge and await my word. Should I succeed, I will return for you. Should I fail, flee farther still and sever all ties with Hashan village forever. A spark of resolve lit Xia Rixing's eyes. Clutching Snail close, she turned to Qin, Mr. Qin, I will accompany you. I have lived in Hashan village for years. Its terrain and guard rotations are intimately known to me. I can be of real assistance. Hearing this, Huaxing stared at her stunned. Xia Rixing, have you lost your senses? That is far too dangerous. She turned to face him, her gaze both tender and unyielding. Mars, we cannot run forever. Removing the Star Stone would not only save us, but also redeem those still suffering within the village. And with Mr. Qin's strength beside us, our chances grow markedly greater. Huaxing's brow remained knotted with worry. Yet gazing into Xia Rixing's unwavering eyes, he finally yielded with a resigned nod. Very well. I will go with you. What of the child? Xia Rixing gently stroked Snail's head and said, we shall entrust him to a trusted soul, then return for him once this is done. Qin watched the couple, admiration rising within him. With your guidance, our likelihood of success truly increases. Yet this venture brims with peril. We must devise our strategy with utmost care. The three sought shelter in a secluded mountain cave. There Xia Rixing detailed Hashan village's layout. 2 rotating squads of ninja guard the village entrance, changing shifts every 4 hours. The main path leads straight to the central plaza where the Star Stone rests inside the Star Tower. At least 3 elite ninja stand watch within the tower, while hidden sentinels patrol its perimeter. Are there any concealed trails bypassing the guards? Or do the tower sentinels follow a predictable patrol pattern? Qin asked intently. After a moment's reflection, Xia Rixing answered, an overgrown mountain path skirts the eastern edge of the village, evading the main gate guards, but it is treacherous and easily exposes intruders. Tower sentinels circle the structure every 2 hours, but their routes shift unpredictably. Huaxing added, the tower harbors hidden traps and mechanisms, triggering even one would sound the alarm. After thorough deliberation, they finalized their plan. Under cover of night, they would infiltrate the village via the mountain path, evade patrolling sentinels, and approach the Star Tower unseen. During the brief lull between patrols, Qin would disable the tower's mechanisms using unique techniques, while Xia Rixing and Huaxing drew attention away from potential guards, buying him precious time to enter the tower and retrieve the Star Stone. As dusk settled, silver moonlight spilled across the land. Xia Rixing and Huaxing entrusted Snail to an elderly woman dwelling deep in the forest, imploring her repeatedly to keep him safe. Then, hearts steeled with resolve, the three set forth toward Hashan village. A heart-pounding heist of the Star Stone was about to begin. Under the guidance of the Summer Star and Firefly Star, Qin cautiously crept into Xingyin village along the rugged mountain path, taking advantage of the night. The moonlight bathed the ground, casting a faint silver lining on their silhouettes. The three held their breaths like 3 agile night owls, silently weaving through the shadows of the village. They originally planned to swiftly approach the Star Tower during the guard's shift change. However, just as they were about to reach the vicinity of the Star Tower, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the silent night sky. Not good, we've been discovered. Summer Star's expression changed dramatically as she whispered in alarm, her heart racing, hands instinctively clenching, yet her gaze revealed a resilient determination. Instantly, a group of ninjas clad in Xingyin village attire surged from all directions. They surrounded Qin and his companions, their weapons gleaming, coldly eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. I didn't expect the traitors who escaped would dare to return, and today is your death day, the leading ninja snarled fiercely. Firefly Star quickly stepped in front of Summer Star, hands swiftly forming seals as his spiritual energy rapidly converged. His gaze was calm and resolute, with only thoughts of protecting his family and completing his mission. He then shouted loudly, "Peacock Mystic Art Flame Feather Impact." In an instant, a pair of gigantic flame feathers materialized behind him, each feather ablaze with fierce fire, crackling with a sound like popping corn, surging forth toward the enemy like arrows. Wherever the flame feathers passed, the air seemed ignited, emitting a hissing sound, leaving behind scorched traces on the ground. The enemies, seeing this, scattered in all directions to evade, their faces filled with terror. Qin was not to be outdone. His figure flashed like a specter, appearing behind a ninja, delivering a fierce palm strike to the back of the other's neck, causing that ninja to collapse to the ground instantly. Summer Star also quickly formed seals with her hands, her gaze radiating tenderness and determination, the image of her child's smiling face appearing in her mind, strengthening her resolve. Then she exclaimed, "Peacock Mystic Art Illusory Light Strike." Instantly, vibrant and colorful lights flickered around her body, intertwining and dancing in a dazzling display. The lights then transformed into blades, shooting toward the enemy, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. One ninja, unable to dodge in time, was struck by the light blade, blood gushing from his arm as he clutched the wound in pain, his face contorted with agony. The ninjas of Xingyin village were equally unyielding, unleashing the peacock mystic art in response. In an instant, various colors of light and energy intertwined and flickered in the night sky, the sounds of battle echoing incessantly. One ninja danced with his hands, casting peacock mystic art gale blade rain, unleashing countless wind blades that rained down upon Summer Star, the blades slicing through the air with a howling sound. Summer Star's gaze sharpened, and she quickly changed her hand seals. Peacock mystic art water curtain shield. A crystal-clear water curtain immediately formed in front of her, shimmering as it blocked all the wind blades, droplets splashing and sparkling in the moonlight. However, the enemies were increasing in number, and their encirclement was closing in. Qin Feng and his companions gradually found themselves in a desperate struggle. This won't do, we must break through quickly and charge toward the Star Tower. While fending off the enemy's attacks, Qin Feng shouted, his voice firm and powerful, instilling a bit of confidence in Summer Star and Firefly Star. Summer Star and Firefly Star nodded in agreement. The three stood back to back, coordinating their efforts as they charged toward the direction of the Star Tower. Along the way, a ninja skilled in the peacock mystic arts transformations pressed his hands to the ground, causing spikes made of earth and energy to erupt, shimmering with an eerie light in an attempt to block their path. Seeing this, Firefly Star immediately unleashed peacock mystic art violent wind explosion. A raging wind centered around him spread outward, howling as it shattered the spikes into pieces, debris flying, forcing the enemies to retreat. Just as they were about to break through the enemy's encirclement, a tall ninja suddenly appeared before them. He wielded a massive battle axe surrounded by powerful energy, the axe gleaming coldly as he swung it fiercely, sending a strong axe wind imbued with the power of the peacock mystic art toward them, carving a deep trench into the ground. Qin Feng hurriedly summoned a spiritual energy shield, protecting the three of them within. The axe wind struck the shield, producing a dull sound as the shield shook violently, threatening to shatter at any moment, while Qin Feng gritted his teeth, straining to maintain the shield. This guy is a bit troublesome. Qin Feng frowned, feeling wary. Summer Star and Firefly Star exchanged glances, simultaneously forming seals. Summer Star thought to herself, for her family and village, she must give it her all. Peacock mystic art inferno wave. With a push of her hands forward, a surging wave of flames surged forth, intermingled with intense fire and immense energy, scorching the ground as it passed. Firefly Star, on the other hand, calmly prepared his ninjutsu, contemplating how to best cooperate with Summer Star for maximum effect. Peacock mystic art ice spike storm. He swiftly danced his hands, unleashing an ice spike storm that howled toward the enemy. The ice spikes shimmered coldly, meeting the flame wave in midair, ice and fire merging, creating a powerful energy fluctuation accompanied by a deafening roar. The ninja's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly swung his battle axe to defend. However, the collision of these two powerful forces still forced him to stagger back, and cracks began to form on the axe. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng and his companions swiftly broke through the enemy's encirclement, finally reaching the foot of the Star Tower. Yet they knew that greater challenges lay ahead, and within Summer Star and Firefly Star, the longing for their family and the belief in completing their mission grew ever stronger in the heat of battle. Under the guidance of the Summer Star and the Firefly Star, Qin Feng cautiously infiltrated Xingyin village along the rugged mountain path under the cover of night. The moonlight cast a faint silver edge on their figures. The three held their breath, moving silently through the shadows of the village like agile night owls. They originally planned to swiftly approach the Star Tower during the change of guards. However, just as they were about to reach the vicinity of the Star Tower, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the stillness of the night. Not good, we've been discovered. Summer Star's face changed suddenly as she whispered in alarm. Instantly, a group of ninjas dressed in the attire of Xingyin village surged forth from all directions. They surrounded Qin Feng and the others, weapons flashing coldly in the moonlight, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. I didn't expect the traitors who escaped would dare return. Today is your death day, the leader of the ninjas said fiercely. Firefly Star shielded Summer Star behind her, quickly forming hand seals as spiritual energy surged around her. She shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." In an instant, a gigantic fireball towering over two people surged forward, accompanied by a wave of intense heat and a pungent sulfur smell sweeping toward the enemy like a miniature sun. Where it passed, the air ignited with a crackling sound. Seeing this, the enemies rolled and crawled away in all directions to evade as the ground cracked from the high temperature, releasing wisps of blue smoke. Qin Feng did not show weakness either. His figure flickered, moving so fast it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, appearing like a ghost behind a ninja. With spiritual energy condensing in his arm, he delivered a swift knife hand strike to the back of the opponent's neck. The ninja did not even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground. Summer Star drew the kunai from her waist, her figure dashed like lightning, transforming into a streak of black light charging at the enemy. Her movements were agile and graceful, each strike imbued with lethal intent, the kunai glinting coldly in the moonlight as she accurately targeted the enemy's vital points. A ninja swung a long knife, slicing through the air towards Summer Star. Summer Star sidestepped gracefully, her movements as light as a dancing butterfly, easily evading the attack, then kicked the opponent in the abdomen with such force that the ninja was sent flying several steps back, crashing heavily to the ground with a pained expression. However, more and more enemies surrounded them, and their encirclement grew tighter. Qin Feng and his companions gradually fell into a bitter struggle. "This won't do, we must break through and push toward the Star Tower," Qin Feng shouted while fending off enemy attacks, his voice clear and strong amidst the chaotic battle sounds. Summer Star and Firefly Star nodded in agreement. The three of them stood back to back, coordinating their efforts, charging toward the direction of the Star Tower. On the way, a ninja skilled in earth escape pressed his hands to the ground, causing solid earthen walls to rise up, towering over a person and topped with sharp earth spikes attempting to block their path. Seeing this, Firefly Star immediately unleashed the wind release great breakthrough technique. A fierce wind roared to life around him like an enraged beast, instantly shattering the earthen walls, sending debris flying and causing the surrounding enemies to cower in fear. Just as they were about to break through the enemy's encirclement, a tall ninja suddenly appeared before them. He wielded a gigantic battle axe covered in mysterious runes. With a fierce swing, a powerful gust of wind accompanied by a vortex of black energy surged toward them, carving a deep trench in the ground. Qin Feng hurriedly summoned a spiritual energy shield, instantly enveloping the three of them in a transparent protective film. The gust struck the shield with a resounding boom like the ringing of a great bell, causing the shield to shake violently, ripples forming on its surface as if it would shatter at any moment. "This guy is a bit troublesome." Qin Feng frowned, feeling a sense of alertness, his gaze fixed intently on the enemy in front of him. Summer Star and Firefly Star exchanged glances and formed seals simultaneously. Fire Release Phoenix Fire Technique. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Instantly, dozens of fireballs engulfed in fierce flames streaked toward the ninja like meteors. Simultaneously, a massive water dragon surged from the ground, jaws bared as it pounced on the enemy. Where water and fire intertwined, an explosion of bright light and deafening roar erupted, seemingly shattering the heavens. The ninja's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly swung his battle axe to defend. However, the immense force generated by the merging of water and fire sent him reeling backward, cracks appearing on the axe's arm, numbed by the powerful impact. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng and the others swiftly broke through the enemy's encirclement, finally arriving at the foot of the Star Tower. Looking up, the three saw the Star Tower towering into the clouds, its body constructed from a type of black giant stone covered in mysterious star patterns that shimmered with an eerie glow under the moonlight. The tower door was tightly shut, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. As they pushed open the tower door, a musty air rushed out, revealing a dimly lit interior where only a few star stones embedded in the walls emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the surroundings. The ground was covered in thick dust, and spider webs had accumulated in the corners as if it had been sealed for a long time. Entering the tower, the three walked cautiously, their footsteps echoing in the empty space, sounding exceptionally clear. Suddenly, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was the guardian of the first level, Qi Xing. Dressed in a red robe adorned with golden star patterns, Qi Xing held a staff embedded with a large star stone. The gem at the top of the staff emitted a strange red light, casting a sinister reflection on his face. "You traitors dare to invade the Star Tower. No one leaves alive today." Qi Xing roared, his voice echoing within the tower, causing ears to ring painfully. As soon as his voice fell, Qi Xing quickly waved his staff, chanting incantations. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to ignite and countless flames spewed from the ground, presenting a strange dark red color that crackled as it burned, accompanied by a pungent scent of charred flesh sweeping toward the three. Seeing this, Firefly Star immediately formed hand seals, her spiritual energy surging wildly. Fire Release Fire Explosion Meteor. In an instant, dozens of gigantic fireballs appeared in the sky, trailing long flames like meteors, crashing down toward Qi Xing's flames with a destructive momentum. The explosions rang out one after another, illuminating the entire tower as bright as day. Summer Star, not to be outdone, shouted, "Peacock Mystical Method Illusionary Light Star Radiance." She rapidly formed hand seals, and dazzling multicolored lights flickered around her, quickly coalescing into countless starry blades, shooting toward Qi Xing like an angry swarm of bees, the blades slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Taking advantage of the moment Qi Xing was defending against the attacks, Qin Feng flickered his body, dashing toward Qi Xing like lightning, forming a sharp long sword of spiritual energy in his hand, thrusting it toward Qi Xing. Qi Xing reacted swiftly, waving his staff to summon a shield made of flames that instantly appeared, protecting him. Qin Feng's attack collided with the shield, producing loud bang sounds and scattering countless sparks. The battle between the three and Qi Xing grew intense, illuminating the entire first level with flames and various energy lights, the heat wave making it difficult to breathe. After a fierce battle, Summer Star's arm was burned by flames, her sleeve stained with blood. Firefly Star's stamina was rapidly depleting, his breathing becoming labored sweat, soaking his back. Finally, Qin Air seized an opening in Qi Xing's defense, gathering his spiritual energy in his palm, and forcefully shattered the flame shield. The powerful impact sent Qi Xing flying several meters back, spitting blood as he fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. The three had no time to rest, and continued to advance toward the second level. As they stepped into the second level, a chill rushed toward them, and the ground instantly froze with a thick layer of frost. A figure in a blue robe appeared before them. It was the guardian of the second level, Shui Xing. Shui Xing's robe was similarly adorned with mysterious star patterns, holding a massive crystal ball containing a flickering star stone, emitting a ghostly blue light that turned the surrounding air blue. You managed to get through the first level, but this second level will be your grave, Shui Xing said coldly, his voice like the north wind in winter, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Having said that, Shui Xing waved the crystal ball in his hand, and countless ice spikes shot toward the three from all directions. These ice spikes glittered with cold light and bore a chilling intent. Wherever they passed, the air froze, producing crackling sounds. Summer Star quickly formed hand seals. Peacock Mystical Method Water Screen Heavenly Splendor. A crystalline water screen formed before the three, shimmering with colorful light like a dreamlike glaze, attempting to block the ice spikes. However, the impact of the ice spikes was incredibly strong, and soon cracks appeared in the water screen. Some ice spikes penetrated through, cutting Summer Star's cheek, blood sliding down her face and dripping onto the cold ground. Firefly Star also executed Peacock Mystical Method Violent Wind, rending the sky. A violent gust of wind surged from him, spreading outwards, roaring like an enraged dragon, trying to blow away the ice spikes. However, Shui Xing's power was formidable. Ice spikes continued to rain down quickly, piling up broken ice on the ground. Qin Air once again summoned a spiritual energy shield, protecting the three within. The shield collided with the ice spikes, producing a crisp sound, as if countless swords were clashing. The three, under the protection of the shield, struggled to approach Shui Xing, each step enduring the double attack of ice spikes and cold winds. As the battle continued, Summer Star and Firefly Star sustained more and more injuries, their stamina nearing exhaustion. Yet they showed no signs of retreat, gritting their teeth and persisting. Qin Air, relying on the defense of the Thousand Illusion Robe, sought out Shui Xing's weaknesses during the battle, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Qin Air knew time was of the essence and resolved to end the battle swiftly. Without hesitation, he withdrew a spirit-gathering pill and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surged through his meridians, like a volcano on the verge of cataclysmic eruption. Spiritual energy roiled violently around Qin Air's body, resonating with the sword in his hand. Lightning crackled along its blade, emitting sharp staccato bursts. With a thunderous roar, he wielded the sword through sheer chi control. A blazing sword beam wreathed in boundless lightning, and immense spiritual force shot forth, like a celestial bolt, cleaving the frigid air and streaking straight toward Shui Xing. The beam's blinding speed and devastating power left Shui Xing utterly incapable of mounting an effective defense. A piercing scream tore from his throat as the sword beam struck true. Shui Xing was hurled backward like a severed marionette, crashing hard against the tower wall. His crystal orb tumbled to the floor and shattered into glittering fragments. Blood gushed from Shui Xing's mouth. Terror and bitter resentment flickered in his eyes before his body slid limply down the wall, stripped of all combat capability. With Shui Xing defeated, the trio paused not a moment, but pressed onward toward the third level. The moment they stepped onto the third level, a crushing mountainous pressure descended upon them. At the chamber's center stood a broad-shouldered shinobi, the guardian of this tier, Tuxing. Tuxing wore heavy stone armor etched with arcane sigils and gripped a colossal stone staff that glowed with a soft earthen amber radiance. "Intruders, you shall advance no further." His voice rumbled low and deep, as though echoing up from the bowels of the earth. No sooner had the words left his lips than Tuxing slammed his staff into the ground. The entire third level convulsed violently. The floor fractured open with deafening cracks, and jagged stone spears erupted from the fissures, thrusting upward like lethal blades aimed at Qin Air and his companions. Hardened and swift, the stone spears closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Qin Air instantly erected a shimmering spiritual barrier, enveloping all three within its protective dome. As the spears struck the barrier, thunderous impacts reverberated, each collision sending rippling distortions across its surface, trembling as if on the verge of shattering. Seeing the peril, Yinghuaxing swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed wind release howling tempest. A gale erupted from his core, fierce enough to lift boulders from the floor. The tempest strained to shatter or deflect the stone spears, but Tuxing's might proved too profound. The spears merely quivered faintly before surging forward, unyielding. Xiarixing wasted no time. Her voice rang clear and sharp. Peacock Mystic Art Starlight Illusion. Her hands wove seals in rapid succession. Prismatic light flared around her, coalescing into countless star-flecked blades that shot toward Tuxing with lethal grace. Unfazed, Tuxing swept his staff sideways, A dense earthen wall erupted before him, intercepting every luminous blade, without so much as a tremor. Qin Air knew stalemate meant defeat. Once more he channeled his qi into the blade. Multiple sword beams erupted like ascending dragons, converging upon Tuxing in a coordinated assault. Tuxing roared, his stone armor blazing with intensified luminescence. He braced his staff crosswise and absorbed the full force of Qin Air's strike. Though the impact drove him staggering backwards several paces, his defense remained as unbreakable as bedrock. The battle reached fever pitch. The narrow confines of the third level became a crucible where three warriors clashed fiercely with the indomitable Tuxing. Qin Air unleashed one formidable sword technique after another, relentlessly probing for a breach in Tuxing's guard, while Sigh and Yinghuaxing circled the periphery, weaving their unique shinobi arts to bind and distract him. Yet Tuxing's defenses were impenetrably thick. Each strike inflicted negligible harm, while the trio's stamina and spiritual energy dwindled at an alarming pace. Just as despair began to creep into their hearts, Qin Air recalled the elemental principle, lightning overcomes earth, and inspiration struck. He drew a deep breath and poured every ounce of his spiritual energy into the blade. Lightning flared with blinding intensity, bathing the entire third level in searing white light. The air itself reeked of ozone and scorched metal. With a final earth-shaking cry, Qin Air launched himself skyward, the sword in his grasp now a conduit of apocalyptic thunder, descending like a divine judgment from the heavens, aimed squarely at Tuxing's heart. The lightning-infused sword beam moved at incomprehensible velocity, warping the very air in its wake with a distorted, shimmering trail. Tuxing sensed an unprecedented threat. He widened his eyes in alarm, gripping his staff with both hands, amplifying his stone armor's defensive resonance to its absolute limit in desperate anticipation of the fatal blow. Boom! The lightning beam and Tuxing's defense collided heat-in, releasing a cataclysmic shockwave. The third level trembled as if struck by a minor earthquake. Dust and rubble rained from the ceiling walls, groaning under violent strain. Bathed in the blinding glare of lightning, hairline fractures spiderwebbed across Tuxing's stone armor, spreading rapidly until with a brittle crack it finally gave way and exploded into shards. Tuxing spat blood, hurled backward by the concussive force, landing hard upon the floor. His stone staff snapped cleanly in two. He struggled feebly to rise, but Qin Air was already there, blade leveled at his throat. Despair and defiance burned one last time in Tuxing's gaze, before he slowly closed his eyes, surrendering without resistance. With Tuxing vanquished, the trio exhaled in exhausted relief. Yet they knew well the Star Tower still rose higher, and greater adversaries awaited them in its upper realms. After vanquishing Tu Xing, all three were utterly spent. Qin Air knew the trials ahead would only grow harsher. He produced 2 elixirs from his bosom and handed one to Sigh and one to Yinghuaxing, saying, "These 2 pills will rapidly restore your strength and mend your wounds. Take them at once." Sigh and Yinghuaxing accepted the pills, staring at the faintly glowing elixirs in their hands with puzzled faces. Sigh could not help but ask, "Qin Air, are these pills truly so miraculous?" Qin Air smiled faintly and nodded. "Rest assured, I refined these pills by a special method. Their effects are remarkable." Half skeptical, they swallowed the elixirs. In an instant, a warm current flowed through their bodies. Fatigue melted away as vigor returned and spiritual energy surged within them. This is incredible," Yinghuaxing exclaimed, astonished. Qin Air watched the 2 recovering companions and felt a measure of relief. He knew he was on the verge of breaking through to the Foundation establishment. This was a pivotal moment. Success would greatly amplify his strength and give him greater confidence facing the challenges ahead. He produced a Foundation establishment pill, swallowed it, then sat cross-legged and began circulating his spiritual energy. "I am about to break through to the Foundation establishment. Guard me during this time, and do not let anyone disturb me." Qin Air spoke solemnly. Sigh and Yinghuaxing hurriedly nodded, taking positions to his left and right, their gazes alert as they watched the surroundings. As Qin Air circulated his spiritual energy, the entire Xing Ji Ta began to churn. The one-stem summit erupted with lightning and thunder. Thick bolts scoured the tower top, as if intent on splitting it in two. Intense waves of spiritual energy radiated from Qin Air, making the very air tremble. Sigh and Yinghuaxing felt that overwhelming power and were deeply shaken. They had never witnessed such a spectacle and knew the importance of Qin Air's breakthrough. They concentrated fully on shielding him, allowing not the slightest lapse. Time crawled forward as Qin Air's breakthrough reached its critical phase. Sweat beaded on his brow, pain etched his face. The spiritual energy within him roared like surging waves, battering the barriers of the Foundation establishment. In that grueling instant, Qin Air, with indomitable will and steady conviction, fought ceaselessly against the force inside him. At last, a thunderous crack burst from his body. He had succeeded in breaking through to the Foundation establishment. A formidable aura poured from him as he slowly opened his eyes, which now gleamed with a sharp light. His entire bearing transformed, as if he had been reborn. "Qin Air, you did it!" Sigh cried with joy. Qin Air rose feeling the surging spiritual energy, within a confident smile, touching his lips. Indeed, I have broken through. Let us press onward and confront the guardian of the fourth level. The moment they stepped into the fourth chamber, a grim, murderous aura washed over them. A figure shimmering with metallic luster stood at the center, Qin Feng, the guardian of the fourth level. Qin Feng loomed tall and formidable, his muscles like forged steel, each seeming to harbor boundless strength. His skin flashed with a cold metallic sheen like impenetrable armor, and he gripped a colossal metal spear, whose tip shimmered with a chilling light. You trespassers dare press this far, today will be your grave. Qin Feng's voice was low and icy, as if issuing from metal itself, laden with unassailable authority. Inghua struck first, her hands forming seals with lightning speed, as she shouted, Yindun flame exploding meteor. In an instant, dozens of enormous fireballs appeared in the sky, trailing long flaming tails like meteors, and bearing a destructive momentum as they slammed toward Qin Feng. Yet Qin Feng remained composed. He braced his spear horizontally, and his metallic sheen swelled, forming an impervious defensive barrier. The fireball struck the shield with thunderous bangs, scattering sparks, but Qin Feng did not budge. With such paltry attacks you think you can harm me? Qin Feng sneered coldly. Unwilling to be outdone, Sigh cried out, Konke Miofa illusory radiant star blades. She formed seals with swift hands, and a kaleidoscope of lights flashed around her, converging into countless star-laced blades that streaked forward like an enraged swarm of hornets toward Qin Feng. The blades sliced the air with shrill cries, but when they met Qin Feng's metallic defense, they were flung aside one by one, inflicting no damage. Qin Air frowned, growing inwardly wary. He knew full well that against such formidable defenses ordinary assaults would not suffice. He tightened his grip on his sword and circulated spiritual energy, searching for a flaw in Qin Feng's guard. The fight had reached a stalemate, however they attacked, Qin Feng's defense remained rock solid. As the battle dragged on, Sigh and Inghua stamina and spiritual energy waned, their movements growing sluggish. This cannot continue. We must find a way to crack his defense. Qin Air shouted as he parried Qin Feng's counterattacks. In that moment, he recalled that his recent breakthrough to the Foundation establishment had greatly strengthened him. He drew a deep breath and poured every ounce of his spiritual energy into his blade. The sword flared with dazzling light, and a potent aura radiated from him. Watch this. Qin Air bellowed, leaping high as his sword, forged with Foundation establishment power, descended like lightning toward Qin Feng. The strike came with blistering speed and crushing force, presenting an unprecedented threat even to Qin Feng. His eyes widened as he gripped his spear and elevated his metallic defense to its utmost to resist the lethal blow. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Qin Air's blade met Qin Feng's defense heat. An immense shockwave erupted, and the entire fourth level shuddered, as if struck by a minor quake. The floor trembled violently, and stones rained from the walls. Under that overwhelming impact, a fissure finally appeared in Qin Feng's metallic shield and raced outward. With a crisp crack, the barrier shattered completely. Qin Feng spat blood as the force flung him through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, and his spear snapped in two. How is this possible? Qin Feng muttered in shock, his eyes full of despair and bitter refusal to accept the outcome. Qin Air descended slowly and regarded the fallen Qin Feng with calm composure. Your defense is strong, but before absolute strength it amounts to nothing more than this. Within the tower they endured countless trials and successively defeated the guardians of the first four levels, Qixing, Shuixing, Tuxing, and Jinxing, before finally ascending to the fifth level. The moment they stepped into the fifth level, an overwhelming and enigmatic aura surged toward them, causing their hearts to race abruptly. Before them hovered a towering ninja of extraordinary bearing, encircled by an ethereal, otherworldly radiance, the guardian of the fifth level, Muxing. Muxing's gaze was profound and frigid, as if capable of piercing straight into their souls. In his hand gleamed the starstone, blazing with dazzling brilliance. Insects such as you have somehow crawled this far, but your journey ends here. His voice boomed like a bronze bell throughout the fifth level, resonating with boundless authority and crushing pressure. Ying Huaxing struck first, hands flashing through rapid hand seals. As she roared, fire release, flame burst meteor. Dozens of colossal fireballs roaring with searing heat plummeted toward Muxing like falling stars. Yet Muxing merely flicked the starstone with a subtle motion. An invisible force erupted, instantly shattering every fireball into oblivion. Seeing this, Xyrixing refused to yield. With a sharp cry, she invoked Peacock Divine Art illusory starlight blades. A cascade of prismatic light coalesced into countless razor-sharp blades hurtling toward Muxing. Muxing sneered coldly. A shimmer of light flared around his form, and the moment the blades touched him, they rebounded with doubled speed and intensified force, streaking back toward Xyrixing and her companions. Qin Air reacted instantly, erecting a spiritual energy barrier that enveloped all three. The blade slammed against it with thunderous bangs, sending violent ripples across its surface, as if it might fracture at any instant. His strength exceeds all expectation. Stay vigilant. Qin Er's expression hardened, his inner vigilance sharpening. The battle between the trio and Muxing descended into a stalemate. No matter how fiercely they attacked, they could not land a single meaningful blow, while each of Muxing's counterstrikes plunged them deeper into peril. Just as despair began to settle over them, Qin Er suddenly recalled that since breaking through to Foundation establishment, he had yet to unleash his full power. He drew a deep breath and released his spiritual energy without restraint, his entire form blazing with radiant light, his sword humming in resonance, vibrating with palpable energy. I refuse to believe your defense is unbreakable. With a thunderous shout, he channeled his chi to guide the blade. 3 serpentine sword beams like celestial dragons bursting from the sea lanced toward Muxing. Where the sword beams tore through the air, space itself seemed to split, shrieking with dissonant, ear-splitting force. For the first time, Muxing's expression flickered with genuine surprise. Hands blurring through seals, he amplified the Starstone's radiance until it blazed like a miniature sun, erecting before him an impenetrable defensive barrier. The sword beams collided with the barrier in an earth-shattering detonation. The shockwave forced Muxing backward several paces. Interesting, but still insufficient. With a furious roar, Muxing pushed the Starstone's power to its absolute limit, a torrent of raw energy erupting from his core, rippling outward in all directions. The entire 5th level convulsed violently, stone fragments rained from the ceiling, as if the structure itself were on the verge of collapse. Qin Er, Xixing, and Yinghuaxing were hurled backward by the concussive force, blood welling from fresh wounds across their bodies. Yet they did not retreat, not a step. Their eyes burned with unyielding resolve. We will not falter. Not for our village, not for our children. We must seize the Starstone. Xixing's voice rang out fierce and unwavering. Exactly. Even if it costs us our lives, we will defeat him. Yinghuaxing roared in agreement, fists clenching tight as she prepared to strike again. Qin Er inhaled deeply, compressing his spiritual energy to its zenith, his gaze blazing with ironclad determination. He knew this was their final chance. All or nothing. Take this. With a thunderous cry, he leapt skyward, his sword cleaving downward like a lightning bolt infused with apocalyptic force. That single slash embodied the totality of his Foundation establishment breakthrough, woven with unwavering conviction and unbreakable will. Muxing sensed the lethal gravity of the strike. Raising the Starstone high above his head, he channeled every ounce of his power into it, forging a defense as unassailable as the heavens themselves. Boom. A cataclysmic impact. Qin Er's blade meeting Muxing's barrier heated. An incandescent shockwave exploded outward, bathing the 5th level in blinding, searing light, so intense it seared the eyes. Within that luminous maelstrom, hairline fractures spiderwebbed across Muxing's barrier, spreading with terrifying speed. Then crack. A sharp, brittle sound as the barrier shattered completely. Muxing spat blood, body flung backward by the sheer force, the Starstone flying from his grasp. The Starstone. Qin Er lunged, snatching it from midair in one fluid motion. At last, they had claimed the Starstone. Exhausted, battered, their bodies crisscrossed with wounds, yet triumph bloomed across their faces like dawn after endless night. We did it. Xixing whispered, her voice frail, but her eyes alight with radiant joy. Yes, we succeeded. Yinghuaxing echoed, her voice thick with fatigue and quiet elation. Qin Er closed his fingers tightly around the Starstone, feeling its immense, thrumming power resonate within his palm. He knew the battle had ended, but their duty had only just begun. With the Starstone in hand, they would resolve the crisis, threatening Xingyin village once and for all, restoring peace to its tranquil heart. Leaning on one another for support, they slowly emerged from the Star Tower, into a world awaiting new trials, new purpose. Qin Er carefully sealed the Starstone within his spatial ring. Then, weary beyond measure, the 3 staggered forth from the Star Tower's entrance, only to be immediately surrounded by a phalanx of Xingyin village ninjas. Weapons drawn, their eyes burned with fury and hostility. Surrender the Starstone. One shouted. The crowd parted, revealing Xingyin. Clad in ornate robes, his gaze exuded icy authority and ruthless command. He fixed his cold stare upon the trio. You truly believed you could simply walk away with the Starstone? How naive. Not a single one of you leaves this place alive. Xixing and Yinghuaxing paled, gripping their weapons tighter, bracing for battle anew. But their stamina and chakra were nearly spent. Facing such overwhelming numbers, despair crept into their hearts. Qin Er tightened his grip on the spatial ring, his voice steady and resolute. Xingyin, handing the Starstone to you would only invite greater calamity. We will not surrender it. Xingyin sneered. Then do not blame me for what follows. Seize them. Just as the ninjas surged forward, a crushing wave of divine pressure descended from the heavens. All felt an invisible weight pressing down, crushing their chests, locking their limbs in place. Who dares interfere? Xingyin cried, panic edging his voice. A lone figure descended slowly from the sky, Qin Feng. Cloaked in black, his eyes held glacial indifference. Gazing upon the assembled throng, he spoke softly, do you wish to dance as well? His voice, though quiet, reverberated like a temple bell across the entire village. Under that oppressive aura, Xingyin ninjas collapsed to their knees. Xingyin himself turned ashen, sweat beading on his brow. Who are you? Xingyin stammered. Qin Feng did not answer, merely took a single step forward. Yet that step sent tremors through the very earth beneath them. A deeper, more devastating pressure bore down, threatening to crush their bones. Seeing Qin Feng, hope surged fiercely within Qin Air, Xirixing, and Yinghuaxing. Qin Air called out Qin Feng, "You've arrived at last." Qin Feng gave a slight nod, his gaze shifting to Qin Air. "Forgive my delay. Were you injured?" "We're unharmed. Your timely arrival saved us." Qin Feng turned his frost-laced gaze upon Xingyin. "Should you dare impede them further today, I shall show you no mercy. The Starstone is beyond your capacity to wield. I will render it harmless." Xingyin stared at Qin Feng, terror flooding his veins. He knew without doubt that this man's power dwarfed his own. Gritting his teeth, he gestured sharply, "Let them go." With the assistance of Qin Feng, Qin Air, Xirixing, and Yinghuaxing successfully escaped the encirclement of the ninjas from Xingyin village. The three of them arrived at a safe place where Xirixing and Yinghuaxing looked at Qin Air and Qin Feng with faces full of gratitude. Xirixing slightly bowed, her eyes filled with appreciation. "Mr. Qin Air, Mr. Qin Feng, if it weren't for you this time, we would have found it difficult to escape. We are eternally grateful." Yinghuaxing also nodded emphatically, saying, "Yes, thank you. We plan to find a place to settle down and live well." Qin Air smiled and waved his hand. "No need to be polite. I'm glad to help you. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out." After a round of farewells, Xirixing and Yinghuaxing left filled with hopes for the future. Qin Air and Qin Feng continued on their way, seeking a hidden cave to take temporary refuge. As soon as they entered the cave, Qin Feng eagerly urged Qin Air to take out the Star Stone. Qin Air retrieved the Star Stone from his storage ring and handed it to Qin Feng. Holding the Star Stone with both hands, Qin Feng closed his eyes, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy emanated from his palms. After a long while, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, filled with surprise and astonishment. This is actually a top-grade fire attribute spirit stone. In the world of cultivation, this is an extremely rare treasure. Qin Air was equally astonished. Is it really that precious? No wonder the people of Xingyin village value it so highly. Qin Feng nodded, his expression serious as he said, "Indeed, the spiritual energy contained in this star stone is exceptionally pure and powerful. If used wisely, it will greatly benefit our cultivation. However, I don't plan to absorb its power just yet." Qin Air looked at Qin Feng in confusion. "Why not absorb it? With such powerful energy, your strength would surely increase significantly." Qin Feng smiled slightly, patting Qin Air on the shoulder. "Cultivation should not be rushed, and this star stone is too precious. Absorbing it recklessly might bring unnecessary trouble. Moreover, I have just refined the dragon vein, and my realm still needs to be stabilized." Qin Air quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Feng looked determined, gazing into the distance. "You need to infiltrate the water country directly and follow Terumi Mei. The situation in the water country is complex. Terumi Mei will become the 5th Mizukage in the future, right at the center of the storm. By following her, you can protect her and also gather intelligence to understand the dynamics of the water country. This is crucial for our upcoming plans." Qin Air shuddered inwardly and nodded solemnly. "I understand. I will complete the task without fail." In the water country's mist-hidden village, Kage Yagura as the Mizukage rules over the village known as the Village of Bloody Mist, which implements cruel policies, and the ninjas live in fear and oppression. In such an environment, Terumi Mei has already begun to stand out and become a force not to be ignored. With an extremely rare bloodline limit, Terumi Mei has mastered both dissolution and boiling techniques, coupled with her exceptional water release techniques, allowing her to shine among the ninjas of Mist-Hidden Village. Her strength has garnered admiration and followings from many young ninjas, and even among some of the older generation, great expectations are placed on her, believing she will lead Mist-Hidden Village toward a new direction. In terms of alliances, a group of like-minded partners is gradually gathering around Terumi Mei. Aoi, a veteran jonin, stands by her side, with his wealth of experience and unique abilities, offering her advice and strategies. Together, they form a small faction within Mist-Hidden Village. While they have not seized core power, their influence within the village is steadily expanding. However, Terumi Mei's position in the water country is not without its challenges. Under Kagaya Yagura's rule, some of her ideals and ideas cannot be fully realized. The terror of the bloody mist has dulled many into numbness and indifference, making it exceedingly difficult to change the current situation. Yet Terumi Mei has not given up. She continually accumulates strength in the shadows, waiting for the right moment, hoping to break this oppressive situation and restore peace and prosperity to Mist-Hidden Village. She understands that in this turbulent water country, every step must be taken with caution. A slight misstep could lead to irreparable disaster. Nevertheless, she is full of confidence for the future, firmly believing that she can bring true light to the water country. After explaining everything, Qin Feng left with the Star Stone. Qin Air tidied himself up briefly before embarking on the road to the water country. At this moment, the water country was shrouded in night, enveloping Mist-Hidden Village. Terumi May sat alone in the courtyard gazing at the bright moon in the sky, her heart filled with melancholy. Under Kagaya Yagura's rule, the water country is enveloped in the terror of the bloody mist, with ninjas living in fear and oppression. Although Terumi May possesses formidable strength and has like-minded companions by her side, facing this entrenched situation, she often feels powerless. Every time she sees the numb faces of the villagers and hears the silent sighs of the oppressed, her heart feels as if it is pressed down by a heavy stone burdened beyond measure. In this melancholic state of mind, the figure of Qin Feng quietly surfaces in her thoughts. She recalls their first meeting, his mysterious and powerful aura, and the steadfastness and warmth in his gaze when he looked at her. Since then they have gone through many experiences together. Every suggestion and every act of assistance from Qin Feng has brought her a long-lost warmth and hope. Where is he now? Is he doing well? Terumi May murmured softly, tightly holding the jade slip given to her by Qin Feng, her eyes filled with worry and longing. She reminisces about their moments together, brief, yet filled with happiness. The interesting encounters at sea and the exhilarating thrill on flying swords shine like precious gems in her heart. In this difficult time, how she wishes Qin Feng could be by her side, providing her strength and support. If only he were here, he would surely give me courage and strength, allowing me to have confidence to change all of this. As Terumi May thought this, a glimmer of expectation shone in her eyes. Little did she know that at this very moment Qin Feng was making his way to the water country and a new adventure was about to unfold. Qin Feng hurried on horseback and finally reached the border of the water country. Looking at the land of the water country before him, he took a deep breath and silently said, "Terumi, may I have arrived?" With that, he strode forward in the direction of mist-hidden village, ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. In the water country's wooing village, night fell like ink. Heavy clouds smothered the moon, plunging the whole hamlet into an oppressive darkness. Zhao Meiming sat alone in the courtyard. The stillness felt unnervingly absolute, broken only by a breeze that stirred the flowers and leaves with a soft rustle. Her gaze drifted to the faint, wavering glimmer on the horizon, her heart full of longing for Qin Feng. The jade slip in her hand had grown warm from her touch, as if that could let her sense Qin Feng's presence. Recalling moments with Qin Feng, the corner of her mouth lifted unconsciously only to fall again into sorrow. She murmured, "When will you finally return?" As she sank into yearning, a cold wind rose, and the leaves hissed, as if foretelling imminent danger. Suddenly black shapes flashed across the rooftops like phantoms, moving so fast they were almost unseen. Then several shards of chill light streaked toward Zhao Meiming from different directions, aimed at her vital spots. By the time Zhao Meiming sensed the danger, the cold beams were within arm's reach. In a flurry, the jade slip in her hand emitted a soft, yet resolute glow, instantly forming a barrier that intercepted the lethal strikes. With a crisp clatter, sparks flew as the attack struck the barrier and fell to the ground, poisoned hidden blades. Only then did Zhao Meiming recover, heart pounding with fear and rage. The surrounding darkness seemed to thicken, as if countless eyes hid within it, watching her every move. She sprang to her feet, hands weaving seals in rapid succession, and cried, "Shui Dun Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique." A massive water dragon surged from her palms, fangs bared, rushing at the shadows. A cold chuckle replied, "Humph, with such meager skill you dare hinder us." Two figures emerged from the gloom, Pipa Shirzong and Haishu Liya of the Rindao Kairan's Hong, followed by a band of foot ninja. Pipa Shirzong held a decapitating greatsword that glinted with frigid light. He sneered, "Zhao Meiming, your recent words and deeds have greatly displeased the fourth water shadow. Today will be your death." Haishu Liya, crackling with electricity around him and wielding his thunderblade, added, "Accept your fate obediently, do not waste your struggles." No sooner had he finished than Pipa Shirzong struck, first swinging his greatsword. A powerful torrent of water blades erupted from the blade like a colossal aqua cleaver, cleaving toward Zhao Meiming. The water blade's force was tremendous, carving a deep trench wherever it passed. Zhao Meiming dared not be careless. She threw up a wall of water with her release technique, attempting to block the onslaught. Yet Pipa Shirzong's water blade proved too mighty. The water wall was shattered in an instant, and the blade's momentum continued unabated toward her. At the brink of disaster, Zhao Meiming unleashed Rong Dun Dissolution Release, the melting technique, spraying a highly corrosive liquid at the oncoming water blade. The moment the liquid met the water blade, it hissed and sizzled the blade, corroding into fragments. At the same time, Haishu Liya launched his own assault. He drove his Lei Daoya into the ground. Instantly, a fierce current of electricity burst outward from him, shattering the stones beneath. The foot ninja also unleashed their Jutsu Shuriken. Whistled water releases were cast. For a time, a torrent of attacks poured toward Zhao Meiming. She dodged and weaved through the dense barrage, maintaining her water defenses while searching for the moment to strike back. She knew all too well that against such formidable enemies and their numbers, a single slip could cost her life. Yet her heart brimmed with defiance. She refused to believe she would perish here. In danger-haunted Wuyin village, the fight was life and death. For her convictions and for the hope of changing the water country's future, she could not lose. Just as despair nearly overcame her, a figure streaked across the sky like a meteor and appeared before her. It was Qin Air. He roared, "Stop!" His voice pealing like a bell through the night. Spiritual energy surged around him, a powerful aura that made all who stood there tremble. A flying sword flashed forth with a sharp whistle, driving back the attacker's strikes. "I'm late," Qin Air said as he descended with effortless grace. Zhao Meiming could not help but fling herself into Qin Air's arms. The hard resolve she wore softened completely before the one she loved. With Qin Air by her side, these foes felt insignificant. To have someone to rely on felt wonderfully grounding. "They'll deal with these riffraff first," Qin Air declared, blade in hand, pointing at the enemies while cradling Zhao Meiming. "Alive or dead?" Qin Air asked gently of the person in his arms, tender in voice, commanding in presence. Pipa Shirzong and Haishu Lia exchanged a look of fleeting surprise that soon hardened back into ferocity. "Spare them. They were forced into this," Zhao Meiming sighed. "Very well," Qin Air replied. "There. You heard her," he announced with a showy tone. "My Meiming says you were coerced. He'll let you live. Now scatter back where you came from and stop clogging the place lest you bring about your own doom." At that moment Qin arrived wearing a look of exasperation, as if to say, "Since when did she become yours? Meiming, are you all right?" he asked. "It was my oversight," Qin said, guilt written across his face as he hurried to Zhao Meiming's side. "Thank you, Qin. I'm fine," she replied, still clinging to Qin Air, her cheeks flushed. Inwardly, Zhao Meiming thought the annoying older man had ruined their rare moment alone. Qin had arrived, and with him came several guarding ninja. Pipa Shirzong and Haishu Lia prepared to withdraw, but Qin Air snapped, "Did I say you could leave?" His voice reverberated through the night. "Go." A flying sword darted among the crowd, screams following in its wake. Those who had taken part in the assassination found their arms severed. "Now be gone." The flying sword returned to Qin Air's hand. He spun it in a flourish and slid it back into its sheath. The assembly left in a mix of anger and stunned resignation. Powerless to stay, they withdrew. To Qin Air, ending them would have been as trivial as slaughtering strays. Only after the enemies had withdrawn did Qin Air turn and look at Zhao Meiming. Moonlight washed across her face, her hair lay in disarray, and her body was marred with wounds, yet a delighted light still shone in her eyes. Qin Air hurried forward and gently cupped Zhao Meiming's face, sorrow and tenderness filling his gaze as he told her that she had suffered. Tears reddened her eyes as she whispered that she had thought she would never see him again. She clung to Qin Air's hand, as if the moment she let go he might vanish into thin air. Qin Air drew Zhao Meiming into his arms, feeling the warmth of her body, and murmured that from now on he would always stay by her side. Who could have imagined that the future Shuing would be so exquisitely delicate in his embrace? The two held one another in silence. Only a soft breeze stirred, lifting the hems of their garments. After a long while, Zhao Meiming raised her head and fixed Qin Air with a steady gaze, saying that in this perilous world she often felt lonely and afraid, and was fortunate to have met him. She said that the hours spent with him were her happiest. He had carried her on his sword to soar freely through the sky, and in that instant the world itself had seemed to become beautiful. Qin Air looked at her with gentle affection and confessed that since meeting her his heart could not let go, that she had enchanted him completely. Zhao Meiming drew a deep breath, summoned her courage, and asked Qin Air to marry her. Her voice trembled slightly, yet her eyes glowed with eager expectation. For some reason the word marriage made his heart race. Qin Air stood stunned for a moment, then a brilliant smile spread across his face. He nodded with conviction and vowed that no matter what the future held he would be with her. Then he pressed a gentle kiss to Zhao Meiming's forehead. Beneath the moonlight, they clung to one another, as if the whole world had narrowed to just the two of them. Someone murmured to take a pill. In a concealed chamber within Wuyin village of the Shui, Ji country, the atmosphere was so heavy it bordered on suffocating. The dim flickering light cast long warped shadows of Qin Air, Zhao Meiming Qing, and Zhao Meishani, Zhao Meiming's father. The four sat apart, each bearing a different expression, yet all circled a single core issue, the seed of the Shuing. Zhao Meishani regarded Qin Air solemnly, and asked if Meiming truly intended to marry him. Qin Air exclaimed in surprise, asking if this was not a matter of great consequence. Although powerful, he felt slightly ill at ease in the formal atmosphere of meeting the family. Zhao Meishani glared, his small mustache twitching, and demanded whether their marriage was not indeed an important affair. He lamented that their precious little one had been carried off, as if a pig had rooted her away. Though the swine was strong and even handsome, the heart felt oddly hollow. Zhao Meiming flushed and protested that this was hardly the time to speak of such things. Zhao Meishani could only sigh in response. Her being taken felt like the entire pot being carried off. Qing fell silent for a moment and asked if he should leave. Zhao Meishani spoke again, brow furrowed and voice low and hoarse, saying that the rule of Goju Shirzong had grown ever more brutal, and the people of the Shui, Ji country, were suffering. He added that tonight there had even been an attempt on Meiming's life, and that they must not allow him to continue to usurp the Shuing seat. With that he clenched his fist and slammed it down upon the stone table. Zhao Meiming nodded slightly, eyes firm, and agreed that as a ninja of the Shui Ji country with special abilities, she had a responsibility to change the present state of affairs. She warned that Goju Shikang's power was immense, and they must proceed with caution. Qin crossed his arms, and with a deep look concurred that they could not act rashly. For the moment, they needed to first win over more supporters, especially those ninja who harbored grievances against Goju Shirtsong. Qin Air had been listening silently. Now he leaned forward and said that although he came from outside since he had chosen to stand with Mingming, he would devote himself completely. He added that he found them overly cautious and gave them a single-word act. Zhao Mei Shini frowned, and with a sigh at youthful recklessness warned Qin Air that he did not understand the might of the Fourth, and that the Fourth was moreover a Renzali Jinchuriki. Qin Air smiled. He certainly knew the strength of the Fourth Shuing. A person who had not reached foundation establishment might have little confidence, but he himself had achieved foundation establishment, and capturing the Fourth Shuing would be effortless, not even requiring his true body to intervene. Moreover, the present Fourth Shuing was merely under an illusion imposed by Dai, too, behaving erratically within the village. Qin Air boasted that they had no idea how powerful he truly was. The solitude of a master, he reflected, was as cold and clear as snow. Zhao Mei Ming looked at Qin Air, gratitude and reliance flickering in her eyes, and said that though he was formidable with precise intelligence, they could devise a better plan and minimize the nation's losses. She asked Qin to take charge of that endeavor. Qin nodded gravely and promised that having lived in Wuyin village for many years and cultivated broad contacts, he would gather useful intelligence. Zhao Mei Shini stroked his beard, and after a moment of thought declared that beyond intelligence, they must also strengthen their own abilities. He told Ming that she must intensify her cultivation and raise her ninjutsu, so they could seize the Shuing post, and thereby gain the power to change the country. Qin Air, though strong, must also further enhance himself to serve as their trump card at the decisive moment. I will contact the elders and win their support, he vowed. Zhao Mei Ming and Qin Air exchanged a look and answered with firm resolve that they understood and would strive earnestly. Qin Air asked if they could arrange for him to meet the Fourth, preferring a swift and direct solution, a clean stroke to cut the knot. Zhao Mei Shini replied sternly that they must advance steadily. Before the final move, Qin Air would do best to remain hidden and then, at the crucial hour, reverse the situation. Fine, Qin Air said with a smirk, and they set off. Zhao Mei Shini watched Qin Air's departing figure and wondered whether he could be relied upon. Zhao Mei Ming smiled certain and calm, telling her father that she believed him and that they would succeed. The moon hovered uncertainly in the mist as Qin and Qin Air walked along the silent path. Qin Air asked Qin if he was familiar with the Fourth. Qin did not answer and merely indicated that the lodging prepared for Qin Air lay ahead, intending to leave without further words. Qin Air taunted that he had thought Qin a shrewd, fearless man and was disappointed to find him nothing more than a timid fool. Qin frowned and replied that such provocation would not work on him. Qin Air laughed and retorted that he spoke only truth. A nation in crisis that refuses to confront hardship and only debates at length. What is that but cowardice? He added that when a strong hand offers help and the heart rejects it, what else is that but folly? Qin snapped that he was not cowardly, but only wished to resolve the matter at the least possible cost. Angered, Qin shouted that Qin Air could not know whether if brought before the Fourth he would or would not eliminate him with the smallest cost. Qin Air was warned not to think himself exceptional simply because he had won Miss Ming's favor. Qin Air challenged Qin to prove he could surpass him. With a metallic clang, a flying sword pressed against Qin's throat, poised to cut if advanced another breath. Qin Air arms folded and smiling faintly asked whether that counted as besting him. Qin bristled and insisted it did not, mortified at being so swiftly defeated and loath to lose face. All right, start over, Qin Air said, sword in hand and calm. Qin narrowed his eyes and crouched coiled like a cat preparing to spring. Begin. Qin let out a low command and rushed swiftly toward Qin Air. And in clang, a sharp sword once again pressed against his throat. One more inch forward and it would sever his jugular. I yield. Qin sighed deeply. Though reluctant to admit defeat, he knew full well he was outmatched. And in shaking his head helplessly, he turned to Qin Air and said, "You are truly formidable. Now I shall escort you to meet the Fourth Mizukage." Qin Air sheathed his blade and gave a slight nod, signaling his readiness to follow. Along the way, passing shinobi cast curious glances at Qin, leading an unfamiliar outsider. Upon arriving at their destination, a faint mist hung over the Fourth Mizukage chamber. In and after Qin announced their presence, he led Qin Air inside. The Fourth Mizukage sat upon an elevated seat, his gaze cold and fathomless. Inkasame Hashigaki's figure was lithe and poised, his short, vibrant sea-green hair swept freely, exuding an air of untamed defiance. His face retained a youthful softness, yet bore an unshakable resolve. A slender scar traced his right cheek, a quiet testament to trials endured. His amethyst-red eyes were deep and piercing, as though capable of seeing through illusion and truth alike. And he wore a sleeveless charcoal gray tunic paired with black mesh bracers, functional, lean, and radiating restrained power. A broad emerald scarf draped loosely around his neck, fluttering gently in the breeze, adding a vivid contrast to his austere silhouette. His loose green trousers afforded effortless mobility, while a cloth sash cinched at his waist completed his unmistakable shinobi bearing. In his hand rested a long obsidian black iron staff, not merely a weapon but an emblem of his indomitable strength. And though his features resembled those of a youth, earning him the moniker Babyface, he was already a father to Kuratsuchi and grandfather to Kuratsuchi's daughter Kuratsuchi's child Kurama. So, you are the foreigner who dares meddle in the affairs of my water country. Kisame Hoshigaki's voice emerged low and frigid like wind howling across a frozen night, carrying a palpable chill. Qin Air replied with unruffled composure, "Yes, Lord Mizukage." And in the fourth Mizukage let out a faint, disdainful snort. "What business brings you before me?" Well, I'm simply kind-hearted. I advise you to step down gracefully, lest fate claim you prematurely." Qin Air spoke these audacious words with disarming gentleness. Though he could have dispelled the Jinjutsu binding the fourth Mizukage through sheer force, Qin Air preferred persuasion over coercion. And in ha-ha-ha, Kisame erupted into bitter laughter. Instantly, a crushing wave of chakra flooded the chamber, but Qin Air stood unmoved, his own latent power stirring within, rising to meet the pressure. "Shall we relocate?" Qin Air asked, voice calm and detached. Very well. Kisame vanished in a blur, Qin Air followed without hesitation, and Qin gritted his teeth, trailing close behind. Under the veil of night, another figure slipped silently in their wake, Zabuza Momochi. For weeks, he had bided his time, seeking the perfect moment to assassinate the fourth Mizukage and end the blood mist's reign of terror. "Foreigner, how do you find this land as your final resting place?" Kisame's tone was glacial. Quite fitting, Qin Air murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips as the night wind whipped his robes. "Ha-ha." Kisame laughed again, mocking Qin Air's audacity, perhaps even mocking himself. "Has it truly come to this, that anyone dares challenge my sovereignty?" Qin Air blinked, utterly bewildered. Is this man unhinged? Well, perhaps his mind was compromised. Well then, let's begin. Shall we? "Don't go crying later that you weren't ready when you lose," Qin Air taunted. Nearby Qin flushed crimson. "Not me. Not me. Not me." Zabuza remained concealed farther back, waiting, watching. If opportunity arose, he would strike, without hesitation, ending the fourth Mizukage here and now. Suten Kirigakure no Jutsu. Kisame formed the seals rapidly, invoking the water release hidden in mist technique. Leveraging the terrain, thick fog rolled and swallowing the battlefield whole. "I hope your bones are as unyielding as your tongue." A cold voice drifted from the mist. Qin Air remained still, eyes closed as if lost in tranquil slumber. He stood motionless, sword in hand, letting the fog enshroud him completely. Whoosh. 4 rapid strikes. The coral staff slashed through the haze as Kisame lunged first. Qin Air shifted his stance almost imperceptibly, evading the assault without so much as opening his eyes. Suten Suikyo no Jutsu. Kisame unleashed another technique, the water release water mirror technique, a notoriously formidable jutsu that conjured a perfect clone of the opponent, replicating not only appearance, but also all techniques, and their full potency. Interesting. Qin Air made no move to evade. He allowed the jutsu to complete, watching as an exact double of himself materialized before him. Not only did the clone wear identical garments, it held an identical sword in hand. "Transform." Playfully intrigued, Qin Air willed his Qianhuan robe, the immortal robe of the cultivation realm, to shift into a celestial Taoist robe. The clone, however, stood frozen, utterly inert. Thunder. Lightning crackled along Qin Air's blade, while the clone's sword remained dull and lifeless. That's it. Qin Air sneered, unimpressed. As if comprehending the mockery, the clone lunged first, blazing fast, its sword a silver streak aimed straight at Qin Air's heart. Qin Air's lips curled faintly. He sidestepped with effortless grace and countered instantly. Blade met blade, steel rang out in rapid rhythmic succession. From the periphery, Kisame watched intently, searching relentlessly for the slightest flaw. Then, Qin Air shifted tactics. Channeling chi, he sent his lightning-wreathed sword spiraling forth on an unpredictable trajectory. The clone faltered, its reaction just a fraction too slow. Qin Air pressed the advantage, striking hard and true. The clone shattered into a spray of water. So this is all it amounts to, believing one can conquer oneself. How dull. "Foreigner, you are strong. But this ends now." Kisame's voice dropped to a lethal whisper, then began his tailed beast transformation. His form warped, retaining humanoid shape, yet surging with crimson chakra that coalesced into a volatile chakra-shrouded mantle, the tailed beast cloak, capable of firing the devastating tailed beast ball. Finally growing serious, Qin Air smiled faintly. "Let's test your mettle. Sword, go." His flying sword shot forth, weaving intricate paths as it assaulted Kisame. Each pass carved a fresh wound, only for the tail beast chakra to seal it instantly. Coral palm, a technique unique to his tailed beast state. Any part of the body struck by his palm sprouted living coral, particularly devastating against taijutsu specialists. Qin Air neither dodged nor flinched, letting the coral palm strike home, keenly observing the subtle changes unfolding within his flesh. A strange arcane energy coursed through him, straining to breach his physical limits, threatening to bloom coral from his very skin. And in an instant his inner sword energy surged, annihilating the invasive force. TCH. I haven't even drawn my full power yet. Enough. Let us conclude this. Qin Air seized his flying sword, lifting it skyward. The divine blade summoned thunder from the heavens, lightning fractured the mist in blinding arcs. Go! A colossal dragon of lightning roared forth, crashing into Kisame. Even in his tailed beast form, he could not withstand the blow. And lightning flashed, then silence. Kisame lay crumpled in a smoldering crater, his body wreathed in acrid smoke. Kisame Hoshigaki's tailed beast transformation collapsed entirely, his body reverted to its original form. He lay sprawled in the massive crater, throat heaving with bestial growls as he writhed, straining desperately to rise. Crimson bubbles swelled across his skin as he forcibly channeled the tailed beast chakra, attempting once more to trigger the transformation. He was the fourth Mizukage. How could he possibly lose? Enough, fourth Mizukage. Qin Air's voice cut cold and sharp. No, I haven't lost yet. I cannot lose. His ragged scream tore from a throat raw with defiance and disbelief. Sigh, what a pitiful child. Qin Air shook his head, then leapt into the crater, placed a palm upon the fourth's forehead, and activated the soul refinement technique, dispelling the illusion, ensnaring his mind. As the Jinjutsu shattered, Kisame Hoshigaki recoiled in horror. Every atrocity he had committed in the village flooded back. How could he have done such things? How many fervent young shinobi had he slaughtered? They were the village's future, its very soul. As the mist dissolved, only a desolate hollow wail remained beneath the vast, indifferent sky. Crouched amid the shattered earth, Kisame Hoshigaki buried his face in trembling hands, weeping for himself and for the irrevocably broken village. The fourth Mizukage was cried into submission. From afar, Ao's thoughts thundered in stunned disbelief. Just how formidable was this man? That sobbing. Could it truly be the fourth Mizukage? Beaten to tears. Zabuza Momochi's mind reeled with confusion. Silence stretched long, until the weeping slowly faded. Qin Air stood motionless beside him, watching in quiet stillness. Here. Qin Air extended a packet of tissues. Thank you, Kisame Hoshigaki murmured, casting him a wounded, rueful glance. Was it tissues I needed, or my dignity? What I truly needed was my honor, though at least no one else had witnessed this humiliation. Fourth Mizukage, are you unharmed? Ao blurted out, utterly untimely. I'm fine. Kisame Hoshigaki's hand trembled, just as a blade flashed from nowhere aimed straight at his throat. Zabuza Momochi. In that fleeting moment when everyone's vigilance had slackened, he seized the perfect opportunity for assassination. Clang. The fatal strike was intercepted. Qin Air's arm blocked it cleanly. Zabuza Momochi, hold your blade. Qin Air had sensed the hidden presence long before, and had not expected it to be him, the demon of the hidden mist. Kisame Hoshigaki felt no alarm. Those who sought to kill him were likely loyal sons of the village. Still, his pride, his venerable face, was irretrievably lost. I hereby resign the title of Mizukage, he declared, wiping his tears with quiet resolve. Ao stared dumbfounded. Had he truly been broken by the beating? Zabuza remained utterly bewildered. Let's go. Ao, summon the elders and Mei Terumi to the council hall immediately. Kisame Hoshigaki departed first. It was already past midnight, but for shinobi time held no dominion. In Kirigakure's council hall, every key figure had gathered, summoned under the cryptic announcement that the Mizukage had urgent matters to declare. Mei Terumi and her father exchanged a wary glance. Had their secret conspiracy already been uncovered? Their hearts pounded with dread. Ao had offered no details, arriving breathlessly and departing just as swiftly. The hall buzzed with restless chatter, until Kisame Hoshigaki entered. Instantly silence fell like a shroud. He had returned to the village, composed himself carefully, even bathed. Qin Air and Zabuza followed closely behind, like silent, unwavering attendants. Mei Terumi and her father stared eyes wide. Had Qin Air betrayed them? Otherwise, why convene the council so abruptly after their clandestine plotting? Ladies and gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make today. Kisame Hoshigaki stood solemn, gaze sweeping across the assembled elite. Not a whisper stirred. The hall held its breath. I intend to step down from the office of Mizukage. A stunned roar erupted. The chamber boiled over like scalding water. Nanny. Mei Terumi's expression froze in utter disbelief. Her father stood equally dazed. None dared believe it, even though many had long hoped for his removal. My fellow villagers, I regret to disappoint you. During my tenure, I failed to strengthen our village. Instead, I led it to ruin. For that, I offer my deepest apology. His voice cracked, tears welled, and traced slow paths down his cheeks. He bowed deeply, a full, reverent kowtow, then fiercely wiped his face with his scarf. Ao's inner monologue: not only was the fourth beaten to tears, he'd been shattered into senselessness. That Qin Air, truly terrifying. Finally, I formally nominate Mei Terumi, the outstanding young leader, as fifth Mizukage. Dismissed. With those words, Kisame Hoshigaki turned and strode out, leaving the council chamber in utter pandemonium. In a secluded chamber, Qin heir, Mei Terumi Ao Terumi's father, and now Zabuza Momochi, stood together. Indeed, Qin heir had brought Zabuza into the fold. Speak plainly, what truly transpired? Mei Terumi asked first. Well, simply put, Qin heir beat the fourth into tears, and then he resigned, intending to pass the title to you. Ao explained. Nanny. Their shock eclipsed even the earlier commotion in the council hall. Was this some kind of absurd jest? The fourth Mizukage, reduced to tears by a single man. Qin heir, is this true? Mei Terumi stared incredulous. Well, strictly speaking, yes, I suppose it is, he replied, scratching his head with mild embarrassment. He didn't achieve tailed beast transformation. He did. Could you overpower him? He wasn't particularly formidable, honestly. Mei Terumi, my future husband, is this powerful. I must cling to him tighter than ever. Terumi's father, my future son-in-law, possesses such overwhelming strength. The Terumi clan shall soar. Do you feel confident assuming the mantle of Mizukage? Qin heir asked. Absolutely. I will restore our nation's prosperity and power. Mei Terumi spoke with fierce determination, then softened into a tender smile toward Qin heir, and with a man as extraordinary as you standing steadfastly behind me, I am unstoppable. The others exchanged knowing glances. Was this not blatant, shameless affection? Regardless of how it unfolded, the matter had been resolved, brutally, decisively, and with astonishing simplicity. Upon the endless expanse of the sea, a small boat drifted. Samahata's wielder Hoshigaki Kisame and Kabaku Raiga sat hunched in shared despair, each retaining but a single arm, each gripping one oar. Kabaku Raiga, Kisame, are we truly deserting? Hoshigaki Kisame, or would you prefer to disembark and return to the village? Failure meant certain death. Kabaku Raiga, Kisame, where do we go now? Hoshigaki Kisame, to Amigakure. A new organization has emerged there, one of formidable strength. Kabaku Raiga, but will they accept us? He glanced at his severed arm, face etched with anguish. They must, Kisame murmured, equally somber, his own missing limb weighing heavily upon him. With only one arm remaining, how shall I ever form hand seals again? Winter yielded to spring, and the years slipped by. It was already the 54th year of my. Qinda and Qin heir prospered respectively in the Fengji country and the Shueiji country, commanding the winds and waters, each second to none and above multitudes. Sometimes it is pleasant to be entirely provided for. The comforts of living upon another's care are unexpectedly sweet. The Akatsuki organization had grown large and formidable. It bears mentioning that when Pipa Shirtsong and Haishu Lia defected, they fortunately brought Duanbi with them. Idu had Duanyu stitched the severed limb back on, and they were elated. This was clearly the right place to join. At a hidden outpost in the Caoji country, Qin Feng and Shiwan devoted themselves wholly to studying Daitu's eyes. At this point, Daitu's Xilunian Sharingan had already evolved into the Wanhuating Manjikyu. To study this eye in its entirety, they sometimes left it in situ within Daitu's socket, and at other times they removed it and placed it in specially prepared receptacles. Daitu endured manifold torments during this period. The image of Lin rose repeatedly in his mind. It was longing and remorse for Lin that sustained him through these painful experiments. Fortunate for him, the life force of the Yuzhibo clan proved robust. He did not perish suddenly. Daitu's removed Xilunian was set within a bespoke vessel, emitting a strange and uncanny radiance. Deshiwan wore a white robe. His eyes glowed with fanatic focus as he handled an array of precise instruments, continually testing and analyzing the eye. Tuzi lay nearby, listless, without eyes, contemplating the sins of a past life and wondering what fate had led him here. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sweat beading on his forehead, and began to dissect the Xilunian with his spiritual sense inch by inch. Why did this eye possess such overwhelming power? What was the relationship between the eye's patterning and its strength? The power contained within this eye is far more intricate than we imagined. Every attempt feels like probing the abyss of the unknown. Deshiwan muttered as he recorded the data. Qin Feng drew a deep breath, forcing down his discomfort, and answered, no matter how arduous, we must uncover the secrets of this eye. Alas, our samples are limited. Only this single eye. Deshiwan paused his work and sighed. Leave the matter of acquiring eyes to me. Qin Feng smiled, thinking perhaps Kakaxi's eye should be reclaimed, and whether the night of the Yuzhibo clan's annihilation ought to be revisited. Thus within the Caoji outpost they toiled day after day. The laboratory was piled high with reports and apparatus. The air hung with acrid medicinal scents, and their yields had dwindled. After many days of grueling research, even Qin Feng felt wearied. He decided to grant himself a respite and properly relax. Tuzi, shall we go to Mai for a vacation? During their time in the Caoji country, Qin Feng often returned to Mai to keep company with Shi Rihong. Deshiwan reattached the Xilunian to Daitu's eye socket. Dai-Tu felt a pall of despair. I suppose I will stay behind. I wish to be left alone, he murmured. Come with me, I'll introduce you to an old friend. An old friend? Kakaxi. I fear I would not be able to restrain myself from killing him. Daitu clenched his fists, fury burning as the scene of Lin's death replayed ceaselessly in his mind. Ha ha, there will be time enough. But before that, do you not wish to reclaim your eyes? Qin Feng grinned and turned to Deshiwan. Do you recall the project I once asked you to study? Deshiwan, of course I remember. Qin Feng, next we will begin research into the death god. Deshiwan, how exhilarating. Qin Feng, go to the Uzumaki clan's Namyendo and seek out the records bring back any death masks you find. Deshiwan, very well. Qin Feng seized Dai Tu employed the Fei Laishan Jishu flying thunder god technique, and in an instant a golden flash erased his figure. When it reappeared, he was already back in my village. I can walk on my own. Dai Tu had not yet recovered his own space warping ability, could have brought him there, but Qin Feng had dragged him along nonetheless. Go find your old friend yourself. I must go see my beloved Ha. Qin Feng declined to meet Dai Tu's solemn gaze and departed with casual elan. My village bustled, as ever as streets flowed with passers-by. Qin Feng arrived at Shi Rihong's residence. When she saw him appear, suddenly surprise and delight shimmered in her eyes. Shi Rihong's hair shone like living flame, vivid silky red that curled gently at the tips and fell naturally over her shoulders. Her delicate oval face framed a pair of animated, enchanting brown eyes, deep as a lake suffused with gentleness and resolve, as if they could pierce the truth of a soul. Her nose was straight, her lips small and rosy, the corners of her mouth perpetually holding a faint, elusive smile that lent her both warmth and allure. Tall and graceful, she exuded the singular charm of a mature woman. Shi Rihong often wore a form-fitting black shinobi suit embroidered with red patterns that elegantly traced the contours of her figure. Beneath it, she wore fishnet garments and white wrappings around her arms and legs, lending an air of seductive poise. Qin Feng, you're back. Shi Rihong greeted him with a smile. Qin Feng stepped forward and embraced Shi Rihong gently. Yes, I missed you. I've come to keep you company. Holding the beauty in his arms, his heart fluttered at her perfection. Shi Rihong had reached the peak of energy refinement, only one step shy of foundation establishment. Let me prepare something delicious for you, she said sweetly. Very well, but no delicacy can match your own sweetness. Villain. In the kitchen, Shi Rihong busied herself, while Qin Feng clung to her like an ornament, breathing in her scent. Don't be foolish. Shi Rihong chided. Oh, Qin Feng was interfering with her cooking. No, they'll taste you first. Qin Feng scooped her up and carried her into the bedroom. The fire's still on. Later that afternoon, they would sit on the stone bench in the courtyard sipping the fragrant tea Shi Rihong had brewed and sharing the small, intimate moments of life. Qin Feng would recount his research in the Caoji country. Though he concealed much of the pain and peril, Shi Rihong could still see the fatigue in his eyes. She clasped his hand tenderly and whispered, do not overexert yourself. Oh, I wish only for your safety and happiness. At dusk, Qin Feng accompanied Shi Rihong on a stroll through the village. They walked hand in hand past the lively market, watching children laugh and play at the roadside as the last rays of the sun painted them in a warm, precious light. After parting from his tender moments with Kushina, Qin Feng turned his thoughts to the future governance of Konoha village and resolved to seek out Danzō. He arrived at Danzō's secluded residence, guarded with utmost vigilance, where Anbu shinobi flickered like shadows at the periphery. Danzō was indeed diligent, eager for advancement. His desk overflowed with classified documents awaiting his signature and decisive judgment. Well, little Danzō, you're working hard. In a flash of golden light, Qin Feng materialized before him. Danzō sat within the chamber, half his face veiled in darkness, revealing only one obsidian eye, sharp, calculating, gleaming with cold intellect. His expression remained stern. An intrusion during office hours irked him deeply. Lifting his gaze toward Qin Feng, his entire face crinkled into a forced chrysanthemum-like smile. Lord Qin Feng, what an honor. To what do I owe your visit? Qin Feng strolled forward slowly, eyes locked unflinchingly upon Danzō. Little Danzō, I ask you plainly, do you wish to become Hokage? At those words, Danzō's frame tensed almost imperceptibly, then settled into calm composure. Must that even be asked? The Hokage seat has long been my singular aspiration. A subtle enigmatic smile curved Qin Feng's lips. Indeed. Yet Hiruzen is both your longtime rival and your former comrade. What is your true assessment of him? Danzō's gaze flickered, then fell silent, pondering deeply before replying. Hiruzen. He is aged, discarded by this very era. For Konoha to thrive, it demands bold, forward-looking leadership. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. I have a plan, one requiring your full cooperation. Success would place you firmly upon the Hokage throne. What plan? How do you view the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha, a lineage born of inherent malevolence. Danzō had inherited the second Hokage's will, and with it an innate hostility toward the Uchiha. Would you consider eradicating them entirely? Could they truly be wiped out? The Uchiha held immense sway across the entire shinobi world, not merely within Konoha. Qin Feng raised a single index finger. One finger, sufficient to annihilate them all. HSSSS. Only this man dared utter such a claim. We shall spare only the compliant, the defiant shall perish. And the Sharingan still holds value. In the coming days, you must inflame tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha. When the Uchiha are ultimately purged, the blame must fall squarely upon Hiruzen. Only then may you ascend as Hokage, unburdened and unchallenged. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Internally, Danzō trembled with exhilaration. This was mentorship and seizing power itself. Though Hiruzen would bear the heaviest cost. The purge shall be orchestrated by me. Focus solely on your duties. Your reward shall be commensurate with success. Yes, sir. A shimmer of golden light, and Qin Feng vanished. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen puffed thoughtfully on his pipe. Before him rested a crystal orb, its surface rippling with the crystal ball technique, surveying the village. Not bathhouses, but the village. Hiruzen, I have a proposal to discuss. Danzō barged in without warning. Hiruzen hastily concealed the orb, frowning with unmistakable displeasure. Danzō, knocking first is the barest courtesy. My apologies, I was carried away by urgency. Speak plainly, what is it? Has the Uchiha clan not grown increasingly unruly? They have always been turbulent. Granting them the police force only deepened their alienation from the village. My desk groans beneath the weight of complaints. The malign Uchiha harbor ambitions far exceeding mere unrest. Then lay out your plan. Unstable elements must be excised, utterly. Eradicate the Uchiha clan. Precisely. Root shall execute the operation. The Uchiha are no trivial foe to subdue. Root is no mere shadow, it bites. I sought only your stance. The rest lies well within my command. Very well, you may assign Ibiki to assist you. He is a blade of exceptional sharpness. As Danzō departed, Hiruzen frowned, murmuring softly, wherever Konoha's leaves flutter, fire burns ever anew. Meanwhile, Kakashi sat immersed in his beloved Ika paradise, until a knock echoed at his door. Rising, he opened it to find a figure cloaked in black, wearing a tiger-patterned mask. Obito. Who are you? Kakashi stared wide-eyed at the stranger before him. Obito strode inside. Kakashi, you remain as insufferable as ever. Thud. Obito drove a fist into Kakashi's abdomen. Bent double. Kakashi gasped. Who are you? You cannot possibly be him. You'd prefer I were dead, wouldn't you? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god, impossible. Obito seized Kakashi's collar, voice erupting with fury. You swore to protect Rin, yet you killed her yourself, you wretch. Another blow struck Kakashi's face, sending him crashing to the floor. Still reeling, he lay stunned, refusing to accept reality. Our reckoning waits, but today I reclaim what is mine. You mean the Sharingan? Kakashi snapped back to awareness. It was mine, and left in your care it only grew tarnished. Without further word, Obito lunged to extract the eye. Kakashi naturally refused to yield passively. This former comrade, cloaked in ominous black, masked and menacing, was clearly no ally. With intentions unclear and stakes unknown, surrendering his own I was unthinkable. Give it to him. As Kakashi braced to fight, his body froze rigid. Qin Feng entered, stepping calmly through the doorway. Qin Feng. Traitor. Kakashi roared helplessly from the floor. Calm yourself. He merely reclaims what belongs to him. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Oh. Without hesitation, Obito tore the eye free. Kakashi cried out in agony. Obito removed his mask, and with seamless grace slotted the Sharingan into his own socket. Kakashi, I bring you a gift, Qin Feng said. Then guiding Kakashi onto his back, he formed hand seals, soft golden light emanating from his body, the power of Nascent Soul rebirth. With meticulous care, Qin Feng channeled that energy into Kakashi's ocular region, repairing, restoring, renewing. Warmth spread gently across Kakashi's eyes. No pain, only soothing radiance. He closed them, waiting in quiet awe. As time passed, sweat beaded upon Qin Feng's brow. The art of Nascent Soul rebirth demanded immense spiritual expenditure. Yet he pressed on, teeth clenched, unwavering. At last a pulse of luminous light flared, and Qin Feng opened his eyes, a gentle, satisfied smile gracing his lips. Done, Kakashi. Try it now. Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. The Sharingan was gone, replaced by his own natural eyes. He gazed around, astonishment and profound gratitude flooding his expression. I can see again, truly see, with my own eyes. Qin Feng chuckled, clapping Kakashi lightly on the shoulder. Let's go, though whether this blessing proves boon or burden remains to be seen. Moreichi had lingered in Konoha for years. Only at the outset had his daily sign-in granted him a few jutsu and chakra from the nine-tailed beast. Thereafter, every subsequent sign-in merely bestowed additional chakra. Within Moreichi's mind, the Uchiha massacre night is about to begin. Once I complete this pivotal plot point through sign-in, I'll move on to other lands. Konoha has been thoroughly drained. System display, my personal panel. Ending. Host Muraikin rank, Chunin chakra, 5 units and items, Kanai ninja, Sorenjutsu body replacement clone, and transformation techniques. Fireball technique. Low-tier Taijutsu system, quests Nanina. What is that? On the village's main street, a familiar figure walked away, a black cloak, a mask. Was it Obito? And who stood beside him? Long hair, flowing robes. Ethereal, almost Taoist in aura. Ending. Detected a pivotal character from the Naruto storyline, Uchiha Obito. System quest, register your presence before Obito. The system will grant a significant reward. And so it truly was Uchiha Obito. Mureichi murmured in quiet awe. Qin Feng abruptly turned his head, fixing his gaze upon Mureichi behind him. A young shinobi in his early 20s, unremarkable in appearance, wore the standard Chunin uniform, a deep blue form-fitting tunic embroidered with Konoha's hidden leaf insignia, its collar tied, with a slender white ribbon lending crisp elegance to his bearing. A Konoha forehead protector rested upon his brow, slung across his back was a long sword. With a single sweep of his divine sense, Qin Feng noted just an ordinary Chunin, though his mind seems unsettled. No notable figure from canon, likely just cannon fodder. Imashida. Obito also turned puzzled. At last Mureichi glimpsed Qin Feng's face. Youthful, barely 17 or 18, radiating an otherworldly transcendent serenity. His eyebrows arched sharply toward his temples. Ink-dark, austere, and piercing, his eyes narrow and profound gleamed like frostlit stars in the midnight sky, their brilliance too intense to meet directly. Beneath a high straight nose his lips were pale rose, firm, resolute, and curved in the faintest, most enigmatic smile, softening the severity of his countenance with quiet warmth. Jet black hair bound atop his head with a plain silk cord spilled in delicate strands along his cheeks, stirred gently by the breeze. Effortlessly elegant, untethered by convention. He wore a loose moon-white robe adorned with faint azure cloud motifs, shifting subtly as he moved like drifting mist caught in a dream. Delicate white thread embroidery traced the cuffs and collar, revealing refined taste and quiet mastery. Over it draped a gossamer white outer robe cinched at the waist by a pale blue sash bearing a luminous jade pendant, its gentle glow seeming to pulse with latent spiritual energy. Black boots graced his feet, their edges traced with fine silver filigree. Each step he took was weightless, as if treading upon clouds, grace incarnate utterly beyond the mundane. Mureichi silently marveled, truly. A gentleman fair as jade, unmatched in all the world. Yet such brilliance, he thought wistfully, would surely fade early. No trace of this figure appeared in later arcs. Mureichi hastened toward Obito, just as Obito turned fully around. Counted as present then. Ensign. Ending. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the Phoenix Fire technique. TCH, still so stingy. A worthless jutsu, really. Far beyond in the cultivation realm, Emoshio suddenly opened his eyes and smiled coldly. Humph. Little rat, at last I've found you. Nothing amiss. Let's go. Qin Feng glanced back and departed alongside Obito. In Kusagakure, Orochimaru had recovered the death god mask and was examining it within his hidden laboratory, yet gleaned no meaningful insight. Oh, Orochimaru, I see you arrived ahead of us. Qin Feng remarked upon entering, finding Orochimaru idly turning the mask in his hands. Nin Kusagakure's secret council chamber. Qin Feng, Orochimaru, Obito, Miyamoto Musashi, and Kabuto Yakushi gathered. Qin Feng, ladies and gentlemen, what lies ahead is no minor endeavor. I call it the Shinigami Project. In Orochimaru, so it begins at last, the unraveling of this world's deepest secrets. Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a fingertip, sitting quietly, obedient, unassuming. In Obito, the Shinigami Project. Is that so? In Qin Feng, indeed, it is vital. Its success hinges upon Rin's resurrection. In Obito, at last, the moment has come. Must I endure further scrutiny of my eyes? Qin Feng, your eyes remain essential, but prolonged study yields diminishing returns. Allow both eyes time to acclimate first. Obito, Orochimaru ran his tongue over his lips. The comparative analysis of dual ocular structures holds immense scholarly value. Qin Feng, this project is vast, deliberately broad, but I shall orchestrate every detail. Our first operation, the White Zetsu Capture Initiative. Orochimaru, what manner of being is the White Zetsu? At this juncture, Orochimaru had yet to encounter them, bewildered, uncomprehending. Qin Feng, Obito, you know them well. Those who rescued you, guided you into darkness, and watched over you in place of Uchiha Madara, preparing you for the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito, you even know these hidden truths. In Qin Feng, few things in this world remain unknown to me. Now, share what you know of the Zetsu. Obito, my knowledge is limited, but Black Zetsu and the Uzumaki White Zetsu are exceptional. Black Zetsu is the physical manifestation of Madara's will, formless liquid requiring possession to act. The Uzumaki White Zetsu was created by Madara moments before his death, possessing independent consciousness. Other ordinary White Zetsu, mindless clones, also Madara's creation, number over 100,000, obeying the Uzumaki White Zetsu, without question. Qin Feng and their abilities. Obito, Black Zetsu's powers remain obscure. White Zetsu possess extraordinary traits in Mushi no Jutsu. Their bodies merge seamlessly with earth and vegetation, enabling rapid traversal. By integrating with root networks and subterranean waterways, they move undetected across vast distances, utterly erasing their chakra signature during transit. Hinge no Jutsu. Distinct from standard transformation, it absorbs a target's chakra and replicates it perfectly, fooling even those intimately familiar with the original, or even sensor-natured shinobi. Orochimaru, such a marvelously anomalous species, truly worthy of exhaustive study. In Qin Feng, patience, Orochimaru. Over 100,000 await your scrutiny. Qin Feng that covers the essentials. Black Zetsu and the Uzumaki White Zetsu have joined Akatsuki, but our objective is the ordinary White Zetsu. For now, set them aside. We proceed to operational details. Miyamoto. Secure a location capable of accommodating over 100,000 beings, an underground cavern or mountain hollow. The Zetsu favor such dwellings. Orochimaru. Summon at least 8 elite Jonin-level operatives from your ranks. This mission requires formation-based tactics. Trusted allies from Kusa, no Kuni may join if reliable. Obito. You've engaged the White Zetsu before. Prior to action, locate their nest and gather intelligence. 2 directives govern this operation: absolute secrecy and total annihilation. In the country of grass, in a hidden cave, this is the place prepared to imprison Baiju. Qin Feng is engraving inscriptions and placing spirit stones everywhere. As long as he is confined here, he cannot escape, even by digging underground. After several days of hard work, Qin Feng finally exhaled. Although he is in the Nascent Soul stage, creating such a large formation to imprison 100,000 people is no easy task, especially since he is not skilled in formations. Orochimaru has been learning and assisting from the side. Qin Feng. Orochimaru, do you want to give it a try? Orochimaru, it would be my honor. Orochimaru wanted to experience the mysteries of this formation and casually walked inside. Activate. Qin Feng activated the Great Formation, completely isolating the space within from the outside, forming a massive sphere that neither the sky nor the ground could escape. Inside the formation, Orochimaru was completely lost, bumping left and right, unable to find his way. This is a truly wonderful formation, very interesting. Orochimaru felt no sense of defeat. Instead, he was extremely excited, thinking that he could also set up such a magical and powerful formation in the future. This is the key to the formation. With this, you will be able to enter and exit normally in the future. After releasing the disheveled Orochimaru, Qin Feng handed him a jade slip. Thank you. In the country of grass, at a training ground, 8 ninjas were training. 8 purple flame formation. The 8 ninjas shouted in unison, and a massive square shape appeared among them, with each ninja positioned at the 8 vertices, and purple flames flickered along the sides of the square. Among these 8 ninjas, 5 were still the members of the Sound Ninja 5 from the original storyline, and Orochimaru had accepted them. Junma, Luz, Wajin, Eugene, Duya, and Jirobo. This formation was developed by Qin Feng, based on the 4 purple flame formation intended to encircle the numerous Baiju, making it very suitable. Obito, is everything prepared? When do we depart? Qin Feng, right now the Flying Thunder God mark has been set, hasn't it? Obito, it's already marked. Qin Feng, could everyone relax your minds, I will try my new technique. In the area where Orochimaru, Obito, Kabuto, Junma, Luz, Wajin, Eugene, Dia, Jirobo, and several other ninjas from the country of grass. Qin Feng spread his divine sense over them, using it to engrave simple inscriptions on everyone, shouting loudly, "Go!" With a flash of golden light, everyone vanished from their original spot. An upgraded version of the Flying Thunder God technique, directly allowing group teleportation. In a dark and damp forest deep within, in an underground cave, lies the habitat of Baiju, with Qin Feng and the others hidden in the shadows. Qin Feng, begin the operation, set up the formation. Everyone responded yes. 8 purple flame formation. Instantly, 4 massive walls of purple flames rose from the ground, forming an impenetrable cage that trapped all the Baiju inside. The purple flames roared fiercely, emanating intense heat, forcing the Baiju to retreat continuously, but unable to break through the blockade of the firewalls, only able to struggle wildly within the cage. Inside the 8 purple flame formation, Qin Feng floated in the air, extending his divine sense to mark the Flying Thunder God marks on the Baiju. With each marking, every second counted. The Baiju noticed Qin Feng's actions and began to attack him with their vine-like arms, but Qin Feng easily dodged them with the incredible speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. Outside, Orochimaru and Obito anxiously watched the 8 purple flame formation, seeing Qin Feng's figure flickering within the firewall. Each time he appeared, a Baiju was marked with the Flying Thunder God mark. As the number of marked Baiju increased, Qin Feng's complexion gradually paled, sweat soaking his clothes. Using such a large-scale Flying Thunder God technique was a tremendous drain on his physical and mental energy. At this critical moment, an unexpected guest arrived, the vortex of the Akatsuki, Toby. Obito, oh. So it's Toby. Clearly we want to give everyone a new home. Toby, infiltrator. Orochimaru, is this the special entity? Obito, yes, his name is Toby. Toby, come with us. Toby, I will not go with you. I have inherited Madara-sama's will and aim to resurrect him in the future. What about you? Have you forgotten Madara-sama's redemption? Have you forgotten Rin's tragic death? Obito, you have fallen. Orochimaru, let me test his caliber. Orochimaru's figure flickered and instantly disappeared, appearing behind Toby. He formed hand seals and shouted, "Hidden shadow snake hands." Countless thick pythons emerged from the ground, lunging at Toby with bared fangs and claws. Toby reacted quickly. He turned his body, and the power of the vortex sucked the pythons in, twisting and struggling within the vortex, emitting painful cries. Would release hell's chaos. Toby whispered as several thorny trees spiraled upward attempting to ensnare Orochimaru within and crush him. Orochimaru's flexible body moved swiftly within the thorns, quickly escaping the range of the technique. Orochimaru elongated his neck like a python and lunged at Toby, biting down on his neck. Let's see how you handle this. Orochimaru's head flew back, his long tongue licking his lips. Toby stood frozen in place, covered in cursed seals, but the marks quickly disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Toby, huh? What was that? Orochimaru. It disappeared. How interesting. Would release would clone technique. Toby clapped his hands on the ground, creating a gigantic Buddha statue with countless giant arms, manipulating those arms to attack Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you can even use this technique. Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru spat out a sharp sword, feeling a bit uncomfortable, held it in his hand, and smiled. Just right to test my recent training results. Go. Using his chi to control the sword, it flew directly towards Toby on the wooden figure. Toby narrowly avoided it, and the wooden figure lost its control, becoming powerless. The flying sword came at him from another angle. Toby controlled the wooden figure, trying to grab the flying sword with the giant wooden arms, but the sword was too nimble, as if swatting away flies. Unable to hit it, yet it flew around in front of him, very annoying. Orochimaru, the battle with ninjutsu is indeed more interesting, but my spiritual energy is insufficient, making it difficult to control the flying sword. Both were at a standstill, neither able to gain the upper hand. Orochimaru was training himself, while Toby had no good way to deal with the flying sword. Qin Feng, stop. He had already successfully moved the 100,000 Baiju and had been watching from the side for a while. Orochimaru retracted the Kusanagi sword and stepped out of the battle circle. Bang! Toby also retracted his ninjutsu, and the wooden figure disappeared. Who are you? Toby looked at Qin Feng, feeling a powerful pressure emanating from him, making even Orochimaru obey him. He had never heard of such a character before. Qin Feng, who I am is not important. What matters is that our goals align. Toby, huh? Qin Feng, you want to resurrect Madara and implement the Eye of the Moon plan, right? Toby's face showed surprise and anger as he glared at Obito. Obito, I didn't expect you to tell him our secret plan. Obito shrugged and said, I didn't say anything he already knew. Qin Feng, see, our goals align, doesn't that make us allies? Toby, it seems so. Qin Feng, you can come with us to the country of grass, or you can stay in the country of rain. You should be in the Akatsuki organization now, right? The country of rain and the country of grass have long been allied. Toby thought to himself, stay in the country of rain and observe Nagato. Nagato shouldn't have any surprises. I need to keep an eye on that big fool Obito. Don't let this person mislead him. I am quite clever, so I should go to the country of grass. Toby, aha, of course I'm going to the country of grass. Obito and I are very good friends. Qin Feng, haha, welcome. Volume 2, The God of Death Plan. In the dark underground laboratory permeated by the pungent smell of medicinal liquids, Miyamoto Musashi, Orochimaru, Qin Feng, and Obito stood before a massive cultivation tank. Inside the cultivation tank, a white zetsu was connected by numerous transparent tubes, which were delivering various strange liquids and chakra. Orochimaru's face was filled with excitement as his eyes fixated on the cultivation tank, as if he were anticipating a miracle. Let's begin, Orochimaru said, licking his lips, his voice brimming with uncontrollable fervor. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, manipulating the device to slowly inject Obito's chakra sample into the body of the white zetsu. As the chakra was injected, the white zetsu's previously dull eyes instantly lit up with an eerie glow, and its body began to tremble violently. Qin Feng stood to the side, observing the entire scene with a solemn expression. He was well aware of the importance of this experiment. Its success was crucial for his subsequent plans. Obito crossed his arms, a cold smile playing on his lips. I hope this thing proves useful. The body of the white zetsu began to undergo astonishing changes under the impact of the chakra. Its outline gradually blurred, the originally white skin appearing to melt away, reshaping itself. The skin slowly turned dark, and its hair began to grow longer, resembling Obito's. Before long, a white zetsu Obito that looked almost identical to Obito appeared before everyone. It succeeded. Orochimaru shouted excitedly, his eyes sparkling with madness. Qin Feng frowned, slightly scrutinizing the white zetsu Obito. Although it looks the same, I'm not sure about its strength. As if responding to Qin Feng's words, white zetsu Obito slowly opened its eyes, revealing the same Sharingan as Obito. It suddenly swung its arms, releasing a powerful force that shattered the surrounding instruments. Seeing this, Obito snorted coldly. Interesting. White zetsu Obito let out a deep roar and charged towards Obito. Its movements were remarkably similar to Obito's, and its speed was astonishing. Obito quickly sidestepped while the Sharingan in his eyes flickered with light, preparing to activate Kimui. Don't engage yet, let's observe its abilities. Qin Feng quickly shouted. Upon hearing this, Obito temporarily held back his attack, continuously dodging the strikes of white zetsu Obito. White zetsu Obito, seeing its attacks ineffective, formed hand seals and unleashed a fire jutsu, a massive fireball technique aimed at Obito. Orochimaru excitedly recorded the data. It not only replicated the appearance, but can also mimic chakra attributes and perfectly execute ninjutsu. However, just then White Zetsu Obito's body suddenly began to tremble, and the glow of the Sharingan in its eyes started to flicker. It let out a pained cry, and its body began to change again, starting to revert to its original White Zetsu form. Not good, its body can't withstand such powerful chakra, and is starting to go out of control. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically, rushing towards the device in an attempt to regain control of the situation. But White Zetsu Obito's power became exceedingly violent, breaking free from the constraints of the cultivation tank and rampaging through the laboratory, leaving destruction in its wake. Qin Feng gently waved his hand, swiftly slaying the White Zetsu. He thought to himself, it seems this replication technique is not yet perfected. Oh, I must find a way to resolve this issue. Qin Feng said, Orochimaru, this experiment needs to be refined. Thank you for your hard work. Orochimaru replied, I'm very happy to conduct such experiments. This kind of material like White Zetsu is also quite interesting. Qin Feng said, I have a very interesting idea. I'll go get a few more White Zetsu. In a flash of golden light, 3 White Zetsu were teleported over. The upgraded Flying Thunder God technique is truly convenient. Wherever my divine sense reaches, I can teleport there. Orochimaru and Obito were both shocked by Qin Feng's ability. What kind of technique is this? Summoning technique. Group transfer technique. Freeze. The 3 White Zetsu were about to struggle, but were immobilized in place by Qin Feng's divine sense. The White Zetsu had no self-awareness and was easily controlled. Qin Feng asked, Orochimaru, you can perform impure world reincarnation, right? Orochimaru replied, of course. Qin Feng continued, use one of them as a sacrifice and perform it once. Orochimaru said like this, let me try. Impure world reincarnation. With a clap of his hands, one of the White Zetsu was covered in white paper and gradually transformed into another person. A man dressed in dark blue ninja attire wearing a Konoha headband with sharp eyes appeared before everyone. The dazzling silver hair was unmistakably that of Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake emanated a calm and powerful aura, holding a specially crafted short blade that gleamed with a cold light. He looked around, his gaze landing on Orochimaru, and asked in a deep voice, aren't I already dead? Orochimaru. Qin Feng exclaimed, so it's this guy? Oh, impressive, Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to even have materials for him. Orochimaru replied, Kakashi, I have no ill intentions. Kakashi looked at his own hands. Is this the legendary forbidden technique? Impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru confirmed, that's right. What should we do next? Qin Feng said, next let me handle it. Qin Feng controlled another White Zetsu to touch Kakashi Hatake, sensing his chakra. Then it transformed. The White Zetsu writhed, slowly changing into Kakashi Hatake's likeness. This White Zetsu and Kakashi Hatake were almost identical in build, demeanor, and the aura they exuded. Everyone was astonished. They had just conducted a replication experiment, and now they could apply it directly. Qin Feng said, the current challenge is how to place Kakashi Hatake's soul into this body. Orochimaru said, Lord Qin Feng, you are a genius. Obito, a beat slow to react, then excitedly exclaimed, is this the method to resurrect the dead? Qin Feng smiled and said, indeed, this is one way. But you see, one issue is the instability of the White Zetsu replica, and another problem is how to inject the soul into this replica. Even if these 2 problems are solved, it is uncertain whether new issues will arise during the fusion of body and soul. Obito's eyes glistened with tears. Thank you, Qin Feng. I used to think you were just humoring me, but unexpectedly you've shown me hope so soon. If only I could resurrect Rin, this world would be so wonderful. Qin Feng said, next I need to understand the impure world reincarnation technique, how to summon souls from the pure land. Let this Kakashi Hatake replica move freely. Orochimaru, you need to arrange for someone to meticulously record his data and see if any issues arise later. Kakashi Hatake, now in his impure world reincarnation form, looked at his replica with complex feelings. Was he brought back to be used as an experimental subject? Orochimaru sensed Kakashi's emotions. Kakashi, don't you want to be resurrected and spend time with your son? Kakashi Hatake, in impure world reincarnation, said, Kakashi. How could he not want to be with his own son? Qin Feng, Obito, you must travel to Konoha on official business for a while. In Obito, huh? What for? Again, in Qin Feng, we are initiating another operation. The Uchiha clan annihilation plan. Obito, what? In Qin Feng, don't worry. You won't be eliminated. In Obito, why not? In Qin Feng, you're one of us. This plan remains strictly confidential, and your involvement will continue in later stages. As for the rationale, first, we require more Sharingan specimens. Second, we must weaken Konoha's power, so that the Hokage becomes our proxy. The assembled members silently gasped inwardly. Phew, what earth-shattering scheme is this? Still, I like it. In Qin Feng, regarding the annihilation plan, both the third Hokage and Danzō are fully aware. Yet ultimately, the third Hokage will bear the blame. Danzō is loyal to us, and I intend to install him as Hokage. Now do you understand? The assembled members silently affirmed, understood. In Qin Feng, currently the Uchiha clan in Konoha is divided into a radical faction beyond our control and a conservative faction. The annihilation plan entails eliminating the entire radical faction, while relocating the conservatives directly to the grass country. The white Setsu serve as their designated decoys. You'll coordinate with Danzō during this mission to mark all conservatives, after which I'll execute the transfer and substitution. Does this clarify the subsequent steps? Obito, understood. In Qin Feng, pay special attention to these Uchiha individuals. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Izumi. Keep them alive. Qin Feng, let me reveal our ultimate objective, to bring peace to the entire world in Obito, world peace. This had long been Obito's own dream, a world so tainted, so steeped in suffering. In Qin Feng, yes Obito, this task may strike you as cruel. Can you carry it out? Obito, for world peace, there is nothing I cannot do. And indeed this man once showed no hesitation in slaying even his own master and mistress. Qin Feng, very well, take Tobi with you. Obito departed with a heavy, conflicted heart. Perhaps this was the Uchiha clan's finest possible fate. Only Qin Feng and Orochimaru remained in the laboratory, jointly researching the impure world reincarnation technique. In this pure land, in what form do souls truly exist? And how precisely does the impure world reincarnation summon them back into the mortal realm? Qin Feng murmured softly to himself, jotting down his thoughts upon parchment. Within the Naruto universe, the deceased journey to the pure land, and the impure world reincarnation technique can summon specific souls back from there. So long as the physical vessel matches the deceased's DNA, the soul may be successfully summoned, proving that souls in the pure land do not undergo reincarnation. Qin Feng had closely observed Orochimaru performing the technique, sensing where the soul originated and where the pure land lay, yet found no clues. Even his divine sense failed to perceive it. One must taste the pear to know its flavor. And after days of intensive research, Qin Feng gradually grasped the fundamental principles behind the impure world reincarnation. He understood that the technique required the deceased's DNA as a medium coupled with precise hand seals and immense chakra to open a dimensional conduit between the pure land and the mortal world, thereby summoning and binding the soul within a specially prepared vessel. Qin Feng slowly raised his hands and began weaving the seals, chanting rhythmically: snake, goat, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Each seal-formed chakra surged violently around him, until a colossal circular array materialized on the ground, its intricate lines radiating an aura of profound mystery. Qin Feng placed the prepared DNA sample at the array's center, then amplified his chakra output. The array blazed with brilliant light, emitting a tremendous suction force, as if drawing everything nearby into its vortex. Qin Feng focused his divine sense, attempting to trace the array's connection point. In thud, his consciousness recoiled instantly. Clearly this world forbade such spiritual probing. Then let's try the Nascent Soul, he murmured to himself. And he began casting the spell, projecting a fragment of his own Nascent Soul. He'd mastered this skill while studying the multi-shadow clone technique. A miniature version of Qin Feng, no larger than a fingertip, emerged translucent and spectral. And he recast the impure world reincarnation as the dimensional conduit opened. His Nascent Soul avatar forced its way through into the pure land. Success. And upon stepping into the Naruto universe's pure land, the first thing he beheld was a sky of flawless mirror-like clarity, utterly cloudless, its pure sapphire hue evoking an endless placid lake, serene and enigmatic. Soft, even light bathed the realm, not dazzling like sunlight in the mortal world, yet imbued with a gentle warmth capable of soothing even the deepest ripples within the soul. Beneath his feet stretched a vast expanse of pristine white sand, fine, supple, and shimmering faintly, as though countless stardust fragments had coalesced here. Here and there strange blossoms bloomed across the sands, devoid of leaves, bearing only plump ethereal petals that glowed with a soft luminescence, swaying gently, as if whispering forgotten tales. A sinuous river meandered through the land, its waters crystal clear, revealing every pebble on its bed. Yet this was no ordinary water. It flowed as a luminous azure spirit fluid, its gentle murmur a melodious ancient song. Near the river stood an ancient stone pavilion. Its stones were no common granite, but a rare, softly glowing mineral inscribed with arcane runes and motifs, chronicling eons of time and primordial legends. Inside rested a stone table and benches where souls often gathered to rest, soft conversations echoing within, breathing quiet vitality into the pavilion. Deeper into the pure land lay a tranquil forest. Its trees soared tall and slender, their trunks semi-transparent, within which faint light pulsed like slow living breath. Crystalline fruits hung from the branches, gleaming like radiant gemstones. Occasionally snow-white spirit birds alighted upon the boughs, their plumage haloed in soft radiance, their clear silvery calls adding a delicate vivacity to the grove. Throughout the pure land drifted countless souls, most semi-transparent, each enveloped in a gentle ambient glow. Some gathered in small clusters floating serenely midair, conversing in hushed tones, and others stood alone gazing into the distance, lost in memories of lives long past. Their faces bore profound calm, freed from worldly anxieties and sorrows as if all burdens had dissolved into perfect equanimity. In the far distance rose a mountain, ethereal half-veiled, its slopes suffused with golden radiance, as though forged from pure, unadulterated energy. Its contours shimmered indistinctly in the light, dreamlike, illusory. Legends say this mountain lies at the heart of the Pure Land, holding the ultimate mysteries of life, death, and rebirth. Countless souls yearn to ascend it, yet its impenetrable enigma deters many. At its base shimmered a lake, its surface rippling with iridescent five-hued light interwoven like phantasmal silk. It is said this lake possesses the power to purify souls, granting them deeper peace and ultimate liberation. And no wonder so few wish to be resurrected via impure world reincarnation. Life here is infinitely preferable. Peace. Tranquility. No war. No suffering. Bang. The miniature version of Qin Feng's soul shattered. This world did not allow such entities to exist, much like bubbles in water that are squeezed out. This world is truly marvelous. Qin Feng murmured. Orochimaru, have you reached the Pure Land? Qin Feng, yes, it truly is a wonderful place. Orochimaru, so killing is actually for the other party's good. Such a great place, yet no one is willing to go, still wanting to live. Qin Feng, ha. Indeed, will there be no psychological burden in killing in the future? Orochimaru, what is a psychological burden? Several days later, Qin Feng stopped exploring the Pure Land and continued his research on soul infusion. In a secret laboratory filled with various experimental instruments and ancient texts, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, focusing intently on the body of Hitaki Kakashi, replicated by White Zetsu. The replica lay quietly in a specially designed cultivation tank, its exterior indistinguishable from an ordinary person, eyes tightly closed, skin emitting a faint sheen as if it could awaken at any moment. This body has no soul, no consciousness. Qin Feng, Orochimaru, how are the data on this body? Orochimaru, the data is quite good, the body is very stable. Qin Feng, next let's attempt the soul infusion. According to the research on the Pure Land, there exists a special connection between the soul and the body. If we can find the key to this connection, we might successfully infuse the soul into the replica. As Qin Feng murmured to himself, he quickly wrote in his experimental notebook. His gaze revealed determination and obsession. He had not closed his eyes for several consecutive days to complete this research. Qin Feng carefully injected his chakra into the replica, attempting to perceive its internal structure and energy flow. As the chakra was injected, the replica's body trembled slightly, igniting a glimmer of hope in Qin Feng's heart. However, when he attempted to attach a thread of soul power to the chakra and send it into the replica, he encountered a powerful repulsion. The body of the replica tensed instantly, its previously trembling limbs stiffening, as if resisting the incoming soul. It seems it is not that simple. This replica's body is like a sealed container, instinctively repelling the soul. Qin Feng frowned, lost in thought. He recalled seeing records about the compatibility between the soul and body during his research on the Pure Land. Perhaps the issue lies here. At that moment, the door to the laboratory slowly opened and Orochimaru entered with graceful steps, wearing his signature enigmatic smile, holding a scroll of recently completed research. Qin Feng, I think I found some crucial clues to help you advance your research. Orochimaru's voice was low and magnetic. Qin Feng raised his head, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh, speak, I'm all ears. Orochimaru approached the experimental table, gently caressing the replica's arm, and said, in my in-depth study of cellular structures, I discovered that the compatibility between the soul and body largely depends on the cell's acceptance of soul energy. Perhaps we can start by altering the cellular structure of the replica. He then handed the materials in his hand to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the materials and quickly flipped through them, the light in his eyes growing brighter. Interesting. According to your reasoning, combined with my previous research on soul marks, we might indeed find a breakthrough. The two immediately sprang into action. Qin Feng prepared various potions which contained different energies and elements, hoping to reduce the replica's rejection of the soul by altering its constitution. Orochimaru focused on using his exquisite ninjutsu techniques to fine-tune the cellular structure of the replica. He quickly formed hand seals enveloping the replica in a green chakra glow, carefully sensing and adjusting the subtle changes in the cells. Qin Feng slowly injected the prepared potion into the replica, then attempted once more to send the soul power in. This time the repulsion seemed to weaken a bit, but it was still unable to allow the soul to enter the replica smoothly. Still not working. What exactly went wrong? Qin Feng anxiously paced in the laboratory, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue, but more so a sense of unwillingness. Orochimaru squinted, slightly pondering for a moment before saying, perhaps we need to adjust our energy delivery method. The soul power is too strong. Injecting it directly triggers a severe repulsion from the replica. We could try a gentler approach, allowing the soul power to seep in slowly. After proposing the adjustment to the energy delivery method, Qin Feng furrowed his brows, lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly shook his head, looking firmly at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, your suggestion has merit, but based on my research on the properties of the soul and the rules of the Pure Land, a gentle seepage may not allow the soul to truly integrate with the replica. For the soul to enter the body, a strong impact is needed to break through the replica's defense mechanism, establishing a stable connection. Orochimaru squinted slightly, watching Qin Feng with interest. Oh, it seems you have your own thoughts. Qin Feng did not respond. He walked straight to the center of the laboratory and swiftly formed hand seals. The air around them suddenly became heavy, and a large circular magic array slowly appeared on the ground, the lines of the array twisting and emitting a ghostly green glow. As Qin Feng changed his hand seals, the magic array's light grew increasingly brilliant, and the surrounding chakra began to fluctuate violently. Earth-style reanimation arise. Qin Feng shouted loudly, slamming his hands down onto the ground. In an instant, a plume of white smoke burst forth from the array, enveloping the surroundings and obscuring everyone's vision. Within the smoke, the figure of Hatake Kakashi gradually emerged. Holding a short blade, his eyes were filled with confusion. After surveying his surroundings, they landed on Qin Feng. You summoned me here again. What is the purpose this time? Qin Feng stepped forward, speaking sincerely. Senior Kakashi, I need your help. I am conducting a study on whether the soul can perfectly merge with a replica, and I hope to use your soul power for the attempt. Hatake Kakashi frowned slightly. Merging the soul with a replica? That doesn't sound like an easy task. However, since you summoned me, there must be a reason. Qin Feng nodded once more, forming hand seals and gently moving the replica in front of Hatake Kakashi. Then he directed the power of reanimation, attempting to separate Hatake Kakashi's soul from the constraints of reanimation and infuse it into the replica. The reanimated Hatake Kakashi cried out in pain. This suffering came from the soul. As Qin Feng exerted his effort, Hatake Kakashi's soul began to flicker with dim light, slowly detaching from the reanimation shell and drifting towards the replica. However, just as the soul was about to contact the replica suddenly trembled violently, and a powerful repulsion emerged once again. Bang! The body of the reanimated Hatake Kakashi shattered, and his soul disappeared, returning to the Pure Land. Orochimaru, it seems this method won't work. Qin Feng smiled and said, I've thought of a new method. He summoned another white zetsu as a sacrificial offering. Earth-style reanimation. Qin Feng clapped his hands and shouted. The offering was covered with white paper, sensing Hatake Kakashi's soul transmitting from the Pure Land. Qin Feng directly guided the soul into the body of the replica, Hatake Kakashi. The offering vanished, and the replica of Hatake Kakashi opened its eyes. Qin Feng, it worked. Orochimaru, this. Has it succeeded? Incapa variant Sakomo Hatake sensed his own body gazing at his hands. This was genuine life, not the hollow sensation of Edo Tensei. Sakomo Hatake, am I truly resurrected? And Qin Feng, how does it feel? And Sakomo Hatake, remarkably well. Orochimaru, then from now on can we resurrect whomever we wish? And Qin Feng, Orochimaru, that's an excellent notion. But this experiment remains incomplete. We must observe whether hidden drawbacks emerge later. And this world is incomplete. A complete world possesses the path of reincarnation. Here all who die pass into the Pure Land. Would mass resurrection from the Pure Land trigger unforeseen consequences? And Orochimaru, Lord Qin, thank you. Without you, I would never have reached this point nor glimpsed the truth of this world. Qin Feng, Orochimaru, far too modest. After all, we are collaborators. The Shinigami project has only just begun. In Orochimaru, I eagerly anticipate Kakashi's expression upon seeing his resurrected father. In Konoha village, within the solemn and austere assembly hall of the Uchiha clan, tension hung thick as before a storm. The Uchiha crest adorned the walls, radiating an air of mystic authority beneath the flickering candlelight. Representatives of the Uchiha's radical and conservative factions gathered here, fiercely debating the sensitive, momentous question of whether to overthrow the Hokage regime. Fugaku Uchiha, head of the Uchiha clan, sat upon the central dais, brow deeply furrowed, listening in silence to the voices around him. Beside him, Mikoto Uchiha watched with quiet anxiety, glancing repeatedly at Fugaku, as if seeking reassurance. Ryu Uchiha, representative of the radical faction, rose to his feet, face flushed with fervor. The Hokage regime has long harbored suspicion toward our clan, relentlessly suppressing our influence. We wield immense power. Why should we endure such subjugation? Now is the time to act. Topple the Hokage regime and let the Uchiha become Konoha's true sovereigns. His voice echoed through the hall, charged with incitement. Crane Uchiha, representative of the conservative faction, rose slowly, shaking his head. His tone remained calm, but unyielding. Ryu, do not act rashly. Though the Hokage regime watches us with caution, Konoha remains our shared home. To launch rebellion would ignite a brutal civil war, costing countless lives. We must pursue peaceful resolution, dialogue, and negotiation to claim the rights rightfully ours. Ryu Uchiha scoffed dismissively. Dialogue. Negotiation. Do you truly believe they will listen? For years, how many of our appeals have ever been heeded? If we delay now, shall we wait until they eradicate us entirely? Crane Uchiha frowned. Even so, rebellion is profoundly unwise. Our strength is formidable, but so too are the other shinobi of Konoha. Victory or defeat would be uncertain in open war. And even should we succeed in toppling the Hokage regime, what then? We would become pariahs, drawing the united wrath of the entire shinobi world. At last Fugaku Uchiha spoke, his voice low, resonant, commanding, "Let everyone first calm themselves. Ryu, your courage is admirable, but Crane speaks wisdom as well. Rebellion is indeed a perilous gamble. We must weigh it with utmost gravity." And Ryu Uchiha turned urgently toward Fugaku clan head. "You must not be swayed by their words. The Uchiha possess the power of the Sharingan. United we shall surely overcome those decaying forces of the Hokage regime." Mikoto Uchiha could no longer remain silent. "Ryu, you see only power, yet ignore consequence. War brings only ruin. Our kin, the villagers of Konoha, all will suffer. Can you truly bear witness to such devastation?" A brief, heavy silence fell over the hall as each weighed the merits and perils of this fierce debate. The radical and conservative factions stood locked in opposition, neither yielding, while the Uchiha clan's future grew ever more uncertain amid this impassioned conflict. In the hushed, shadow-draped woods of Konoha, moonlight filtered through dense foliage, casting fragmented patterns of light and dark. Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha moved unseen within those shifting shadows, the air thick with unbearable gravity. Shisui Uchiha furrowed his brow, his gaze profound and troubled, breaking the silence. "First, Itachi. The Uchiha clan's ambition swells unchecked. Its rift with the village has become irreconcilable. We must act, else Konoha will plunge into grave crisis." Unlike the original timeline, Shisui remained alive, altered by Qin Feng's influence. Shisui was unwaveringly loyal to the Hokage, staunchly supporting the regime. In the original narrative, Itachi's massacre of his own clan had likely been shaped, perhaps even orchestrated, by Shisui. Itachi had always been gentle and kind, a dutiful son, a devoted elder brother, an exemplary student. A boy who contemplated existence from childhood could not fail to perceive the conspiracy behind the massacre or foresee his kin's fate. He had merely fallen under Shisui's Tsukuyomi, his will subtly bent by the technique. And Itachi clenched his lower lip, eyes brimming with anguish and inner turmoil. "Shisui, I understand. Yet these are my kin. To raise my hand against them, how can I bear it? And how can you?" His voice trembled faintly, his torment laid bare. Shisui stepped forward and gently placed a hand upon Itachi's shoulder. "I know your heart, Itachi. But as shinobi of Konoha, protecting the village is our sacred duty. This is for the sake of countless lives, and for the peace of Konoha." And Itachi drew a slow, steadying breath. "I know. Yet the cost feels immeasurable. Shisui, is there truly no other way?" And Shisui shook his head, resigned. "At present, this may be the sole path to wholly prevent the Uchiha's rebellion. We can minimize casualties, targeting only the core conspirators." And Itachi paused, then asked quietly, "Then how shall the operation unfold? Our kin's strength is formidable. Any misstep risks igniting a devastating civil war." A resolute gleam flashed in Shisui's eyes. "First, I shall use my Kodo Tsukumi to subdue key figures, undermining their resistance. Then you will strike swiftly, eliminating the remaining hardliners. Speed is essential. The battle must conclude within moments." Itachi tightened his fists, his knuckles whitening with strain. "Very well. Then I shall bear this burden. But afterward, how shall I face myself? How face the others in the village?" And Shisui met Itachi's gaze, earnest and solemn. "Itachi, you sacrifice for Konoha. This pain I share with you. When all is done, depart Konoha as a missing mean. Let all believe you betrayed the village in pursuit of power. Perhaps then your suffering may ease." Itachi lifted his head, eyes burning with irrevocable resolve. "For Konoha, for peace, I accept this infamy." And unbeknownst to Itachi, he had long been ensnared within Shisui's genjutsu. Beneath the silver moonlight, their silhouettes appeared profoundly solitary. They knew the coming operation would shatter their lives forever and irrevocably alter the destiny of the Uchiha clan. As the debate within the Uchiha clan raged on, Kakashi arrived alone at the tranquil cemetery of Konohagakure, cradling a bouquet of white wildflowers, and slowly approached the gravestone of his father Tsukumo Hitaki. A gentle breeze brushed against Kakashi's hair, and he stood quietly gazing at his father's name on the gravestone, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. "Father," Kakashi whispered, his voice echoing clearly in the stillness of the cemetery. "You died and all my comrades are gone. Even teacher Minato has perished. It feels like I am the only one left in this world. But one of my comrades has actually come back to life. I have gained my own eyes, yet this world is becoming more incomprehensible. Now the Uchiha clan is facing a significant decision. The radicals wish to overthrow the Hokage's regime, while the conservatives advocate for peaceful negotiation. I do not know how to view all of this." He sighed softly, crouching down to place the flowers before the gravestone. "I wonder where the Uchiha clan and the village will ultimately end up." At that moment, a gentle wind blew by, as if carrying his father's response. Kakashi seemed to sense something and continued, the Uchiha clan possesses immense power. If this power were directed correctly, it could have brought prosperity to Konohagakure. But now they find themselves in such a predicament. I have often wondered how you managed to uphold your beliefs when faced with such difficult choices back then. Kakashi recalled the moments from his father's life, his gaze revealing a hint of nostalgia. You sacrificed your mission to protect your comrades, yet faced misunderstanding from many. But you never regretted it. You once said that comrades are more important than anything else. If the Uchiha clan were to revolt now, Konohagakure would surely be plunged into war and countless comrades would be harmed. What should I do to prevent such a tragedy from occurring? The wind continued to blow softly, rustling the fallen leaves. Kakashi seemed to hear his father's whisper, Kakashi, the future of Konohagakure needs your protection. The issues of the Uchiha clan cannot be resolved simply through force. You must believe that as long as you hold on to justice, you will always find a way to balance the interests of all parties. Do not let hatred and impulse cloud your vision. Prioritize the larger picture and safeguard the peace and tranquility of Konohagakure. Kakashi gradually stood up, the confusion in his eyes fading, replaced by a determined gaze. I understand now, father. I will do everything I can to prevent this potential disaster. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, I will uphold my beliefs, protect Konohagakure, and safeguard my comrades. With that, Kakashi deeply bowed to his father's gravestone, then turned and left the cemetery with resolute steps. Hey Kakashi! Qin Feng suddenly appeared, calling out to Kakashi from behind. Qin Feng. Kakashi turned his head, seeing the lower ninja from the village who day after day failed to take on missions and seemed lost in his pursuits. With a puzzled expression he asked, What are you doing here? Is there something you need? Qin Feng replied, Hey, I just saw you here looking melancholic. Is that your dad? Kakashi, let's get to the point. Qin Feng, miss your dad. Kakashi, I miss your sister. I just want to beat someone up to anyone around. Qin Feng, it looks like you really miss your dad. I want a hug. No way. I can't take it anymore. Even without my Sharingan, I have to teach this guy a lesson. Though perhaps definitely, it was likely that I couldn't win. Lightning cutter. Kakashi's right hand crackled with white lightning as he charged towards Qin Feng at high speed. Qin Feng crossed his arms, showing no defenses, allowing Kakashi to attack. Smack! Suddenly a figure appeared and grabbed Kakashi's wrist. Kakashi, long time no see. The newcomer was none other than Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, the legendary White Fang of Konoha. Dad! Kakashi stood frozen, staring at the person before him. With silvery white hair and sharp yet gentle eyes, he resembled a tranquil lake in a quiet forest. He wore the Konoha headband and was dressed in the standard green Jonin attire. A short sword was slung across his back. Who else could this be if not his father? Kakashi asked, Are you really my father? Tsukumo Hatake, yes, I remember when you were 5 you wet the bed once. Kakashi, please don't say that. It was confirmed this was indeed his biological father. Qin Feng, I'll just take my leave, you two catch up. Tsukumo Hatake, Qin, thank you. After thanking, Tsukumo bowed deeply to Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively and swiftly left. Kakashi, Qin Feng, thank you. Kakashi, how have you been all these years? In a concealed, dimly lit chamber within Konoha village, Qin Feng and Danzō meticulously discussed the plan to eradicate the Uchiha clan. A suffocating silence hung in the air, flickering candlelight cast sharp, cold shadows across their stern faces. Danzō bowed slightly, his tone deferential, yet laced with quiet menace. Lord, for the execution of this operation, Uchiha Obito is an ideal candidate. He possesses formidable strength and deep-seated resentment toward his own clan, ensuring unwavering commitment. Moreover, his mastery of concealment and ambush allows him to deliver a decisive, fatal strike at the critical moment. Qin Feng nodded, faintly, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. Obito is indeed usable. And what of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi? Danzō's gaze sharpened with calculation. Shursui remains fiercely loyal to Konoha and wields the extraordinary ocular technique Tsukuyami. We may harness his ability to control key figures at pivotal moments, thereby weakening the Uchiha's resistance. His power could be turned against his kin, paralyzing dissent before it coalesces. As for Itachi, his prodigious talent and exceptional prowess coupled with his intimate knowledge of the Uchiha compound and the strengths of its members make him indispensable. With Obito acting in concert, their synergy will yield unparalleled efficiency. Your arrangements are sound. Qin Feng murmured, arms crossed, pausing in thought. Yet both retain lingering affection for their kin. How do we ensure they steel themselves to carry out this grim duty? A faint, cruel smile curled Danzō's lips. Lord, we shall lay bare the stakes before them. The Uchiha's radical faction seeks nothing less than to overthrow the Hokage, a treasonous act that threatens the very survival of the village. Should Itachi and Shursui choose righteousness over blood, they not only save their own lives and those of their loved ones, but also earn lasting glory in Konoha's annals. Furthermore, we may offer discreet protection to those they hold dear. And Root's role? Qin Feng asked. Danzō replied without hesitation. Root shinobi are rigorously trained in stealth and assassination. During the operation, they shall secure the perimeter, ensuring no survivors escape. Afterward, Root will erase every trace blood chakra residue, even memory, leaving no evidence, no loose ends. Very well. Proceed as planned. Summon Shui and Itachi immediately. The operation commences tonight, under your sole command. Upon completion, they shall assume the guise of rogue ninjas and infiltrate the Akatsuki and Amigakure as deep cover agents. Obito's involvement is already secured. He will coordinate seamlessly with your forces. Collect all Sharingan eyes discreetly, and ensure this entire burden rests squarely upon the third Hokage's shoulders. This matter brooks no error. Execute it flawlessly, clean, silent, irreversible. Danzō bowed deeply. Yes, Lord. I shall begin at once. He turned and strode swiftly from the chamber, vanishing into the consuming dark. Qin Feng remained alone at its center, his gaze glacial, already fixed upon the fate awaiting the Uchiha clan. Ripples shimmered across the void, and Obito materialized. Qin Feng are the seals fully inscribed. As instructed, every mark is in place. I bring glad tidings. Hatake Tsukumo has truly been revived, and reunited with his son Kakashi. Is that so? Then Rin. His heart surged, desperate to resurrect her, yet paralyzed by dread. Like a traveler returning home after decades abroad, he trembled on the threshold. Yearning yet fearing the home he remembered might dissolve like mist at his touch. He feared this hope was but a fragile, gilded bubble, poised to shatter the instant he reached out to grasp it. Rest assured, I honor every vow I make. Understood. The experiment succeeded, but we must monitor the subject closely for unforeseen anomalies. The operation begins tonight. Coordinate with Danzō. I must return to Kusagakure to oversee the relocation. With a firm clasp on Obito's shoulder, Qin Feng vanished in a flash of golden light. Obito whispered softly, Sakimo Sensei. It's been far too long. Meanwhile, in the Hatake residence, Tsukumo moved about the kitchen preparing dinner. Kakashi leaned against the doorway, enveloped in quiet warmth. A soft knock echoed. Coming. Kakashi opened the door to find Obito standing there clad in black robes, maskless face unguarded. Oh, Obito. Kakashi's voice held layered disbelief. Comrade, friend, teammate, and the man who killed their sensei. Kakashi. I heard your father had returned. I came to see him. Ah, Obito, you've grown into quite the young man. Please come in. Obito stood frozen, gazing upon Tsukumo unchanged from memory, the very man whose sacrifice had shattered his world. If Rin were restored, would she too stand before him just as she had, radiant and alive? The thought rose unbidden, tears blurring his vision. Tsukumo blinked, bewildered. I'm Kakashi's father, not yours. Why do you look at me as if I were your own? Come and sit down. I've prepared dinner. We'll share a meal together. He gestured warmly, genuinely hospitable. Thank you, uncle. I hope I'm not intruding. Obito stepped inside and surreptitiously wiped away a tear. They ate in hushed reverence. Kakashi and Obito spoke little. Tsukumo filled the silence, reminiscing fondly, speaking tenderly of days ahead. A tear fell into Obito's bowl. If Rin lived again, would she laugh beside him like this, sharing simple, sacred meals? Meanwhile, Danzō sat rigid upon his throne, face shadowed, eyes sharp as a hunting hawk's. Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi stood before him, side by side, yet worlds apart. Shusui's brow furrowed in quiet doubt. Itachi's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes betrayed profound anguish. You have been summoned for a mission of utmost secrecy and consequence. Danzō's voice rasped low and hollow in the stillness. Radicals within the Uchiha clan plot to overthrow the Hokage, a betrayal that cannot be tolerated. As elite members of the Uchiha, you bear the solemn duty of safeguarding Konoha's peace. You are hereby ordered to execute the Uchiha clan's eradication. Itachi recoiled, staggered, as if struck. Lord Danzō, these are our kin. How can we? Danzō raised a hand, his gaze freezing. Itachi, you swore your life to Konoha's protection. Will you now abandon duty for sentiment? The radicals are resolved. They will burn this village to ash unless halted now. This order bears the third Hokage's seal, and his explicit mandate names you both as its executors. Itachi clenched his jaw, trembling hands betraying the agony tearing through him. To slaughter his own family felt like 1,000 blades piercing his soul. Danzō softened his tone, calculating, persuasive. Itachi, you are gifted beyond measure, heir to the clan headship. No one knows your kin's strength, or their secrets, better than you. You shall lead this operation. Shui will support you. Ensure absolute precision, no survivors, no traces. At least spare Sasuke. He is still a child, innocent of all this. Sasuke may live, raised in Konoha as the last Uchiha orphan. I shall protect him personally, but you must fulfill your duty. Itachi fell silent, then gave a slow, broken nod. I will do my best. Shursui, though torn, met Danzō's gaze, and bowed. Yes, Lord Danzō. Root will assist in the operation. Danzō nodded approvingly. Upon completion, you two will infiltrate the Akatsuki as undercover agents. The Akatsuki has grown increasingly active across the shinobi world, its motives veiled, its influence expanding. Konoha requires intelligence from within, to anticipate threats before they strike. Shursui frowned. The Akatsuki is heavily guarded. How shall we gain entry and earn their trust? Danzō's smile was thin predatory. That lies with you. Enter as rogue ninjas. Claim outrage at Konoha's treatment of your clan. Your skills alone will draw their interest, and your shared history will lend credibility. Moreover, Itachi, you possess something rare, power matched only by your Sharingan. To the Akatsuki, you are not merely valuable. You are irreplaceable. Itachi inclined his head. Understood, Lord Danzō. This mission defines Konoha's survival. Every choice you make, every word you speak, carries consequence. Never forget that. Danzō's gaze swept over them. Cold, unyielding final. Shursui and Itachi exchanged a glance, seeing only gravity, sorrow, and the unbearable weight of duty. A full moon hung high in the night sky, while crows cried mournfully. Beneath the shroud of darkness over Konoha village, the Uchiha compound was suffused with an aura of ill omen. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Itachi slipped silently into the compound like phantoms of the night. Obito radiated a chilling aura of slaughter. His Sharingan glowed with an eerie crimson light in the shadows. Shursui's brow was deeply furrowed, his eyes brimming with anguish and inner conflict. Itachi's face was ashen, his soul already numbed by unbearable torment. The three split up and launched their merciless operation. Leveraging the power of Kimui, Obito swiftly eliminated the unprepared members of the radical faction. Blood splattered in his wake. Shursui, meanwhile, employed the power of Izanagi to subtly subdue key figures, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. In an instant, fire erupted across the Uchiha compound, and screams pierced the night. In the grass country, Qin Feng stood within a concealed outpost commanding white Zetsu clones. They rapidly transformed and replaced conservative Uchiha clan members. Itachi walked slowly toward his family home. He pushed open the door. The warm glow of lamplight still filled the room where his parents sat at the table, weariness etched upon their faces. Seeing Itachi return, Uchiha Fugaku paused, startled. Itachi, why are you back at this hour? His voice trailed off as he sensed something profoundly wrong. Tears welled in Itachi's eyes. His voice trembled. Father. Mother. I'm sorry. His hand tightened around the hilt of his tanto. Uchiha Makoto stared at her son in horror. Itachi, what are you doing? Fugaku instantly understood everything. Grief flickered across his gaze, followed by a quiet, sorrowful resignation. Itachi, was this ordered from above? Yes, father. I had no choice. For Konoha. Gritting his teeth, Itachi gave a stiff, agonized nod. Fugaku rose slowly and stepped forward. I understand, my son. You have always been an exceptional shinobi, burdened with immense responsibility. Go on. Do not let your suffering linger. Makoto burst into tears and rushed before Fugaku. No, Fugaku. How could our son? Itachi's hand shook violently. His heart raged in silent, desperate conflict. Before him stood his dearest parents, the ones who had given him life and love. Yet duty and mission pressed down upon him like a mountain of lead, crushing his breath and spirit. At last he closed his eyes and drove his kunai forward with terrible finality. Blood sprayed forth as Fugaku and Makoto collapsed slowly to the floor. Itachi opened his eyes to behold his parents lying motionless in a pool of blood. Tears streamed down his face as he threw back his head and roared, a cry torn from the depths of despair and unspeakable pain. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke stirred awake from sleep and pushed open the door to his parents' bedroom, only to freeze stunned at the sight before him. There stood Itachi gripping a blood-slicked kunai, standing amid a crimson pool. His parents' lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the floor. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, why? Hearing Sasuke's voice, Itachi recoiled as if struck. He turned slowly, gazing upon his younger brother, lips trembling, yet words failing him entirely. Tears poured from Sasuke's eyes. Brother, why did you do this? They were our kin. Sasuke, it was for Konoha. Itachi steadied himself. What was done could not be undone, so let cruelty run its course. He seized Sasuke, roughly locking his crimson Sharingan eyes onto his brother's, voice harsh and searing. Foolish little brother. Come before me again only when you've awakened eyes like these. I don't care about Konoha. You're a traitor. You murdered our family. Sasuke screamed, lunging at Itachi in blind fury. Itachi made no move to evade. He let Sasuke's fists rain down upon him. With a single glare, Sasuke collapsed unconscious. Let him sleep well. Wiping blood from his face, Itachi resumed the slaughter. The Uchiha clan was subjected to one-sided annihilation. Many attempted to flee, only to fall before Root's ambush at the compound's perimeter. Danzō instructed his subordinates to systematically harvest Sharingan eyes. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga compound, Hyuga Hayashi narrowed his eyes, veins pulsing along his temples as he gazed toward the Uchiha district, where the faint, grim silhouette of massacre flickered on the horizon. From his vantage, he grasped the logic behind it all, the hidden orchestrators, the grim necessity. And yet a quiet sorrow settled upon him, the sorrow of a fox mourning a fallen rabbit. Another great clan of Konoha, erased in a single night. Makamura Ichiro slept soundly, until a system alert blared inside his mind, jolting him awake with reluctant awareness. This hour, the night of the Uchiha massacre. He dressed swiftly and raced toward the Uchiha compound, praying fervently for a bountiful reward, perhaps even a Sharingan eye. Check-in. He slipped in stealthily and immediately triggered the system. Ding. Congratulations. Check-in successful. Awarded 1 Sharingan eye. Activate now. Does this Sharingan drain chakra heavily? And can it be deactivated? Ding. System-issued Sharingan is fully controllable. Activation and deactivation are voluntary with minimal chakra cost. As expected, system-grade artifacts are peerless. With that, Makamura activated it. A crimson flash surged through his left eye, transforming it into a Sharingan. He closed his eye, then opened it again. 3 Tomo swirled within his iris. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi approached Uchiha Izumi, his childhood friend, his first love. Yet now bound by duty, and to prevent further secrets from leaking, he had no choice but to proceed. Izumi stared at him in terror, trembling as she beheld his blood-stained form, a cold-blooded executioner. Itachi slowly raised his hand, the kunai in his grip gleaming with lethal coldness. Fear flooded Izumi's eyes. Her lips quivered. Itachi. Brother, why? His hand froze midair, his soul waging its final desperate battle. To kill Izumi was more agonizing than slaying anyone else, yet the chains of duty held him fast. With a sharp, decisive breath, he thrust the blade forward. Izumi crumpled silently to the ground. Itachi's shoulders heaved. He wept uncontrollably, consumed by the horror of what he had become. As dawn crept across the eastern sky, the Uchiha clan faded into ruin, leaving behind only blood-soaked silence and infinite sorrow. Konoha village, bathed in morning light, appeared serene and untouched. The Uchiha compound lay in utter devastation, like the hollowed remains of a half-eaten cake. An AMBU operative reported, Hokagesima, our count confirms. Only Uchiha Sasuke survives. All others are dead. Who dared commit such brazen atrocity? The third Hokage's voice thundered with feigned outrage, while inwardly he rejoiced at last the thorn in his side had been uprooted. Danzō had performed admirably. Intelligence indicates Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui carried out the massacre. Both have vanished without trace. Humph. Declare the missing Nin of Konoha. Rank bounty issued immediately. In the secret base of the Land of Grass, a group of Uchiha clan members appeared confused. Were they not just in the midst of a massacre? How did they suddenly end up here? Is this the legendary Pure Land? Or perhaps hell? Just as everyone was puzzled, Qin Feng stepped forward, instantly capturing their attention. Qin Feng, everyone, my name is Qin Feng, and this is the Land of Grass. What? How did we end up here all of a sudden? Yes, I just saw a dragon being killed back at the clan's territory. Yes, I was just with my wife. Cough, cough. It hurts. Suddenly a chaotic noise erupted. Qin Feng, everyone, I was the one who saved you. All of your clan members are here. As for the others, they have already been killed. Why? How could our clan so powerful be killed? Who could be so ruthless towards us? Qin Feng, whoever did this, I believe you all know the answer in your hearts. The third Hokage has been dissatisfied with you for a long time. Uchiha Fugaku stepped out from the crowd, disbelief written across his face as he asked, was this done by the third Hokage? Qin Feng, didn't your heart already have the answer? Fugaku, are these all that remain of our clan? Qin Feng, yes, I'm sorry, my abilities are limited. There were only a few hundred people present. Knowing this beforehand, they might as well have fought back. Qin Feng, Konoha cannot accommodate your Uchiha clan, but the Land of Grass can. If you wish to live here, you may stay. If you want opportunities for revenge in the future, I can also help you find them. Fugaku, thank you, Qin Feng, for saving my clan in our time of peril and for providing a refuge for the Uchiha clan. From now on, we will coexist with the Land of Grass. We have sacrificed so much in Konoha, and now we face the annihilation of our clan. We must avenge this grievance. Yes, we must avenge this grievance. A chorus of voices echoed from the crowd. Qin Feng, in that case, you can settle here. This entire area can serve as your clan's base. Fugaku, we are eternally grateful, and if the Uchiha clan is ever needed, we will not hesitate to pay any price. With these Sharingan, my strength will surely increase significantly. However, within Konoha, where experts abound, revealing them carelessly will undoubtedly attract unnecessary trouble. Mikazuki murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. He understood well Konoha's emphasis on the Sharingan and their vigilance towards the remnants of the Uchiha clan. If the higher-ups of the village were to learn that he possessed the Sharingan, he might be seen as a potential threat or even be forced to surrender his Sharingan, becoming an object of surveillance. Mikazuki was filled with resentment. He yearned to pursue greater power through this Sharingan rather than being bound by Konoha's rules. Konoha is good, but it is not a stage where I can fully display my talents. After surviving for so many years, I haven't gained anything worthwhile. Mikazuki sighed deeply, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. He recalled the rumors circulating in the ninja world about the Akatsuki organization, a mysterious group composed of rogue ninjas from various countries, powerful and unbound by any nation, secretly plotting some unknown grand schemes. Perhaps the Akatsuki organization is where I belong. There with the system, I can gain more opportunities to enhance my strength and break free from Konoha's constraints. Fortune favors the bold, let's do this. Mikazuki thought of the Land of Rain, a mysterious country perpetually shrouded in rain rumored to be the hiding place of the Akatsuki headquarters. It was far from Konoha, filled with unknowns and dangers, yet also abundant with infinite possibilities. Land of Rain Akatsuki, here I come. Mikazuki clenched his fists, beginning to pack his bags for the journey to the Land of Rain. After completing a heavy and cruel mission, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were physically and mentally exhausted, yet they had no choice but to embark on a new journey for the future of Konoha, joining the Akatsuki organization. The two disguised themselves and left Konoha, heading towards the Land of Rain. Along the way, both remained silent, each lost in complex thoughts. Itachi's eyes revealed deep fatigue and helplessness. He had slaughtered his own clan, and this pain was like a heavy shackle constantly binding his soul. As for Shisui, despite feeling much reluctance and internal struggle, he chose to silently endure for the peace of Konoha. Finally, they arrived at the Land of Rain. The sky in the Land of Rain was always gloomy, with fine raindrops falling like cow hair, soaking their clothes. Under the cover of the rain, they began to search for traces of the Akatsuki organization. After some inquiries and covert reconnaissance, they learned the location of a secret base of the Akatsuki organization. In the dead of night, the two quietly infiltrated the base. The base was heavily guarded with watchmen everywhere, but with their strength, they easily avoided all surveillance. When they entered the interior of the base, a powerful chakra fluctuation hit them. They saw a man dressed in a black cloak with red clouds sitting at the head. He was one of the members of the Akatsuki organization, Sasori. Sasori's gaze was cold as he looked at the two who had suddenly intruded, asking icily, "Who are you? Why did you invade this place?" Itachi stepped forward, his expression calm as he said, "We are the survivors of the Uchiha clan. We heard that the Akatsuki organization welcomes talented individuals and have come to seek refuge." As he spoke, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing the light of his Sharingan. Sasori raised an eyebrow, slightly a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Uchiha clan. Interesting. However, joining the Akatsuki organization is not that easy. You must first prove your strength. Shisui stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Itachi. "We are willing to accept any test." At that moment, a few people entered the base, one of whom was Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Pain's gaze was deep as he scrutinized Itachi and Shisui. "Why do members of the Uchiha clan suddenly wish to join our Akatsuki organization?" Itachi took a deep breath and said, "Konoha can no longer accommodate us. Our clan members are regarded as threats and have been slaughtered. We seek power, we seek revenge, and the Akatsuki organization may offer us this opportunity." Pain nodded slightly. "If your strength can be recognized, the Akatsuki welcomes your joining. But remember, once you join, you cannot betray us." Pain turned to Sasori and said, "Sasori, you shall test their strength." "All right." Sasori's voice was hoarse, cold, tinged with excitement. Within the Akatsuki's dim, austere hideout, steeped in an aura of cold lethality, a pivotal battle was about to commence, one that would determine whether Uchiha Itachi could gain entry into the organization. Sasori of the Red Sand stood motionless at the center of the arena. His surgically modified body gleamed with a frigid metallic sheen beneath the gloom, radiating an unnerving bone-deep chill. Uchiha Itachi approached calmly to the opposite side of the arena, his expression serene yet resolute. He knew this confrontation would decide whether he could infiltrate the Akatsuki and carry out his vital undercover mission for Konoha. The battle erupted without warning. Sasori struck first, hands weaving seals in swift succession, voice low and commanding 100-puppet technique. In that instant, dozens of intricately crafted puppets surged forth from behind him, agile, relentless, surging forward like a tide of steel and shadow. Each puppet bore razor-edged weapons that glinted with lethal coldness. The air thickened with palpable malice. Itachi watched, unhurried, unshaken. His fingers danced through hand seals, and with a sharp exhale, he unleashed fire, release, great fireball technique. A colossal orb of flame erupting from his lips, blazing like a comet hurtling toward the puppet swarm. The fireball struck the advancing puppets with a thunderous detonation, blinding light, searing heat, and shrapnel scattering in all directions. Several puppets were instantly consumed, reduced to molten slag and twisted scrap. Yet Sasori did not relent. A faint, chilling smile flickered across his lips as he directed the surviving puppets to scatter, encircling Itachi from every angle with ruthless precision. Their assaults defied convention. Some burst from beneath the floor, others dove from above like silent harbingers of death, unpredictable, inescapable. But Itachi's Sharingan pierced through the chaos, tracing each trajectory with preternatural clarity. In a blur of black lightning, he evaded fatal strikes, then with surgical precision flicked his kunai to sever the chakra threads controlling several puppets. Sasori's eyes narrowed. Surprise flared, brief but unmistakable. He had not anticipated such effortless countermeasures. Without hesitation, he wove new seals, summoning a towering humanoid puppet before him. Its form was grotesquely elegant, every inch bristling with concealed mechanisms. Under Sasori's command it lunged forward, weapons slashing through the air like a storm of razors. Itachi dodged and observed, his gaze dissecting motion rhythm flaw. Though ferocious, the puppet's movements held a subtle rigidity, betraying an underlying pattern. At the precise moment the puppet recoiled for another strike, Itachi activated Shadow Clone technique, multiple copies materializing beside him in perfect synchrony. With flawless coordination, the clones feinted and fragmented the puppet's focus, creating a fleeting opening. Seizing it, Itachi sealed the final hand sign and invoked Tsukuyomi. A crimson flash tore across reality. Sasori and his puppet vanished into the Jinjutsu's boundless dimension where time and space bent to Itachi's will. Within the Tsukuyomi realm, Sasori found himself stranded upon a desolate, wind-scoured wasteland, sand howling blades erupting from the earth like fangs of vengeance. He commanded the puppet to defend, but under the Jinjutsu's crushing weight its motion slowed, its joints grinding with agonizing resistance. The blades pierced its frame without resistance. Sasori himself writhed under psychic torment, yet even then his will remained unbroken. As an elite of the Akatsuki, he endured, then shattered free from the illusion. Emerging back into reality, his mind still raw with afterimages of agony, he acknowledged Itachi's supremacy and chose to unveil his ultimate technique. Hands sealing once more, he dissolved his consciousness into the puppet, its limbs igniting with newfound vitality, its speed and grace now surpassing human limits. Itachi felt the surge, the oppressive weight of chakra intensifying like a gathering storm. He knew the climax had arrived. He focused his entire being, his Sharingan blazing with crimson light, as he prepared to meet Sasori's final decisive assault. Enough. Cease your battle. You are both welcomed into the Akatsuki. The words hung in the silence, final, resonant, irrevocable. Once you and Jishuei had joined, another arrived. Mu Siyuan. What now? Together, of course, a one more is hardly a burden. Thus the Shao organization's members were largely assembled: Changmen Xiaonan Yuji, Bo Yu Yuji Jishuei, Ganshi Gui Jiao Xiedi de La Jiao, Du Fei Duan Ju Mu Siyuan, Yi Pai Pa, Shizong, and He Chu Leia. Some time had passed since the night of the clan's annihilation. With a trove of Sharingan recovered, Qin Feng and Da Shiwan embarked upon a frenzied series of experiments. One day, within a hidden underground stronghold, the lights were dim and a stifling atmosphere hung in the air. Qin Feng and Da Shiwan sat opposite one another, surrounded by instruments and mysterious scrolls, plotting an earth-shattering scheme capable of upheaving Mu Yi. The Yuji-Bo clan has been annihilated. Mu Yi appears tranquil, but its foundations have been shaken. This is the perfect moment for us to execute the Mu Yi collapse plan. Da Shiwan licked his lips, the characteristic sinister smile playing across his face as he broke the silence. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze cold. Indeed, Mu Yi is beset by troubles both within and without, yet to utterly crush it we alone will not suffice. I believe collaborating with the Shao organization is a viable approach. Da Shiwan's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, the Shao organization. Those renegade shinobi are each formidable, and their covetousness for the tailed beasts. If we exploit that, they may be bent to our purposes. Qin Feng folded his arms and pondered for a moment before saying, the Shao organization has longed to gather the tailed beasts, and Mu Yi hosts the Nine Tails. We can use that as bait, promising to help them seize the Nine Tails amid Mu Yi's chaos, an offer they will find irresistibly attractive. They should also contribute. Didn't they say they wanted the world to taste suffering? Da Shiwan lightly applauded, showing his approval. Brilliant, exquisite. This will surely tempt them. As for killing the third Hokage, what are your concrete plans? The third Hokage is seasoned and mighty. Eliminating him lightly will not be easy. Qin Feng frowned and analyzed. The Shao organization harbors many experts, like Pei Yin and Yuji Boyu. Their strength must not be underestimated. We can negotiate with the Shao organization to dispatch elite members to pin down the third Hokage when the Mu Yi collapse plan unfolds, creating an opportunity for your direct confrontation. Da Shiwan's lips curled into a grim smile, a frontal clash. Just as I like it. After all these years, I am curious whether the third Hokage's strength remains what it once was. Moreover, I possess the trump card of Edo Tensei. At the crucial moment, it will surely astonish him. Qin Feng added, it would be best to force the third to use the Reaper Death Seal in combat, so we can observe the Death God at close quarters. Da Shiwan's eyes brightened. I see now, so that's it. However, in allying with the Shao organization, we must remain wary of them. Each harbors their own schemes. Once their aims are met, they may well turn on us, Qin Feng warned. I am well aware, Da Shiwan snorted. Da Shiwan snorted contemptuously. While we employ them, we must prepare contingencies. In Yuji Gua in the council chamber. Changmen and Xiaonan sat at the conference table. Henchmen, standing behind them, opposite sat Qin Feng and Da Shiwan. Qin Feng was unsurprised to see Yu and Jishuei, but astonished to find Mu Siyuan there. Wasn't this man supposed to be cannon fodder? This warranted close attention. Here was a figure who diverged from the original plot. Mu Siyuan also saw Qin Feng and was equally astonished. This man has not been taken out yet. Pei In, Da Shiwan, explain your plan in detail. Da Shiwan, Do you not wish for them to taste suffering? Pei and Miin, of course we do. When the great nations wage war, it is we the small nations who suffer. Only by making them feel pain can they understand pain. De Shiwan fell silent. Qin Feng's spiritual sense directly invaded Mu Cun's mind and discovered another consciousness occupying it. Qin Feng's consciousness, don't speak. Don't move. Mu Cun's consciousness, who are you exactly? Qin Feng's consciousness, you do not need to know who I am. You only need to know that I am likely the one who can save you. Mu Cun's consciousness, why should I trust you? Qin Feng's consciousness, you have no choice. Either trust me, or I will kill you now. No one noticed the exchange between Qin Feng and Mu Cun. De Shiwan and Changmin concluded their discussion and finalized the details of the Mu Yi collapse. De Shiwan, then I shall take my leave. Pei and Miin, I hope our cooperation will be pleasant. Qin Feng, I intend to take someone with me. Pei and Miin, oh, whom do you intend to take? Qin Feng, him. Qin Feng pointed at Mu Cun, and everyone present was astonished. Pei and Miin, if you wish to take him, so long as he consents. Such a minor figure, whether he goes or stays matters little. In a secret chamber of the country of grass, Qin Feng set up a barrier. Mutsuan, who exactly are you? Qin Feng, I am Qin Feng. And you? Mutsuan, I am Mutsuan. Mutsuan thought to himself how terrifying this person's aura is, so powerful. System called a system. However, there was no response from the system. Qin Feng, this isn't your real name, is it? I have blocked the things in your mind, they are not good. Mutsuan, who are you really? You can't possibly be from this world. How can you be so powerful? Qin Feng, oh, you really are not from this world. Speak honestly, who are you? Don't force me to use unconventional methods. I estimate you do not want to taste the flavor of soul-searching technique. Mutsuan, soul-searching technique. Are you a cultivator? Qin Feng, you know about cultivators? Mutsuan, well, I didn't expect even cultivators to show up. I am indeed not from the Naruto world. I come from Blue Star, and my original name was Wang Huan, just a small streamer. I don't know whether I died suddenly or fell into a coma, but I ended up here in the Naruto world. Mutsuan said this with a hint of sadness. Mutsuan, but I am a good person. Before coming to the Naruto world, I hadn't killed even a single chicken, and I haven't killed anyone here either. Qin Feng's eyes widened at this moment. Blue Star? Is that the Blue Star I want to return to? Qin Feng, which country are you from in Blue Star? Mutsuan, Hua country. Qin Feng, when did you come over? Mutsuan, March 2025. Qin Feng thought, what? I crossed over to the cultivation world in October 2024, so that year hasn't even passed yet. Qin Feng, Imperial Jade liquid wine. Mutsuan, 180 per cup. Qin Feng, Imperial Jade liquid wine. Mutsuan, 180 per cup. Qin Feng, big hammer, 80 small hammer. Mutsuan, 40. Qin Feng, odd changes, even remains the same. Mutsuan, symbols, look at the quadrant. Alright, so you really are from the same world. Qin Feng, okay, it seems you truly came from the same world. Mutsuan, big shot, you are also from Blue Star. We are fellow countrymen. Big shot, let me follow you from now on. Qin Feng, let's see how you perform later. What is in your mind? Mutsuan, the system you mentioned. Qin Feng, the system. It seems more like a wisp of consciousness from the cultivation world. Mutsuan, what do you mean, big shot? Qin Feng, you have been treated as a tool. Mutsuan, no wonder this dog-like system has never produced anything good. Big shot, I won't be eliminated, right? Qin Feng, you are still useful now, so of course I won't eliminate you. If you become useless later, then you might be eliminated. Mutsuan, big shot. You must save me. I want to go back to Blue Star. Qin Feng quickly thought of a good idea and summoned a white absolute. White absolute transformed into the appearance of Mutsuan, and Qin Feng transferred the system from Mutsuan mind. Qin Feng, alright. From now on you will stay safely in the country of grass, and let him handle the rest. Mutsuan, thank you, big shot. Big shot, are you going back to Blue Star? Qin Feng, of course. But I haven't found a way back yet. However, since someone can bring you from Blue Star, then they can surely bring you back from here. Mutsuan, big shot, you must take me with you. This is Konoha village. Pain leading all members of the Akatsuki organization arrived outside the village. Jiao Du stated, let them feel pain. Similar to the original plot, he first threw the animal path and using reverse summoning to bring the entire organization inside. Unexpectedly, they arrived earlier than expected and were quite proactive. Qin Feng, Obito, and Orochimaru also reached the entrance of Konoha. At this moment, Konoha was in chaos with Pain and the Akatsuki members rampaging. A bag of rice weighs heavily on the upper floors. Feel the pain. A bag of rice weighs on the second floor. Think about the pain. Too much rice. Accept the pain. I will wash it. Understand the pain. I've washed so much mud off the rice. Those who do not know pain, and that pile of black tiles cannot truly understand peace. Every grain has mud. Starting now, who gives you a bag of rice? Let the world feel pain. Alright, add water. Spicy Tiansa next hosted Tiansai Shinra Tensei. Qin Feng entered the village and happened to witness this classic scene. Konoha was in chaos. Danzō hiding underground with the roots. The new generation of Kakashi Guy and Kakashi's father all jumped out. Obito said, Kakashi, just stay back. Kakashi replied, it's you guys again. Why are you here to destroy the village? Obito responded, our target is the third Hokage, so don't get involved. Kakashi exclaimed, you say not to get involved, so I shouldn't. Obito replied, think about our teacher, his couple was killed by the Nine Tails, did the third jump in to interfere? Now we are targeting the third and his good friend Danzō hasn't even shown up, so what are you jumping in for? Kakashi said, Dad, let's go home for dinner. Akai, let's go eat at my house. Guy responded, oh. Orochimaru said, impressive, a single sentence to retreat a strong enemy. Obito rolled his eyes indicating he didn't want to talk. As the elites withdrew, many supporters of the third Hokage rushed out clashing with the Akatsuki organization. Qin Feng said, they've started fighting, we can't just stand by, let's go. Orochimaru and Obito joined the battlefield, while Qin Feng stood by to watch the fight, finding it somewhat interesting. Finally, the third Hokage jumped into the fray. The third Hokage exclaimed, Orochimaru, you have indeed fallen. Orochimaru replied, CC, long time no see. The third Hokage asked, Orochimaru, why betray the village? Orochimaru stated, the decaying Konoha needs to be cleansed for new life to emerge. 4 purple flames formation. Both Orochimaru and the third Hokage were trapped within the formation. The battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru began. The sky over Konoha was shrouded in dark clouds, an oppressive atmosphere pervading every inch of the air. In Konoha's martial arena, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood facing Orochimaru. The third Hokage's gaze was piercing, fixated on his former proud disciple. Filled with complex emotions, Orochimaru wore a strange smile, exuding a chilling aura. Orochimaru, you betrayed Konoha, and now instigate this plan for its destruction. I will not spare you today. The third Hokage's voice was deep and firm, the Rui Jingu bang in his hand slightly trembling, as if issuing a final warning to Orochimaru. Orochimaru sneered, teacher, the times have changed. The rules of Konoha are too outdated. Only by breaking everything can true change emerge. Today marks the end of Konoha. Saying this, he quickly formed hand seals and called out, Edo Tensei. Instantly the ground shook violently, and 2 massive coffins emerged from the earth. The coffins slowly opened, revealing the figures of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. Their eyes were vacant, emanating a sinister aura. The third Hokage's expression changed. He knew the horror of Edo Tensei. However, as the Hokage of Konoha, he did not retreat. He quickly performed hand seals and cast Doton Doryahiki. A massive earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking him from the 2 Hokages summoned with Edo Tensei. Seeing this, Orochimaru commanded the first and second Hokage to attack. The first Hokage formed hand seals, unleashing powerful wood release techniques, with countless sturdy vines bursting from the ground, resembling angry giant pythons charging towards the third Hokage. The third Hokage remained calm, wielding the Rui Jingu bang to sever the approaching vines one by one. Simultaneously, the second Hokage unleashed Suten Suryuden no Jutsu. A massive water dragon roared as it surged towards the third Hokage, carving deep ravines into the ground. The third Hokage swiftly formed hand seals using Katon Gokaku no Jutsu. A gigantic fire arrow shot forth to meet the water dragon. Fire and water collided, resulting in a violent explosion with steam filling the air. As the battle intensified, the third Hokage understood that he could no longer remain on the defensive. He concentrated his chakra and unleashed the forbidden technique of the Sarutobi clan, Shiki Fujin. With both hands forming seals, he summoned the phantom of the Shinigami. The Shinigami opened its massive mouth, emanating a powerful consuming force. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly at this sight. He hurriedly commanded the first and second Hokage to obstruct this. The first Hokage unleashed Mokuton Shin Sasenju, and a gigantic statue of 1,000 hands rose from the ground, pressing down towards the third Hokage. The second Hokage assisted from the side, continuously deploying various ninjutsu to interfere with the third Hokage. The third Hokage gritted his teeth, fully aware that his time was running short. While dodging the attacks from the first and second Hokage, he continued to maintain the casting of Shiki Fujin. Finally, at a critical moment, he successfully sealed the souls of the first and second Hokage. But at that moment, he was already exhausted. Qin Feng stated, here it comes, just this. Qin Feng sensed the Shinigami with his divine sense, realizing it was also a manifestation of consciousness almost identical to the aura of the system of Mu Village. Could it be that this world is being noticed by some powerful figure? Receive. Qin Feng pulled out a fiery red gourd and directly captured the Shinigami. The third Hokage has fallen. Several days after the attack on Konoha, Danzō finally ascended to the position of Hokage. Qin Feng had taken both Sasuke and Naruto to the grass country, preparing next to study the tailed beasts. In the grass country, Sasuke saw his parents and wept uncontrollably. Beside him, Naruto watched in envious awe. He had assumed they were all orphans, only to discover Sasuke's parents were alive, and he even had an elder brother wandering abroad. One's own failure is terrifying enough, but witnessing a comrade's triumph wounds the heart even more. The divine tree fruit still held a certain allure for Qin Feng. It was time to begin gathering the tailed beasts. Within the dim, mysterious stronghold hidden deep in the rain country, the air hung thick and heavy, tangible with tension. Qin Feng sat face-to-face with Nagato, the silence around them steeped in uncanny stillness. Nagato's stern visage appeared even more somber beneath the flickering lamplight. His eyes narrowed slightly as he waited motionless for Qin Feng to speak. Nagato, the shinobi world appears tranquil on the surface, yet beneath lies a churning undercurrent. The tailed beasts' embodiments of immense power have become the focal point of fierce contention among all nations. I believe that if we are to reconstruct the world's order, mastering the tailed beasts is indispensable. Qin Feng leaned forward slightly, his gaze resolute as he spoke. Nagato gave a quiet nod, his voice low and grave. I understand their significance, but gathering them is no simple task. Every nation guards its beast with unwavering vigilance. A faint, confident smile curved at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. Then we must plan with meticulous precision. I propose beginning with the Earth Country. Though a Wagakure possesses formidable strength, internal strife has recently fractured its unity, diluting its defenses around the tailed beast. Moreover, the Earth Country occupies a pivotal geographical nexus. Should we succeed in seizing its beast, we would not only cripple a Wagakure's might, but also cast a chilling shadow over neighboring nations, laying the groundwork for our subsequent acquisitions. Nagato's brow furrowed slightly as he fell into contemplation. Launching from the Earth Country is indeed plausible, but a Wagakure shinobi are no ordinary foes, especially their potent Earth release techniques. How shall we counter them? A flash of sharp intelligence lit Qin Feng's eyes. That too I have already accounted for. Each member of the Akatsuki possesses unique expertise. We shall dispatch those skilled in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering to map a Wagakure's defensive layout and track the movements of its guardians well in advance. During the operation, long-range specialists will engage and pin down a Wagakure's main forces, while members endowed with rare abilities will move in to secure the beast. For instance, Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan Genjutsu could disrupt enemy coordination at the decisive moment, creating the opening we require. Nagato shook his head slowly. Even so, exposure would trigger an uncontrollable chain reaction. The Earth Country would inevitably call upon other nations for aid. We would face a coalition assault from multiple fronts. Qin Feng's gaze grew profound, his expression unshaken. Then we must strike swiftly and decisively. Before launching the operation, we shall disseminate carefully crafted disinformation to cloud the judgment of rival nations and obscure our true objective. Simultaneously, we must prepare contingency strategies against incoming reinforcements. We can lay ambushes along the Earth Country's borders, exploiting terrain advantages to deliver crushing blows to any relief force. And once the beast is secured, we shall withdraw immediately, sealing it within a concealed location, forcing every nation to hesitate before acting. Nagato remained silent for a moment, then a steely resolve flared in his eyes. Very well. If your preparations are this thorough, then proceed as you propose. But remember, should this plan fail, the Akatsuki will be plunged into irreversible ruin. Qin Feng rose to his feet and bowed slightly. Rest assured, Nagato. I shall devote myself utterly. To begin with the Earth Country, seize the tailed beasts one by one and command the awe of the entire shinobi world. Their eyes met, a silent convergence of wills, as if already beholding the tempest about to erupt across the shinobi world. The fierce struggle for dominion over the tailed beasts was about to begin. The Land of Rain and the Land of Grass jointly issued a statement declaring that every tailed beast poses a significant threat to the ninja world. They hope that each major ninja village will cooperate by surrendering their respective tailed beasts to be jointly guarded by the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain, achieving a tailless world and true peace. The Land of Fire was the first to respond, stating that they had already sent their tailed beasts and Jinchuriki to the Land of Grass. The other major nations, however, were not so compliant and completely ignored them. The Land of Grass and the Land of Rain held another meeting. Qin Feng said, "It seems these major nations are not cooperating." Nagato replied, "They have never felt pain or understood it. They have always looked down from a high place." Qin Feng continued, "Indeed. Now our next target is the Land of Earth. Oh, let's make them feel some pain." Nagato said, "Humph, with the precedent set by the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, I hope the other major nations will obediently cooperate. How many floors can a bag of rice bear let them feel pain? How many floors can a bag of rice bear let them contemplate pain?" A few days later, the Land of Earth experienced violent explosions and fierce battles. The third Tsuchikage Onoki died in battle along with the Four-Tails son Wukong and his Jinchuriki Lao Zi, as well as the Five-Tails Mu Wang and his Jinchuriki, all taken to the Land of Grass. This time the entire ninja world was shaken. No one expected that the small Land of Rain and Land of Grass would take it seriously and go to war and even win. The neighboring country, the Land of Waterfall, was quite reasonable and sent over the Seven Tails. Under the coordination of Qin Da and Qin Air, the Land of Sand and the Land of Water also sent their tailed beasts. With 9-tailed beasts, only the 8 tails Gyuki from the Land of Lightning remained. The remaining 8 tails were captured by the Akatsuki organization, while Qin Feng and Orochimaru began researching the tailed beasts. It is well known that separating a tailed beast from its Jinchuriki will result in the Jinchuriki's immediate death. Qin Feng and Orochimaru started a new study on the painless and injury-free separation technique for tailed beasts. In a hidden underground chamber filled with a strange atmosphere, Qin Feng and Orochimaru were fully focused on preparing a frenzied experiment concerning the fate of the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. They locked their sights on the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails Lao Zi with a pile of intelligence documents about him and the Four Tails spread across a massive experimental table. Qin Feng joked, "Lao Zi, what a formidable name, let's start with him." Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, his eyes gleaming with madness as if he were about to face a challenging feast. Humph, the Four Tails, how interesting. As the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails Lao Zi sealed within him the powerful tailed beast chakra. If they could successfully separate it, it would be a significant breakthrough in controlling the power of the tailed beasts. Lao Zi was secured in the experimental device, struggling continuously. Chaos refinement technique. Qin Feng began to cast the technique, directly absorbing the power of the tailed beast. A massive energy overflowed from Lao Zi, entering Qin Feng's body. Surprisingly, this tailed beast power could truly be refined. Lao Zi's painful howls echoed as his body began to wither with the ongoing separation of the tailed beast energy. Qin Feng took out a jade bottle and tossed it to Orochimaru, saying, "Give him a pill." The blood chi pill dissolved upon entering, restoring Lao Zi's deteriorating body. With the tailed beast refinement completed, a mini version of the Four Tails lay in Qin Feng's dantian. Lao Zi lay limp in the experimental device, as if dead. Qin Feng took out a gathering spirit pill and administered it to Lao Zi. To the naked eye, Lao Zi regained vitality and opened his eyes. Qin Feng said, "Observe for a while. If there are no problems, we will start refining the other tailed beasts." Meanwhile, the Land of Lightning experienced a great battle, with the entire village suffering devastating strikes from the Akatsuki organization, resulting in the death of the Raikage and the 2 tails Yujito, and the 8 tails Gyuki being captured. At this point, all 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world had been collected. Days later, Lao Zi was still lively, indicating that his life was likely not in danger. Qin Feng began the process of separating the other tailed beasts smoothly. There were now 8 tailed beasts in his dantian, and only 1 9-tails remained. The Jinchuriki were safely returned to their respective villages, and those villages that had been beaten regretted their actions deeply. In the land of grass, Qin Feng looked at the little boy in front of him with golden hair and a few whiskers on his face, wearing the jade slip he had given to the Fourth Hokage years ago around his neck. This is the original protagonist who opened his mouth to ask, "Naruto, do you miss your mom and dad?" Naruto replied, "I don't even know who they are. Why would I miss them?" Qin Feng asked, "Oh, is that so? Would you like to know who they are?" Naruto replied, "I don't want to." Naruto then asked, "Who are they?" Qin Feng replied, "They are also remarkable people. You will meet them in the future." And thus the process of separating the 9 tails began. Qin Feng, how unexpected it is to meet you again. The married couple Minato and Kushin and Namikaze had been resurrected by Qin Feng. How does resurrection feel? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Minato, Namikaze, it was like waking from a dream. Yet the sensation of being alive is profoundly refreshing. Qin Feng, then live well. Surely you wouldn't wish Naruto to remain an orphan forever. Naruto stood nearby, tears streaming down his cheeks. Qin Feng, Orochimaru, let's go. We're about to witness Madara's grand entrance. Orochimaru flashed a sinister smile and followed Qin Feng without hesitation. At the Valley of the End, Qin Feng's party, the entire Akatsuki organization, and every village's Kage with their elite guards gathered in solemn assembly. Kuchios no Jutsu. Orochimaru slammed both hands onto the ground, and a black coffin emerged from the earth. The coffin lid creaked open and a foot extended outward. Madara Uchiha, so, I've been resurrected. Longshin, well done. Emerging from the coffin, Madara surveyed the onlookers' bewildered, almost pitying stares, then glanced down at his own hands. Edo Tensei. So something unforeseen has occurred. Qin Feng, Orochimaru. Longshin, you may begin. Longshin summoned the demonic statue of the outer path. Orochimaru moistened his lips and commenced Madara's resurrection ritual. Qin Feng, Madara, now take center stage. He hurled the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts into the demonic statue and turned his gaze toward Madara's next move. Madara, what? He scanned the crowd. Though reborn, he felt absurdly like a fool upon the world stage. Qin Feng, the infinite Tsukuyami, wasn't that your ultimate design? The 10 tails stands ready for you. Madara, brat, you stand there so arrogantly, it grates on my nerves. Still, Madara deemed the mission paramount. Instantly, he transformed into the 10 tails Jinchuriki and summoned the divine tree. Its branches surged skyward within minutes, towering into the heavens. Qin Feng, so this is the divine tree, strikingly beautiful. With his divine sense, he probed its essence and realized it fed upon souls, The spirits of the Pure Land served as its nourishment. The moon above bled crimson. Qin Feng turned sharply toward Black Zetsu. Little Black, call forth your mother now. Black Zetsu recoiled in astonishment, yet recognized this as the decisive moment. He leapt onto Madara's back. Madara's body swelled grotesquely, inflating like risen dough. He died never knowing. He had been but a pawn all along. At last Kaguya Otsutsuki descended, pale as bone, her expression glacial as she gazed coldly upon the assembled multitudes. Kaguya, you are all unworthy of life, and shall become sustenance for the divine tree. Crack! Qin Feng lunged forward and delivered a thunderous slap, stunning Kaguya into stunned silence. Qin Feng shook out his palm. You may rephrase that, carefully. Kaguya's eyes blazed with fury. You dare defy me? Crack! Crack! Another stinging blow. Kaguya, you! Crack! Another! Kaguya! Crack! 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 Slap after slap, until Kaguya could utter no sound at all. No matter how she dodged, deflected, or evaded, Qin Feng's palm found its mark, unfailingly, inevitably. From terrifying goddess to trembling maiden, her cheeks flushed, tears brimming, voice broken. Qin Feng, now can we speak civilly? Kaguya bit her lip and nodded mutely. Wah. Qin Feng. He felt oddly like bullying a child, though technically she was a child. Qin Feng, say big brother. Kaguya, big brother. Crack. Another sharp slap. Qin Feng, louder. Kaguya, big brother. Qin Feng, that's better. A young lady shouldn't spend her days waging war and shedding blood. Black Zetsu peered from the sleeve of his mother's robe, eyes wide. This mother is utterly wrong. Thus ended the great ninja war, not with cataclysm, but with levity. On the spot, Qin Feng and Orochimaru launched a mass resurrection ceremony. Every soul, long mourned, deeply cherished, returned to life. Ryutaru, the fourth Hokage, the third Tsuchikage, Sasori's parents, Tsunade's beloved Dankato, all reunited, posed for photographs, and signed the Treaty of Eternal Peace. All hoped truly for lasting harmony. Having witnessed war's brutality, they understood peace's fragility and its sacred worth. Qin Feng divided the starstone he'd acquired earlier and began inscribing celestial arrays across the ninja world. When the divine tree first manifested, he'd sensed fissures in reality, and now he'd uncovered the path home. Once the array was complete, the ninja world became a pocket realm bound to him, portable, sovereign, eternal. Within it, he founded the Hall of Reincarnation. Departed souls would be purified before rebirth. Malevolent spirits fed directly to the divine tree. Its sovereign, Kaguya Otsutsuki. When all preparations were final, Qin Feng sought out Kurenai Yuhi and Kazuma Kimura. Qin Feng, it's time. We must depart. Kazuma Kimura, at last. We're going home. Kurenai Yuhi Feng. Truly, may I accompany you to your world? Qin Feng, of course. With a single thought, he unleashed his full spiritual energy. That day, the entire ninja world trembled. A golden beam descended from the heavens, a radiant pillar heralding the ascension of the man who had forged peace across nations. Hand in hand with Kurenai Yuhi, Qin Feng gazed upon soaring skyscrapers, streets teeming with vehicles. Yes, this time, he had truly returned. Qin Feng and Kurenai exchanged gentle smiles. In the cultivation realm, Emotio raged. This realm harbors such a colossal flaw. It enrages me beyond measure. The end.